that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. Chushan is blind. Uncle, I still suggest you go to the hospital to check your eyes as soon as possible. The neurotoxins in your body have worsened. If you can't get treatment in time, you are really at risk of blindness. Lu Chuan reminded him for Chu Mingyao's sake. Chushan's body stiffened. He felt that Lu Chuan was still scolding him for being blind. He glanced at him angrily and left. Lu Chuan looked helpless. Forget it. Anyway, I have reminded him twice. If he doesn't believe it, he can't blame me. He turned and walked to the referee's seat and asked, "Can I get the first prize?" Zhao Siming smiled and handed a brocade box to Lu Chuan. "Young man, you are very talented. I wonder if you are interested in being my apprentice? Although I, Zhao, can't say that I have made great achievements in medical skills, I'm ranked among the best in Yancheng." The referees around were all shocked. 10 years ago, Master Zhao announced that he would no longer accept disciples, but he made an exception today. It seems that he really thinks highly of Lu Chuan. Thinking back, how many young talents knelt in front of Master Zhao and begged him to accept them as disciples, but he didn't even look at them. Today, he actually took the initiative to ask for a disciple. Lu Chuan is so lucky. Lu Chuan took the brocade box and smiled when he saw that there was indeed a 50-year-old ginseng inside. Then he bowed to Zhao Siming and said, "I appreciate Master Zhao's kindness, but I have no plans to become his disciple at the moment. I'm sorry." The referees immediately showed expressions of disappointment when they heard this. Boy, this kind of opportunity is hard to come by. How many people have tried their best to become Mr. Zhao's disciple but failed? Don't be stupid. This is a good opportunity for you to change your fate. If you become Mr. Zhao's disciple, you can avoid decades of detours. Don't you want to rise to the top? Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a master, so I won't bother Mr. Zhao." Zhao Siming looked regretful. "Since you already have a master, I won't force you, but if you have any questions in the future, you can always come to me." Lu Chuan clasped his fists again. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." He exchanged contact information with Zhao Siming and then left with the medicinal materials. After returning home, Lu Chuan thought about it and called Chu Mingyao, telling her about Chushan's condition and suggesting that she go and persuade Chushan to go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. Then he began to refine the elixir to improve his strength. In the evening, at the old house of the Chu family, Chushan sat at the dining table to eat. A beautiful woman came over with dishes and sat down. Her eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Chu Mingyao, and her charming face showed that she was also a beauty who outshone all other beauties when she was young. This person was Chu Mingyao's mother, Zhao Heitang. "You look unhappy. Who offended you?" Zhao Heitang looked at Chushan and asked. Chushan seemed to have been holding it in for a long time. When he heard Zhao Heitang's question, he immediately said, "It's your good daughter. Go and ask her what kind of bad friends she has made recently. She treats some low-class guys as friends. It's a disgrace to our Chu family." Zhao Heitang smiled and said, "Look how angry you are. Your daughter is so old now. She still has the most basic judgment ability. You should stop controlling her in everything." Chushan snorted coldly. If she really has the ability to judge, she would never have anything to do with that kind of person. She is just too stupid and naive. If I didn't protect her, could she grow up happily? At this time, a voice sounded slowly, "I'm not happy at all." The two turned their heads at the same time and found that Chu Mingyao had arrived at the door without them knowing when. Zhao Heitang quickly stood up, smiled and pulled her daughter over. "Yao, come and sit down. I'll go get you some food. It's rare for you to come back for a meal. If you want to eat anything, tell me and I'll make it for you." Chu Mingyao shook her head. "No, Mom, I've already eaten." She looked at Chushan and said, "Lu Chuan told me that your eyes are in very bad condition. If you don't get treatment in time, you're very likely to go blind. You should call Dr. Chen to have a careful check." Bang! Chu Shan slammed his chopsticks on the table. He looked at Chu Mingyao angrily. You believe the words of that arrogant guy? Can't you hear that he is calling me blind? Chu Mingyao frowned and said, Dad, Lu Chuan didn't mean that. You think too much. His medical skills are very powerful. You should believe him this time. Chu Shan snorted coldly, took the physical examination report he had received not long ago, and threw it in front of Chu Mingyao. Take a good look at it yourself. The physical examination of my eyes is all healthy. You don't believe in the level of modern medical care, but believe that kid's nonsense. If not a fool, what are you? Chu Mingyao picked up the report and took a look. After finding that the results of the eye examination were all healthy, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that bastard Lu Chuan is really scolding my dad in a roundabout way? Chu Shan said with a sullen face, Chu Mingyao, you have to be clear about your identity. You are not allowed to have any contact with such people in the future. Sit down and eat. Chu Mingyao sighed. You guys eat. I have something to do in the company, so I have to go over. She turned around a little tired and left. Zhao Haitang looked at Chu Shan in reproach. Why can't you talk to your daughter properly? You always use this commanding tone. Haven't you noticed that she rarely smiles in front of us? Chu Shan said coldly, if I don't do this, she won't understand my good intentions. Her so-called friend called me blind twice in a roundabout way. I didn't get angry, and I gave her face. Zhao Haitang knew that Chu Shan was in a bad mood, so he didn't continue the topic and asked, I'm quite interested in Yao's friend. Tell me why he made you like this. Chu Shan snorted coldly, you're just a frog in the well. There's nothing to say. The next morning, Zhao Haitang got up and saw that it was already light outside, so he poked Chu Shan next to him and said, Old Chu, get up, we should go for morning exercise. Chu Shan opened his eyes in a daze. He didn't know why he slept so drowsily that night and always felt uncomfortable in his eyes. He thought it must be because of Lu Chuan's curse. He rubbed his eyes and found that it was pitch black all around. He said speechlessly, it's still so dark. How can you go for morning exercise? You want to vent your daughter's anger. You do it on purpose. Zhao Haitang, who had already got out of bed, was full of question marks. She walked to the window and pulled open the curtains directly. The sunlight instantly shone on Chu Shan's face. What are you talking about? The sun is so high. How can it be dark? Chu Shan couldn't help laughing. You really love your daughter. In order to help her vent her anger, you even acted with me. I won't pay attention to you. I'm going to continue sleeping. Look at the sky. It's still early before dawn. After that, he lay back on the bed. Zhao Haitang was surprised. She quickly walked to the bedside, pulled Chu Shan over, and said, Old Chu, open your eyes and look at me. Chu Shan looked helpless and said with his eyes open, it's so dark, I can't see, even if I open my eyes. Zhao Haitang waved her hand in front of Chu Shan's eyes in disbelief. After finding that he didn't react at all, she covered her mouth in panic and retreated to the back, staggering and almost falling. Chu Shan blamed, if you want to get out of bed, turn on the light. Do you have to play this trick with me here? I won't feel bad if you fall down later. Zhao Haitang lay down on the bedside with a scared face and said in panic, Old Chu, don't scare me. It's 7 o'clock in the morning and the sun has risen. Can you really not see anything? Chu Shan heard the panic in Zhao Haitang's voice and frowned. He sat up and felt his eyes carefully. He realized that it was not the pitch black night in front of him, but that he could not sense any light at all. He was shocked and tried to stay calm. He said, go and get Dr. Chen. Zhao Haitang did not hesitate and quickly called Dr. Chen. An hour later, Dr. Chen stood in front of Chu Shan's window, frowning as he looked at the examination report that had just been made. He then picked up a flashlight, carefully observed Chu Shan's eyeballs, and then said tremblingly, Chu, Master Chu, your eyes seem to be infected with some extremely rare neurotoxin. This neurotoxin is not easy to detect, so the previous examination failed to detect it. Now the toxin has spread, and your eyes. I'm afraid there is no way to cure it. Chu Shan didn't expect what Lu Chuan said to be true. He punched the bed and said angrily, it wasn't detected. Aren't you internationally famous? Why do I spend so much money to support you every year? Dr. Chen's face was full of fear. Master Chu, I didn't expect you to be infected with this neurotoxin. According to the test just now, it has a strong latent characteristic. You may have been infected a few months ago. Now it has accumulated to a certain extent and the symptoms have erupted. This is simply not something that modern medicine can cope with. Chu Shan gritted his teeth. He had been infected with neurotoxins a few months ago. He could judge that Lu Chuan did not deliberately poison him, but modern medicine could not cope with what Lu Chuan could see at a glance, which made him a little difficult to accept. He controlled his emotions and asked, "Is there really no way to cure my eyes?" Dr. Chen nodded. "Yes, that's right, and these neurotoxins are still spreading. If they can't be controlled, they will soon invade your brain." At that time, Zhao Heitang's face changed wildly. If Chu Shan went wrong, the entire Chu family would face a disaster. She pulled Dr. Chen excitedly. "Dr. Chen, you must think of a way. Don't let old Chu get into trouble." Dr. Chen looked helpless. I really can't do anything. Even the most advanced medical treatment abroad, I'm afraid there is no way to deal with this kind of neurotoxin." Chu Shan was completely panicked. His face turned pale and his voice trembled. "Quick, call Ming Gaiyao and let him contact Lu Chuan. He is my only hope now." Chapter 27 Chu Shan regrets. Jinhu community. Lu Chuan walked out of the kitchen with several bottles of pills in his hand. 1 bottle of Zuanyuan pill, 1 bottle of Beiji pill, and 1 bottle of Piyuan pill. This time, the medicinal materials are fully utilized. These 3 bottles of pills should be enough for me for a while. Zuanyuan pill can increase the power, needless to say. Piyuan pill is used to stabilize the foundation. He lost a part of his life essence and blood last time he used the blood burning technique. Although it has been recovered, it also caused some emptiness in his realm. Piyuan pill can eliminate this effect. As for Beiji pill, it is an auxiliary pill that can cure diseases and detoxify. Only 1 pill is needed to be immune to all poisons. Lu Chuan went to get the 50-year-old ginseng. The next is the highlight. This ginseng is enough to refine a Rangling pill. I hope there will be no mistakes in the middle. The so-called Rangling pill is a pill that can enhance the practitioner's sense of heaven and earth. After taking the Rangling pill, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy will increase exponentially, and the efficiency of practice will rise sharply. If used properly, 1 Rangling pill can allow Lu Chuan to directly advance from the 2nd level of key training to the 3rd level. Considering that there is only 1 ginseng plant in 50 years, and there is only 1 chance to refine it, there can be no mistakes. Lu Chuan turned off his mobile phone. He also reminded Mu Nanking before he went to work, saying that he could not be disturbed today, and asked Mu Nanking to try not to make any noise when he came back. After isolating all possible interference, Lu Chuan went into the kitchen again and prepared to refine the Rangling pill. Chu's old house. Chu Mingyao stood in Chu Shan's room with a solemn expression. After reading the report given by Dr. Chen and confirming that Chu Shan really couldn't see anything, she blamed Dad. "If you had listened to Lu Chuan earlier, maybe this situation would not have happened." Chu Shan was already in a bad mood. After hearing Chu Mingyao's words, he said hysterically, "If you came here just to scold me, then get out of here immediately." Zhao Heitang grabbed Chu Mingyao with red eyes. "Yao, now is not the time to talk about this. Don't provoke him. You'd better contact Lu Chuan quickly. He can see your father's problem at a glance, and he must have a way to treat it." Chu Mingyao sighed and said, "Okay, I'll contact him first." She glanced at Chu Shan. "Dad, don't worry too much. Lu Chuan's medical skills are very powerful. He must have a way." Chu Shan's expression eased a little. "I hope so." Chu Mingyao took out her mobile phone and called Lu Chuan, but the next second, her eyes widened. "Hello, the number you dialed is turned off." She thought she had dialed the wrong number, so she called again, but got the same result. Zhao Heitang looked at Chu Mingyao anxiously and asked, "Yao, how is it? Did you get through?" Chu Mingyao murmured. He turned off his phone. Zhao Heitang's face changed. "Turn off the phone. Why is it turned off? Don't you young people keep your phones on 24 hours a day?" Chu Mingyao shook her head. "I don't know." Sitting on the bed, Chu Shan, with lifeless eyes, showed a bitter smile on his face. He probably guessed, while Lu Chuan turned off his phone. It seems that I'm destined to not escape this disaster. This is my own fault. Chu Shan laughed at himself. Zhao Haitang quickly asked, "Old Chu, what do you mean? Do you know?" While Lu Chuan turned off his phone, Chu Shan nodded and then told her about the medicinal material identification competition yesterday. Zhao Haitang's expression turned desperate, so Lu Chuan had already guessed that you would go blind today, and he also knew that you would seek his help. He turned off his phone, which only means one thing, that he does have a way to cure you, but he doesn't want to help you. Chu Mingyao's face also turned pale. She didn't expect that there would be such a conflict between her father and Lu Chuan. If Lu Chuan is unwilling to help, then my father will have no choice but to die. She looked at Chu Shan, and at this moment she finally couldn't help it. She threw herself in front of Chu Shan and cried, "Dad." Even though there were all kinds of conflicts between her and Chu Shan, they were flesh and blood after all. In the face of life and death, those conflicts were nothing. Chu Shan sensed Chu Mingyao's position by sound. It took him a long time to touch Chu Mingyao's head and stroked it gently. "Silly daughter, why are you crying? This is all your fault. There is nothing wrong with Lu Chuan doing this. Fortunately, you are engaged to Long Hao, and I can leave with peace of mind." Chu Mingyao raised her head, wiped her tears with her hand, and said seriously, "Dad, I won't let anything happen to you. I will go to ask Lu Chuan now. No matter what the price, I will ask him to treat you." Then she got up and rushed out of the room in a hurry. Jinhu community. Lu Chuan had just prepared all the things needed to refine the wrangling pill. At this time, there was a hurried knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Lu Chuan frowned, who is so bored that he comes to knock on the door at this time. Fortunately, I haven't started refining yet, otherwise it will definitely be affected. He walked towards the door with dissatisfaction, wanting to scold the person who knocked on the door. But as soon as he opened the door, he was stunned, and then asked, "Mingyao, why are you here? Why are your eyes so red? Did someone bully you?" Chu Mingyao bit her lip, and looked at Lu Chuan. She looked so pitiful after crying, and people couldn't help but love her. She walked into the house, and bowed to Lu Chuan. "I apologize to you on behalf of my father. I know you are very angry with him now. He is indeed a disgusting person, but I don't want him to leave this world like this, so I beg you to save my father." Lu Chuan was confused, but he soon reacted and asked, "Is your father blind?" Chu Mingyao nodded. The doctor said he was infected with neurotoxins. If he is not treated, the toxins will spread to the brain, and then even gods will be unable to save him. I know you don't want to save him, and you turned off your phone, which also shows your attitude, but as a daughter, I can't watch him go. She hesitated for a moment, and finally plucked up the courage to say, "If you put aside your dissatisfaction with my father, and save his life, I'm willing to agree to one of your requests unconditionally." After saying that, she seemed to turn her head away with some shame. Lu Chuan was still confused, but soon he deduced what was going on based on the words such as turning off the phone, dissatisfaction, and the way Chu Mingyao cried. "I turned off my phone to refine the elixir, not because I was dissatisfied with your father." He wanted to explain, but then he thought that Chu Shan was indeed a very annoying person, and he deserved this fate. "But considering that your beautiful daughter came to me on her own initiative, I can forgive you." He smiled wickedly and asked, "Any request?" Chapter 28. Kneel down and apologize. Chu Mingyao bit her lip and looked at Lu Chuan with a hint of resentment in her eyes. She tilted her head and said loudly, "Anything." Lu Chuan smiled jokingly. "Wait for me to pack up. I will go with you to save your father." He went back and put away all the things for a refining wrangling pill. The pill can be made later, but Chu Mingyao's promise is not always available. The two rushed to the old house of the Chu family. In the yard, many people gathered here. They were all senior members of the Chu family. After learning about Chu Shan's situation, they rushed over immediately. Du Zhang, who was frustrated yesterday, was also among them. "My uncle's eyes suddenly became blind, and only Lu Chuan, the bastard, can cure him. Maybe he was the one who poisoned him. When he comes, I must question him." Du Zhang looked cold and narrowed his eyes, as if he saw through the truth. Not long after, Chu Mingyao led Lu Chuan into the yard. Zhao Haitang immediately went to meet him, looked at Lu Chuan, and asked Chu Mingyao, "Is this Lu Chuan?" Chu Mingyao nodded. Zhao Haitang looked at Lu Chuan sincerely and said apologetically, "Lu Chuan, I will apologize to you on behalf of our old Chu first. It's all his fault. My Chu family is willing to make amends to you. I hope you can give old Chu a chance and save his life. If you are willing to help, I will kowtow to you." After that, she was about to kneel on the ground. Lu Chuan quickly supported her and said embarrassedly, "Aunt, what are you doing? I have promised Mingyao that I will save my uncle." Zhao Haitang was full of gratitude. "Okay, thank you. When you cure our old Chu, my Chu family will definitely give you a big gift in return." Lu Chuan smiled slightly, thinking that your daughter's promise was enough. "I'll go in and see the condition of my uncle first." Zhao Haitang nodded quickly and wanted to take Lu Chuan into the house. At this time, Du Zheng suddenly stopped in front of them, staring at Lu Chuan and said loudly, "Aunt, you have been deceived by this guy. My uncle was poisoned by him." Everyone was surprised. Lu Chuan's face suddenly turned cold. "Are you crazy?" Du Zheng snorted. "Don't deny it. Otherwise why can only you cure the poison my uncle is in?" Zhao Haitang on the side looked at Du Zheng with a gloomy face and said, "Your uncle was infected with this toxin a few months ago. It is impossible that Lu Chuan poisoned him. You should stay aside. You have delayed your uncle's treatment. You will suffer the consequences." Du Zheng was embarrassed. He thought Chu Shan was infected with the toxin yesterday. He coughed twice, glared at Lu Chuan, and scolded, "Not the best. You'd better go and treat my uncle quickly. If you can't, I will kill you." A trace of anger rose in Lu Chuan's heart. "What did you say?" Du Zheng said in a condescending manner. "I said if you can't cure my uncle, I will kill you. You are a lowly person. It is your honor to treat my uncle. We are a wealthy family to use you and give you face. Don't be ungrateful." Lu Chuan was so angry that he laughed. "You wealthy families are so powerful." He bowed to Zhao Haitang. "Aunt, a lowly person like me is not worthy to treat you. Goodbye." After that, he turned and left without any hesitation. Zhao Haitang's face changed, and he hurried to stop him. "Wait, Lu Chuan, you can't leave." Chu Mingyao glared at Du Zheng with annoyance and shouted, "You did it on purpose, didn't you? Get out of here." She walked over quickly and stopped Lu Chuan. "He's out of his mind. Don't pay attention to him." Zhao Haitang followed. "Yes, this idiot doesn't think before he speaks. Don't bother with him." Lu Chuan said lightly, "Even a clayman can still get angry. I've been humiliated like this. If I still treat the disease with a licking face, wouldn't it really make me look cheap? You should find someone else." Du Zheng realized that he might have gone too far and said with a guilty look, "I just said a few words to you. Why are you so petty? You lowly people really have no tolerance at all." Chu Mingyao said angrily, "Shut up." She stopped in front of Lu Chuan and pleaded, "We agreed." Lu Chuan sighed, turned his head, and looked at Du Zheng and said, "Let him kneel down and apologize to me, and I will not pursue this matter anymore." Du Zheng cursed. "Who do you think you are? You want me to kneel down and apologize to you? Are you worthy?" Zhao Haitang's face showed the coldness and majesty of the mistress of the house, and she shouted at Du Zheng, "Kneel down and apologize." Du Zheng was dissatisfied. "Aunt, Zhao Haitang said coldly, "Don't forget, everything you have now is given by my Chu family. If you don't kneel down and apologize, I will not only withdraw my funding for you, but also close the company under your mother's name. Think about it carefully." Du Zheng panicked immediately. If Zhao Haitang really did this, he would have to live the life of those inferior people in his eyes in the future. He looked at Lu Chuan with gritted teeth, scolded him 10,000 times in his heart, and at the same time, began to regret looking for trouble with this guy. "I'm sorry." After hesitating for a long time, he could only say perfunctorily. Lu Chuan asked with a smile, "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Zhao Haitang urged, "Don't waste time." Du Zheng clenched his fists, then knelt in front of Lu Chuan, and said unwillingly, "I'm sorry." Lu Chuan turned around and walked towards the house. Zhao Haitang and Chu Mingyao hurriedly followed. Du Zheng thought to himself, "Bastard, wait for me. Wait until you cure my uncle. I will use the power of the Chu family to deal with you." In the room, Chu Shan lay on the bed with a calm face. He heard clearly what happened outside just now, and he regretted being so good to this nephew. Lu Chuan sat down on the bed. Chu Shan heard the voice and asked, Lu Chuan? Lu Chuan smiled and said, it's me. Chu Shan said apologetically, I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Lu Chuan interrupted and said, Uncle, there is no need to say more, treatment is more important. Then he began to examine Chu Shan. Everyone in the Chu family came over curiously, wanting to know how Lu Chuan cured this poison that no one could cure. After a careful inspection, Lu Chuan smiled. Fortunately, the erosion of this poison is not very serious. I just happened to refine the Beiji pill, which saves a lot of trouble. He took out the medicine bottle containing the Beiji pill, poured out a pill, and put it into Chu Shan's mouth. Swallow it. Chu Shan did it immediately. The people in the Chu family, who were watching the fun, were all surprised. Such a serious poison, just take a small pill? Why do I feel that this is a bit like those charlatans? Yeah, it seems that the pill just now is nothing special. He can't have no way to treat it, so he is just dealing with it here randomly. Zhao Haitang and Chu Mingyao were both worried. Du Zheng hid in the corner and said secretly, if this guy can't cure my uncle, I will find someone to deal with him now. About 15 minutes later, Chu Shan felt a glimmer of light in front of his eyes, followed by some blurry scenes, which gradually became clear. He blinked hard, and found that his vision had returned to normal. He showed an excited smile on his face. I can see. I can see. Zhao Haitang and Chu Mingyao both widened their eyes, and then hugged Chu Shan. The three of them hugged each other tightly, crying with joy. Everyone in the Chu family was shocked. It turned out that it was really cured. That little pill is so magical. It seems that we underestimated him. Such a powerful toxin was cured with just a small pill. This can only show that his medical skills are superb. Du Zheng appeared again at an inopportune time. Didn't they say that this neurotoxin would spread to the brain? He only cured my uncle's eyes. Who knows if the toxin in the brain has been removed? The originally joyful atmosphere was instantly destroyed. Zhao Haitang looked at Du Zheng speechlessly. This was the first time she hated her nephew so much. But she still glanced at Dr. Chen, who was not far away, and said, Dr. Chen, let's do another check. Dr. Chen immediately took the instrument and began to check Chu Shan. After some operations, Dr. Chen said excitedly, no neurotoxins can be detected in the family's body. Everyone was completely relieved and cast admiring eyes on Lu Chuan. Du Zheng muttered to himself, it's really a blind cat that meets a dead mouse. This low-class guy actually has two brushes. Chu Shan got off the bed and bowed to Lu Chuan seriously. Lu Chuan, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. You saved my life, and I will repay you tenfold or 100-fold. If you have any requests, just ask. Lu Chuan smiled and glanced at Chu Mingyao and said, Uncle, you are polite. I'm Mingyao's friend. It is my duty to save you. I don't ask for any reward, but I just hope that uncle can recognize me as Mingyao's friend. Chu Shan nodded. Don't worry, I will no longer interfere with Mingyao's making friends in the future, but Mingyao is already engaged to Long Hao, so sometimes you still have to grasp the degree to avoid getting into trouble. Chu Mingyao bit her lip and thought to herself that I had already made a promise to this guy. With his lust, it would be strange if he could grasp the degree. Lu Chuan laughed. I understand. Isn't it just a matter of grasping the degree? Minus 18 centimeters can still be controlled as much as possible. He remembered something and asked, Uncle, you probably didn't get this neurotoxin accidentally. Only long-term contact can deepen it to your level. Think carefully about what personal belongings may carry this neurotoxin. It is safest to remove the source. Chu Shan immediately recalled personal belongings. A few months ago, he narrowed his eyes and his gaze fell on the two ornamental walnuts not far from the bedside. Could it be them? This was a gift from Du Zheng to Chu Shan on his birthday 3 months ago. Du Zheng was thinking about how to use the power of the Chu family to deal with Lu Chuan. When he saw Chu Shan suspected the ornamental walnuts he gave him, his face changed drastically and he shouted, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 29. Going to the hotel. Zhao Haitang glanced at Du Zheng with a cold expression and said to Dr. Chen, Dr. Chen, test these two walnuts. Dr. Chen did so immediately. Du Zheng's forehead was soaked with cold sweat. Uncle, aunt, I spent a lot of money to ask my friends to bring these walnuts back from overseas. There is no way there can be any problems. Chu Shan snorted coldly. You'll know whether there is a problem or not. Not long after, Dr. Chen did the test last night and shouted with wide eyes, there are a lot of neurotoxins in these 2 walnuts. Chu Shan stared at Du Zheng with his eyes fixed, and his body trembled with anger. Du Zheng, I have treated you like my own son over the years, and this is how you repay me. Du Zheng's face was pale, and he took a breath of cold air. Uncle, it's not like that. I didn't know there was anything wrong with these walnuts. This was all deliberately framed by that bastard Lu Chuan. The toxins on it must have been put there by him on purpose. Chu Shan scolded. Do you mean that Lu Chuan knew that these walnuts were given by you just by taking a look? Zhao Haitang looked at Du Zheng speechlessly. Lu Chuan didn't touch these walnuts from beginning to end. Even if you want to pass the buck, use your brain. Du Zheng almost cried. It's really not me. I'm innocent. In order to make Chu Shan happy and get resources from the Chu family, he told everyone that he spent millions to ask his overseas friends to get 2 precious walnuts as a gift for Chu Shan. In fact, he bought these 2 walnuts from a vendor who sold all kinds of unidentified items on the black market for 200 yuan. How could he know that the things sold by this vendor would have such a big hidden danger? Now he wanted to fly over and strangle the vendor to death. Zhao Haitang looked cold and said to Chu Shan, your nephew has taken countless benefits from our family over the years, but in the end he gave you poisonous things and harmed you. In my opinion, it is better not to have such an ungrateful person. Chu Shan nodded and snorted. This kind of beast is really chilling. From today on, he has nothing to do with me anymore, and no one is allowed to help him in the future. Come on, get him out. Du Zheng was instantly desperate. His current doctoral degree was given by the school for the sake of the Chu family. If he lost the support of the Chu family, the school would withdraw him without hesitation, and then he would be nothing. Uncle, aunt, this is really a misunderstanding. I was cheated. I would never dare to harm my uncle, even if I were beaten to death. Please give me a break, and give me a chance. Chu Shan and Zhao Haitang turned a deaf ear to them, and let the servants of the Chu family drag Zhao Zheng out. Zhao Haitang came to Lu Chuan and smiled gently. Lu Chuan, thank you so much today. Please stay for dinner tonight. Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, auntie. I have something else to do, so I won't stay any longer. Chu Mingyao, who was standing aside, was hesitant, but she finally stepped forward and said, I'll take you there. The two got into the car. Chu Mingyao asked, where are we going? Lu Chuan smiled and glanced at her and said lightly, to the hotel. Chu Mingyao's heart tightened and she gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Chuan. I knew that there was nothing else in your mind except this kind of thing. Lu Chuan leaned back and said proudly, you said you could make any request. Are you going to cheat? Chu Mingyao clenched the steering wheel and said angrily, Chu Mingyao, always keep my word. If we go to the hotel, we'll go to the hotel. I'm not afraid of you. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped on the accelerator hard, the engine roared, and the car rushed out all of a sudden. Lu Chuan quickly fastened his seatbelt and said, Miss, please drive slower. I was scared to death just now. Chu Mingyao ignored him, thinking that it would be better if you died. On the way, Lu Chuan asked Chu Mingyao to stop the car in front of a pharmacy, got out and walked in. Chu Mingyao sat in the car and muttered, he must have gone to buy that kind of thing. This bastard is the most vulgar, shameless and despicable guy I have ever seen. I will never ask him for help again, even if I die in the future. But speaking of it, he didn't seem to use that last time. I have to check it later. It would be bad if I get pregnant. Not long after, Lu Chuan walked out of the pharmacy and got back in the car. Let's go. Chu Mingyao looked at him angrily and started the racing mode again. The two came to a star-rated hotel. Lu Chuan walked to the front desk and said, I want an hourly room. The front desk said, sir, we have hourly rooms for 1 hour, 3 hours and 6 hours. Which one do you want? Lu Chuan thought for a moment and said, 1 hour will do. Chu Mingyao, who was standing by, suddenly looked strange and blurted out, "1 hour, is that enough?" She regretted it as soon as she finished speaking and quickly covered her mouth with a rosy glow on her face. The front desk clerk couldn't help but snicker. Luchuan was also embarrassed and he coughed twice and said, "If it's not enough, I'll add more later." Chumingayo snorted, looked Luchuan up and down, and thought that this must be God's retribution for him, making his health worse and worse. It's good this way, maybe it won't be long before there will be one less scourge in the world. Seeing Chumingayo's dreamy expression, Luchuan reached out and poked her, saying, "Why are you still standing there? Give me money." Chumingayo's eyes widened. "I'll pay." Luchuan shrugged. "What else?" Chumingayo gritted her teeth and stared at Luchuan for a long time. In the end, she could only take out her mobile phone and pay the room fee. The receptionist was stunned. She kept looking at Luchuan and finally came to a conclusion. "This is a master." Luchuan took Chumingayo to the room. Chumingayo had been looking at Luchuan with a knife since the elevator. Luchuan said dissatisfiedly, "Don't look at me with that kind of eyes. It will affect my performance later." Chumingayo snorted proudly, turned and walked towards the bathroom. "I'll take a shower first." It can be seen that she is still a little nervous, and her current appearance is just to hide her true emotions. Luchuan grabbed her. "Why take a shower? It's too troublesome. Just lie on the bed." Chumingayo widened her eyes and said with disgust, Why are you so dirty?" Luchuan rolled his eyes, then took out an acupuncture bag from his pocket. "I'm just giving you acupuncture. How is it dirty?" Chumingayo was full of confusion. "Acupuncture?" Luchuan smiled jokingly. "Yes, otherwise you really think I want to do that kind of thing with you?" Chumingayo was completely confused now. "You brought me to the hotel, not just for..." Luchuan smiled and said, "I do covet your beauty, but I also have my own principles. If you don't want to, I won't force you." Chumingayo was still puzzled. "Then why did you bring me to the hotel?" Luchuan said, "Didn't I say acupuncture?" Chumingayo was even more confused. "Why acupuncture?" Luchuan explained. "After returning that day, I thought carefully about the reason why a chill suddenly emerged from your body again. It can be basically judged that it is because I helped you suppress it twice, and you have developed resistance to the cold in your body. The coldness in your body is extremely special. I didn't expect it to evolve, so ordinary suppression methods are no longer effective. We must rely on acupuncture to improve the effect. Of course, the one-time cure I mentioned before is still effective. It depends on whether you are willing to do it." Chumingayo said firmly. "Dream on." Luchuan was helpless. "Then we can only use acupuncture, which should last longer. Just lie on the bed and expose your belly." After Chumingayo confirmed that Luchuan was not fooling her, she lay on the bed honestly and lifted up her clothes. Luchuan opened the acupuncture bag, took out a few needles, and began to acupuncture Chumingayo with a special technique. His acupuncture method is called the 9-turn return to origin needle, which is a relatively easy to use acupuncture method in the memory of inheritance. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, this is a magical acupuncture method that can bring the dead back to life. After half an hour of acupuncture, Luchuan asked, "Do you feel your whole body getting hot?" Chumingayo nodded. Luchuan took the needle back and said, "Okay, get up." Chumingayo sat up, looked at Luchuan a little embarrassed, and said, "Thank you. I thought you wanted to do that kind of thing with me before. I was judging you by my own standards. Sorry." Luchuan laughed. "You're right, but I'll wait for you to climb onto my bed." Chumingayo's face darkened, and the good impression she had just had on Luchuan disappeared again. She muttered a few words in her heart, and then asked, "Then I still owe you a request. Don't you plan to ask it?" Luchuan thought about it, sat next to Chumingayo, and said, "Kiss me." "Ah." Chumingayo was caught off guard. Luchuan said, "This is my request. I haven't asked you to do that kind of thing. It should be okay to kiss me, right?" Chumingayo was hesitant, but in line with the principle of doing what she said, she had to agree. "Okay then." Then she took a deep breath and kissed Luchuan on the face. Just when she was about to kiss Luchuan, Luchuan suddenly turned his face, and Chumingayo kissed him directly on the mouth. Chu Mingyao's eyes widened, and she instinctively wanted to separate from Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan did not give her this opportunity, and directly pried open her mouth, then pressed her on the bed and kissed passionately. Chu Mingyao was still a little resistant at first, but I don't know whether it was out of gratitude to Lu Chuan or some other psychological reason, but she slowly relaxed later, and even began to respond, and put her arms around Lu Chuan's neck. The two of them lingered for a long time, and their saliva was everywhere. Finally, Lu Chuan let go of Chu Mingyao with satisfaction, wiped the saliva on his face, and said with a smile, "It's a good deal. I look forward to the day when you take the initiative to find me. I'm leaving first." He looked at Chu Mingyao with lingering feelings, and turned to leave. Chu Mingyao lay motionless on the bed, her cheeks flushed, her chest kept rising and falling, and her breathing was rapid and heavy, as if she had just finished a strenuous exercise. She couldn't calm down for a long time, because she didn't understand why she responded to Lu Chuan just now, and even hoped that the kiss could last longer. Ring, ring, ring. The sound of the phone brought her back to her senses. She picked up the phone, and saw that it was Long Hao calling. Her eyes fixed, and then she answered. "Mingyao, what are you doing?" Long Hao's low voice sounded. Chu Mingyao explained in a panic. "No, nothing, I'm resting." Long Hao was a little puzzled. "Your breathing rhythm is a little disordered, and it sounds like you are a little out of breath. What did you do?" Chu Mingyao said perfunctorily. "Oh, I was just running." Chapter 30 Kinlan's Revenge. After Lu Chuan returned home and confirmed that no one would disturb him, he quickly started to refine the wrangling pill. Late at night, Lu Chuan walked out of the kitchen with a smile on his face, holding a golden pill in his hand. My talent for refining pills should be ranked among the best in the world of immortal cultivation. I was able to refine a relatively advanced pill like the wrangling pill in one go. He looked up at the time and found that it was already 12 o'clock. He subconsciously looked towards Munan King's room. I have been concentrating on refining pills and didn't pay attention to the situation outside. I don't know if my sister-in-law is back. After a little hesitation, he came to Munan King's door and gently opened it. Seeing Munan King wearing suspender pajamas, lying on the bed and sleeping soundly, and kicking the quilt to the ground, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. My sister-in-law is really dishonest when she sleeps. She kicked off the quilt. She will catch a cold tomorrow. He walked over quietly and picked up the quilt that fell on the ground. Munan King lay on the bed. The silk pajamas were too smooth. One of the straps slipped off, revealing half of Munan King's breasts. Lu Chuan only took a look and his mouth became dry and his heartbeat accelerated. He quickly covered Munan King with the quilt, otherwise if he continued to watch, he might have some evil thoughts in his mind. Just as he turned to leave, Munan King's voice rang out. "Xiao-chan, don't go, I want." Lu Chuan's body froze. "Sister-in-law, I just came to cover you with a quilt, don't get me wrong." He didn't expect Munan King to be still asleep, and she said such explicit words. Could it be that she had already had ideas about him? "Haggle again, I will definitely buy this dress for you," Munan King continued. Lu Chuan was stunned, turned around and looked over, and found that Munan King was still sleeping, and seemed to be just talking in her sleep just now. He was immediately embarrassed, thinking that I was really a beast, and actually thought that my sister-in-law had ideas about me, and then hurriedly left the room. He closed the door gently, and breathed a sigh of relief. My sister-in-law's dream talk just now should be about the first time she took me to the mall many years ago. At that time, he and his elder brother were very poor. Munan King promised to buy a new dress for Lu Chuan, but the price in the store was too expensive, and he didn't have enough money. He didn't want to embarrass Munan King, so he wanted to leave. Munan King insisted on buying it, and asked him not to leave. Lu Chuan remembered that bargaining was not allowed in the mall, but that day Munan King didn't know what method she used, and finally helped him buy the dress at a relatively cheap price. It was also at that time that he felt that he had the best sister-in-law in the world, and he was moved for a long time. My sister-in-law dreams of being good to me, but I think of some dirty things. I deserve to die. Lu Chuan deeply condemned himself and turned back to his room. The next morning, while eating breakfast, Lu Chuan suddenly said, Sister-in-law, I must let you live a life of superiority. Mu Nanking smiled and looked at him. Silly boy, what are you thinking about? Why do you suddenly say such a thing? Lu Chuan looked determined. I didn't think about anything. I just want my sister-in-law to live a better life. Mu Nanking pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, I know your intention. Let's eat quickly. Lu Chuan nodded and ate the breakfast made by Mu Nanking. After dinner, Lu Chuan left home and planned to find a place with abundant spiritual energy, with the help of Rangling Dan, to try to break through. If he wanted his sister-in-law to live a happy life, he had to have enough strength first, otherwise everything would be just a fantasy. He roughly sensed the direction of the rich spiritual energy and then rushed towards the east of the city. At the same time, in the supervisory department, in Yuzin's office, Yuzin stood in front of a whiteboard with a gloomy face, staring at Lu Chuan's photo. After a while, she took a few more photos and pasted them up, drawing a network of relationships, including Kinlan, Liu Kun, Mu Nanking, and some of Lu Chuan's friends. Asshole, although I don't have evidence, I don't believe you can do this perfectly. As long as I start to investigate the people around you, I will definitely find the key evidence, and then I will personally lock you up. She carefully read Lu Chuan's information and finally set her sights on Lu Chuan's ex-girlfriend Kinlan. Let's start investigating this person first. She found Kinlan's phone number and called her. Kinlan's home. Kinlan was only wearing an apron, kneeling in front of Liu Kun, massaging his legs. Liu Kun had a scruffy beard and a bottle of beer in his hand. He was drunk and looked much sloppier than before. He took a sip of beer, then slapped Kinlan in the face, cursing, "Damn it, haven't you eaten yet? Go harder." Kinlan quickly increased her strength, not daring to show any dissatisfaction, and even said in a mean way, "Dear, you make me so excited, I will serve you again later, okay?" Liu Kun snorted coldly, "It depends on my mood." Kinlan nodded quickly, trying her best to show that she was looking forward to it. Since the Qin family was banned by Chu Mingyao, Kinlan became a sinner of the Qin family and was cut off from all sources of income. She had no ability to make money, so she could only try to please Liu Kun so that she could have someone to rely on. Because Liu Kun offended Chu Mingyao, Liu Kun's father was severely criticized by the boss of Yunhei Hotel and demoted to deputy manager. In anger, he beat Liu Kun severely and restricted his pocket money. Liu Kun felt aggrieved and felt that it was all the fault of Kinlan, a stupid woman. He felt that such a woman would only cause trouble for him, so he wanted to kick her away. But Kinlan was shameless and kept pestering him, saying that she would atone for her mistakes and begging him to give her a chance. Liu Kun was worried about how to vent his anger, so he agreed to Kinlan, but on the premise that Kinlan must meet any of his requests. Kinlan had no choice but to agree. Seeing that Kinlan really agreed, Liu Kun's evil was infinitely magnified. During this period, he tried various ways to humiliate Kinlan and had fun. Kinlan could only swallow her anger and became an obedient and lowly woman, allowing Liu Kun to play with her. Just as Kinlan was massaging Liu Kun's legs, her cell phone rang. She picked it up and answered it. After a while, Liu Kun said impatiently, "Who is calling you? You seem to be chatting so enthusiastically." Kinlan hung up the phone, looked at Liu Kun in a daze, and said, "Dear, the person who called is someone who claims to be from the supervisory department. She is investigating Lin Hu's case. She said that Lu Chuan is the suspect in the murder of Lin Hu, so she wants to investigate Lu Chuan through us." Liu Kun sneered, "Don't be so funny, okay? How could that loser Lu Chuan kill an internal force master like Lin Hu? The people from the supervisory department are really stupid. Why do they have to investigate a loser? It would be strange if they can find the murderer." Kinlan said, "Dear, although that coward Lu Chuan really has no possibility of killing Lin Hu, but if we are willing to be witnesses and insist that Lin Hu was killed by Lu Chuan, can we send that bastard to jail?" Liu Kun was stunned when he heard this, and then he became alert. He slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Great. Lu Chuan, that bastard, has hurt us so badly. This is a good opportunity for us to take revenge on him." Kinlan became excited. "Honey, I'm actually quite smart, right? Do you want to reward me?" Liu Kun sneered. You performed well this time, so I will reward you with a whip. Go and get the whip. Kinlan's expression froze, and then she said coquettishly, honey, the person from the supervision department will come to question us soon, otherwise, let's wait until the evening. Liu Kun smiled jokingly, okay, then wait until the evening. I'm in a good mood today, and I'll play something exciting then. Lu Chuan came all the way to the east of the city and entered a beautiful water park. The spiritual energy here is several times more concentrated than elsewhere. I will take the wrangling pill here to speed up the absorption of spiritual energy, and the possibility of breakthrough will be greatly increased. He came to a grove and planned to practice here. At this time, he saw a middle-aged man in a training suit not far away doing boxing in an open space in the grove. The middle-aged man was full of energy, and every punch he threw carried an extremely terrifying force, driving the fallen leaves on the ground to dance along. The first time Lu Chuan saw the middle-aged man, he was shocked by his aura. He immediately judged that the strength of this middle-aged man was unfathomable, and he might not even be able to take his punch. I'm afraid this man's strength has surpassed the 9th stage of internal energy. I didn't expect to meet such a master here. To be on the safe side, I'd better change places. It would be troublesome if this man thinks I disturbed his boxing practice and beat me up. Lu Chuan turned to leave. At this time, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped moving, then frowned and covered his chest, slowly squatted down, and looked very painful. Lu Chuan noticed something was wrong, and after a little hesitation, he still walked over. Senior, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lu Chuan asked. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He looked up at Lu Chuan and said, I have a heart attack, little brother. Please help me call an ambulance, quickly. Lu Chuan immediately squatted down, stretched out his hand to pinch his wrist, and found that there was indeed a big problem with his heart, which was far more than a heart attack. If he is not treated in time, the middle-aged man is likely to die on the spot, and calling an ambulance will be of no help. Without hesitation, he immediately took out the acupuncture bag from his clothes and said, Senior, I know some medical skills. Your condition is very bad. There is no time to call an ambulance. You lie down first, and I will help you treat it. The middle-aged man obviously did not trust Lu Chuan and said, No, you. Lu Chuan frowned and scolded, Don't talk nonsense. If you delay any longer, you will die. Lie down quickly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 31. Lu Chuan was arrested. The middle-aged man was stunned. For some reason, he felt that there was an irresistible majesty in Lu Chuan's voice, and he instinctively lay on the ground. This had nothing to do with strength. The kind of suppression in momentum came from the bones. This boy is definitely not simple. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Lu Chuan lifted the middle-aged man's clothes, picked up the silver needle, performed the 9-turn return to origin needle, and pierced his heart. In just a moment, the middle-aged man felt that the pressure from his heart was relieved, and his brows relaxed. Lu Chuan hit the spirit, and pierced the middle-aged man's heart with a total of 9 needles before stopping. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, Are you still feeling unwell? The middle-aged man's complexion returned to normal, and he stood up from the ground and said gratefully, I'm fine now, little brother, thank you so much. Lu Chuan put away the silver needle and asked, If I'm not mistaken, your heart should have suffered a violent impact, right? The middle-aged man nodded. A few years ago, I was hit on the heart when I was fighting with someone. I almost died at that time. Fortunately, I survived, but my heart also left sequelae. I have consulted many experts and famous doctors, but none of them could cure it. Lu Chuan said, You are very strong, but your severely injured heart can no longer bear your excessive use of internal strength. I just saw that you were almost using all your strength to punch. It's better not to do this in the future. The middle-aged man said quite embarrassedly, I have rarely had the opportunity to take action in the past few years. Today, I suddenly had an impulse and thought I could bear it. Who would have thought that I almost lost my life? Little brother is really my savior. Please accept my greetings. He bowed solemnly to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan waved his hands and said, I have only temporarily suppressed the damage to your heart. To be precise, your crisis is not over yet. But I will save you to the end. Please leave me your contact information. Before 5 PM tomorrow, I will give you another acupuncture treatment to completely suppress the damage this time. Remember, it can only be before 5 PM tomorrow at the latest. Once it exceeds this time, your life or death will be unpredictable. The middle-aged man said solemnly with a serious face. Okay, then I will trouble you, little brother. After the treatment tomorrow, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Then he gave his phone number to Lu Chuan and gave his name, Yu Qingfeng. Lu Chuan replied, Lu Chuan. Yu Qingfeng bowed and said, Drive Lu, I have something else to do. I have to leave first. I will contact you before 5 PM tomorrow. Lu Chuan nodded and said nothing. This person is very powerful. It will not hurt to help him. Yu Qingfeng left the park, and there was already a black business car waiting on the roadside. The driver in a suit saw Yu Qingfeng coming out, immediately opened the door, and said respectfully, Master, have you finished your exercise? Yu Qingfeng nodded slightly, and got into the car. The driver quickly started the car. Master, where are we going? Yu Qingfeng said, let's go back to the supervisory department first. There are still many things to deal with. The driver immediately drove towards the supervisory department. Yu Qingfeng looked at the scenery outside the window, his heart full of emotion. If he hadn't met Lu Chuan today, he would probably have died now, and the entire supervisory department would probably be in chaos at that time. And his wife and daughter would definitely be very sad. Destiny is really something that people can't figure out. He glanced at the driver and asked, Xiao Zhang, how is Yuzin recently? Has she caused trouble for me again? The driver hurriedly said, returning to the Lord, the young lady has been very enthusiastic about her work recently. She is investigating a case of a warrior being killed, but she seems to have encountered some obstacles. When I saw her yesterday, her face didn't look very good. Yu Qingfeng nodded. This girl has been spoiled since she was a child and has never suffered any setbacks. Some of her ideas are too taken for granted. Now it's a good thing for her to suffer a little loss. You must not give her too much help. Do you understand? Yes. In the park, Lu Chuan came to the open space where Yu Qingfeng was practicing boxing and sat down cross-legged. Just now, I used the 9-turn return to origin needle, which consumed most of my spiritual power, and my mental state has also declined. Let's put the breakthrough aside for now. In order not to waste the wrangling pill that he had worked hard to refine, he planned to wait until Yu Qingfeng was cured before trying to break through. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Let's practice here for a while. He quickly entered the state of practice and began to breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chuan finished his practice and took a taxi back home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Munan already sitting on the sofa. He asked with some confusion, Sister-in-law, why did you come back so early today? Munan pulled Lu Chuan to the sofa with a worried look and said, Xiao Chuan, the landlord called me today and said that someone claiming to be from the supervisory department came to see me and said that he suspected that you were related to Lin Hu's death and asked me to cooperate with the investigation. I was worried about problems, so I ignored them. Xiao Chuan, nothing will happen to you, right? Lu Chuan smiled and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry, they have no evidence and can't do anything to me. Munan was slightly relieved. That's good. She looked at Lu Chuan and asked, have you eaten? I'll go cook some noodles for you. Lu Chuan's stomach growled at the right time. He looked at Munan awkwardly and said, add 2 eggs. Munan smiled and looked at him, turned and walked into the kitchen. Lu Chuan's face turned cold instantly, and he murmured, I didn't expect this woman named Yuzin to be so persistent. The death of a vicious man like Lin Hu is a good thing that benefits the society. Does it really matter who the murderer is? He made up his mind that, if Yuzin really didn't know what was good for her, he could only find a way to teach her a lesson. The next day, Lu Chuan went to the park again. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and it is a rare treasure. The speed of practicing here is much faster than other places. He practiced hard for a whole morning and felt that his realm had been significantly improved, and he had a lot of confidence in breaking through. At about 3 o'clock, Yu Qingfeng called. "Drive Lu, where are you? I have begun to feel that my heart is about to be overwhelmed again. Let's treat it as soon as possible," Yu Qingfeng said anxiously. Lu Chuan replied, "I'm in the park yesterday, come find me." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chuan planned to continue practicing. At this time, a group of people came in aggressively, and the person leading them was Yuzin. Lu Chuan frowned. It's really haunting. He felt that the people behind Yuzin were very imposing, and their strength was probably around the 6th stage of internal strength. If he fought alone, he would not be afraid, but there were at least 5 people with strength above the 6th stage of internal strength. If they really started fighting, he would definitely not be able to resist. Yuzin raised his head, swept away the previous frustration, looked at Lu Chuan with a smug look, and said, "You really know how to choose a place. You hid in a place like this, making it difficult for us to find you." Lu Chuan curled his lips. "I'm practicing here openly and honestly, how can I hide?" Yuzin sneered. "Openly and honestly? You, a murderer, are you qualified to say these 4 words? Catch him." Lu Chuan immediately prepared for a fight. "You arrest people without evidence, isn't it too unruly?" Yuzin sneered. "I really don't have evidence, but I have witnesses." She clapped her hands. Qinlan and Liu Kun appeared in front of Lu Chuan. Qinlan shouted loudly, "I testify that it was Lu Chuan who killed Lin Hu. We passed by the park that day and saw it with our own eyes. This guy was extremely cruel. He is simply a devil on earth. We must catch him." Liu Kun echoed, "That's right. Such a murderer must be punished, and give everyone an explanation." Lu Chuan's brows suddenly frowned, and he said to Yuzin, "Do you believe their nonsense?" Yuzin snorted coldly, "I can judge whether their words are nonsense or not, but before you killed Lin Hu, you also seriously injured his brother Lin Beio. Not long after Lin Beio returned, his internal organs were shattered and he died. Lin Hu then came to you for revenge, but was killed by you. This matter has been confirmed. With the addition of these 2 witnesses, you will definitely not be able to escape today. Do you still want to resist?" Lu Chuan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and looked at Qinlan and Liu Kun. He never expected that the 2 of them would jump out and bite him at this time. He knew that he would be arrested regardless of whether he was guilty or not, so he did not plan to resist. After all, the other side had many masters, and it would not be good for him to fight. He could only admit defeat. He thought for a while and said, "I can go back with you, but I have a patient who will come later. His illness is urgent. If I miss the time, he may lose his life. You wait for me to treat him before taking me away." Yuzin looked at him with disdain. "Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I can't see that you want to delay time? I don't care what patience you have, you must come with me now. If your patient dies, it dies. It has nothing to do with me." Lu Chuan was speechless. "Then you can let me call him and tell him. After all, this is a matter of life and death." He took out his mobile phone to call Yu Qingfeng. Yuzin immediately rushed over and snatched his phone away. "Don't play tricks on me here. A murderer like you, even if you treat people, you will definitely treat some social scum. It is better for such people to die. Hurry up and leave." After saying that, she turned off Lu Chuan's phone. Chapter 32, Yuzin's Collapse. Supervisory Department. Lu Chuan was locked up in the detention room. Yuzin was very proud. "This place is just a temporary place. I will soon find the key evidence of your killing Lin Hu. Then you will be sent to prison and locked up for life." Lu Chuan looked calm. He knew that there was no way to convict a person with only witnesses but no evidence. He was only arrested as a suspect. Gu Hongseong said that her men had cleaned up all possible evidence on the day she rescued him. Therefore, Lu Chuan was not worried at all that Yuzin would find any key evidence. He would be released after being locked up for a few days at most. He was more worried about Yu Qingfeng's condition now. After all, he had promised to treat Yu Qingfeng again. If Yu Qingfeng died because of missing this treatment, he would definitely blame himself in his heart. What I said just now is true. There is a patient who is still waiting for my treatment. If he can't get my treatment before 5 o'clock today, he may die. Even if you don't consider him, you should consider his wife and daughter. If you don't believe me, you can bring him here for treatment. Lu Chuan said sincerely. Yuzin looked at Lu Chuan with disgust and said, don't try to fool me with this excuse. I can't believe you. Who knows if you want to call your accomplices over. And do you have the nerve to say that you consider other people's wives and daughters? When you killed Lin Hu, why didn't you consider his wife and daughter? Just stay here honestly. After saying that, she turned and left. Lu Chuan clenched his fists. For some reason, when he heard what this woman said, he had the urge to do it. How can someone be so ignorant of right and wrong? Kinlan and Liu Kun appeared, their faces full of gloating. Yo, let me see who is locked up. Hey, isn't this my former licking dog Lu Chuan? Kinlan said sarcastically in an exaggerated tone. Liu Kun laughed. Dog thing, haven't you been very arrogant recently? If you have the guts, come out and jump in front of us again. Lu Chuan looked at the two speechlessly, walked over and lay on the wooden bed in the detention room without any response. Although his life has not changed much compared to the past, he has essentially left people like Kinlan and Liu Kun far behind. When his cognition is not on the same level, it is difficult for him to be angry at idiots like Kinlan and Liu Kun. Kinlan and Liu Kun saw that Lu Chuan did not react at all, and they felt like they had punched cotton, and they could not maintain the smugness on their faces. The two deliberately said a lot of mocking and derogatory words, but found that they could not cause Lu Chuan's emotions at all, and even failed to make him look at them, so they could only leave cursing. Lu Chuan glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, and found that it was almost 4 o'clock, so he sighed helplessly. East City Park. Yu Qingfeng came to the grove accompanied by the driver Xiao Zhang. He looked around, and found that Lu Chuan was not here. He was slightly puzzled. Did he go to the toilet? In the spirit of politeness, he stood there and waited. But after 10 minutes, when Lu Chuan was still nowhere to be seen, Yu Qingfeng began to feel something was wrong. He took out his mobile phone and called Lu Chuan. The number you dialed is turned off. Yu Qingfeng frowned instantly. It's turned off. What does Dr. Lu mean by this? Xiao Zhang saw that Yu Qingfeng's face was not right, and hurriedly asked, Master, why hasn't the doctor you mentioned come yet? Is there something wrong? Yu Qingfeng said, his phone is turned off. Xiao Zhang's face changed. Didn't you say that if you don't get treatment from Dr. Lu before 5 o'clock, you will? Yu Qingfeng sighed. Maybe it's fate. He turned around to leave, and at this moment, the chaotic footprints on the ground caught his attention. These footprints are all new. Could it be that Dr. Lu had an accident and his phone was turned off? Thinking of this, Yu Qingfeng ordered Xiao Zhang, go check if anyone has been here in the past hour, quickly. Yes. Xiao Zhang immediately ran to investigate. Soon, Xiao Zhang ran back and said to Yu Qingfeng, Master, it has been confirmed that the person who came here not long ago is one of ours. Yu Qingfeng was stunned. Who? Xiao Zhang said cautiously, it's Miss. Yu Qingfeng frowned. Why did she look for Dr. Lu? Xiao Zhang said, I asked, and it was said that Miss suspected that Dr. Lu was the murderer of the case she was investigating, and found an eyewitness, so she arrested Dr. Lu. Yu Qingfeng felt a pain in his heart, and said with great effort, Drive Lu is kind-hearted and brave. How could he be the murderer? Even if he is, there must be another hidden story. Xiao Zhang asked, Master, what should we do now? Yu Qingfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, go back to the supervisory department and send me all the information on the case investigated by Yuzin. Supervisory department. Yuzin sat in his office with a comfortable look on his face, holding a cup of coffee in his hand, drinking it happily. My father used to say that I was spoiled and would never achieve anything great in the future. Now I have proved myself with my strength. I have solved such a big case not long after I started working. I hope he will praise me when the time comes. Her eyes fell on the photo of Lu Chuan on the whiteboard, and she smiled jokingly. I'm really an angel of justice in the world. I will never let go of any demon like this in the future. At this time, someone pushed open the door of her office. Yu Qingfeng walked in with the support of Xiao Zhang. Because it was getting closer and closer to 5 o'clock, his face turned pale and his breath became much weaker. Seeing that it was his father, Yuzin immediately stood up, walked over triumphantly, and said with his head held high, Dad, I just solved a case of a warrior being killed. The murderer has been caught. Now we only need one piece of evidence to convict him. Isn't your daughter very powerful? Yu Qingfeng's face was gloomy. After staring at Yuzin for a few seconds, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped her in the face. Yuzin looked at Yu Qingfeng in disbelief and yelled, "Why did you hit me?" Yu Qingfeng threw all the information about Lin Hu's case in front of Yuzin and asked, "Before you took over the case, did you know what kind of person Lin Hu was?" Yuzin's eyes were full of grievances. "I took over the case. How could I not know what kind of person he is? In other words, you know that Lin Hu has done many evil things?" Yu Qingfeng looked at his daughter angrily. Yuzin said unconvincedly, "So what if he has done many evil things? That's all in the past. Now he has a wife and children, but he was brutally killed by the devil Lu Chuan. Doesn't he deserve justice?" Yu Qingfeng laughed in anger. "What a justice?" He asked again, "Have you known about Lu Chuan?" Yuzin said, "What do I know about him? I only know that he killed people. He is a devil, and he must be punished." Yu Qingfeng raised his hand again in anger. Yuzin quickly dodged and shouted hysterically, "What I said is wrong. I'm upholding justice, but you hit me. What qualifications do you have to be the head of the supervisory department?" Yu Qingfeng injured the pressure from his heart and shouted, "If you really uphold justice, you should get to the bottom of everything. Lu Chuan has been diligent and helpful for so many years. He has never done anything to hurt others. But his ex-girlfriend and lover were dissatisfied with him, so they paid Lin Bao to kill someone. Unexpectedly, they were killed by Lu Chuan. In order to avenge Lin Bao, Lin Hu targeted Lu Chuan. I don't know how Lin Hu died. Maybe he was really killed by Lu Chuan, but even so, based on all the known facts, Lu Chuan was only acting in self-defense and is not guilty at all." Yuzin was dumbfounded and said in a daze, "Lin Bao was bribed by Qinlan and Liu Kun. They lied to me." Yu Qingfeng snorted coldly and continued, "And the person you are seeking justice for, Lin Hu, has been domestic violence against his wife and daughter in the past few years. Just last month, his wife was severely beaten because she didn't listen to him and went to sleep with someone else. She is still lying in the hospital and his daughter is being raised like a beggar. Do you know all this?" Yuzin was speechless, but, Yu Qingfeng said coldly, "No buts. Your so-called justice is just to satisfy your own vanity. You receive a case, but you don't look at the facts or distinguish between right and wrong. You just want to catch the nominal murderer so that everyone can praise you and compliment you. Are you really doing this for justice? That's just a label you put on yourself. Your real purpose is to show off and be vain. As for the truth, you don't care at all." Yuzin's true heart was exposed like this, and he completely collapsed. He sat on the ground and burst into tears. "You only know how to talk about me. I just wanted you to praise me. What did I do wrong?" Yu Qingfeng took a deep breath. "I admit that I didn't teach you well, so you became like this. I'm at fault here, but I didn't expect you to be so excessive. A good man was locked up by you for no reason. You disappoint me so much." Yuzin gritted her teeth and said, "Even if I wrongly accused Lu Chuan, so what? He even beat me up. He is not a good guy either. He deserves to be locked up." Yu Qingfeng didn't expect his daughter to be so stubborn. She was so angry that she felt dizzy and fell to the ground and fainted. Xiao Zhang hurried over to help him up. "First Master, wake up quickly, don't scare me." Yuzin was startled. It was not until this moment that she noticed that Yu Qingfeng was already in a dying state, and she quickly crawled over. She glared at Xiao Zhang and scolded, "Why is my father like this? How did you follow him?" Xiao Zhang recounted what happened yesterday. "The first master must receive treatment from Divine Dr. Lu before 5 o'clock, otherwise his life will be in danger." Yuzin was stunned. "The patient that Lu Chuan was talking about is my father?" Chapter 33 Kneel. Xiao Zhang nodded. "Miss, you'd better go and invite Dr. Lu over. The master doesn't have much time left." Yuzin was so scared that she couldn't stop shaking, and she said tremblingly, I'll go and bring him over right now." She stood up and ran towards the detention room. In the detention room, Lu Chuan glanced at the time and found that it was already 4:30 and sighed helplessly again. At this time, the door suddenly opened and Yuzin rushed in with red eyes. "Come with me now to save my father. If anything happens to my father, I will not forgive you." Yuzin shouted angrily. Lu Chuan sat up, looked at Yuzin in confusion, and said, "You are sick, right?" What does your father have to do with me? Yuzin said angrily. Didn't you say that my father must be treated before 5 o'clock? Can you stop wasting time here? Lu Chuan was stunned and then asked, is your father Yu Qingfeng? Yuzin subconsciously raised her head. Yes, let me tell you, my father is the head of the supervisory department. If anything happens to him, you will definitely be in trouble. Come with me. Lu Chuan was full of surprise. He didn't expect Yu Qingfeng to have such a big background. At the same time, he looked at Yuzin with some contempt, wondering how a polite person like Yu Qingfeng could have such an annoying daughter. He rolled his eyes and did not follow Yuzin out. Instead, he lay back on the bed and said, no. Yuzin's eyes widened. What do you mean? Didn't you say you would treat my father? Lu Chuan sneered. I treated him before, because I didn't know his identity. Now that I know, how dare I go? He's the head of the supervisory department. If I can't cure him, I'll be in trouble. Besides, I only treat the scum of society. If I treat someone like your father, wouldn't it be an insult to him? Yuzin heard the sarcasm in Lu Chuan's words and her face darkened. She said unnaturally, I admit that some of what I said before was wrong. Now I take it back. Is that okay? Lu Chuan curled his lips. Before you knew that the patient I was going to treat was your father, I was treating the scum of society. You would rather let them die than show mercy. Now that you find out that my patient is your father, you come to beg me, and you think it's enough just to say you take back those words. Don't you think you've gone too far? Yuzin gritted her teeth. Don't be shameless. I'm giving you face by taking back what I said. Lu Chuan laughed. You are so generous. He turned his back. I'm going to sleep. You should get out now. Yuzin stamped her feet anxiously, looking at the time on the wall, which showed only 10 minutes left until 5 o'clock. She wanted to carry Lu Chuan to her father. This sense of urgency made her realize that there might be a little problem with her attitude. She took a deep breath, tried to lower her posture, and said, I'm sorry, I admit my mistake to you. You go save my father, and I will give you a certificate to commend you afterwards. Is that okay? Lu Chuan laughed. Why don't you say you will reward me with a little red flower? Yuzin was furious. What do you want in exchange for saving my father? Lu Chuan's face suddenly turned cold. Kneel down. Yuzin's eyes widened. What did you say? Lu Chuan said lightly. I will only say it once. Yuzin clenched her fists. If she hadn't known that she couldn't beat this guy, she would have already taken action. There are less than 10 minutes left. Think about it carefully. Lu Chuan turned sideways and closed his eyes. Yuzin glanced at the time. After a fierce ideological struggle, with a face full of humiliation, she knelt in front of Lu Chuan. Rub my legs. I feel comfortable and will go to save your father. Yuzin was reluctant, but still suppressed the anger in her heart, stretched out her hand, and rubbed Lu Chuan's legs. After about 5 minutes, Lu Chuan felt that it was almost time, so he stood up and looked down at Yuzin, who was kneeling. It tastes bad, right? Yuzin turned her head to the side and snorted. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I'm just telling you that a small person like me had to live in such humiliation every day in the past. You, a high-ranking lady, better not make trouble for people like us. It's not easy for us to live well. After that, he walked out of the detention room. Yuzin quickly stood up and followed him out. The two came to Yuzin's office. Lu Chuan checked Yu Qingfeng's condition, then took out the silver needle, performed the 9-turn return to origin needle, and began to treat him. After 9 needles, Yu Qingfeng's pale face began to regain color. He took a breath, coughed violently a few times, and woke up. When he saw Lu Chuan treating him, he said with guilt, Drive Lu, my daughter. Lu Chuan interrupted him. Senior, there is no need to say more. You are you, and your daughter is your daughter. I can tell the difference. Then he took out a PUN pill and put it into Yu Qingfeng's mouth. Take this pill, and your body will be fine. PUN pill can stabilize the foundation of practitioners, and naturally it also has the effect of helping ordinary people to strengthen their bodies and enhance their physique. Yu Qingfeng only felt that the pill melted in his mouth, dispersing into streams and flowing into his limbs. He felt that his body suddenly relaxed, but after a few breaths, he became no different from a normal person and stood up from the ground. The medical skills of Dr. Lu are truly amazing. He sighed and quickly bowed to Lu Chuan. Drive Lu, I'm really sorry. You saved my life, but I, your unfilial daughter, arrested you. I feel extremely guilty. I hereby apologize to Dr. Lu. I hope Dr. Lu will not take it to heart. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Senior, there is no need to do this. Your daughter is also following the rules. I have to go back and continue to lock her up, so I won't say more. Yu Qingfeng quickly said, Drive Lu, I have already investigated Lin Hu's case. The whole thing was caused by your ex-girlfriend and the man named Liu Kun hiring someone to kill someone. Regardless of whether you killed Lin Hu, you are acting in self-defense and have no guilt, so you don't have to be detained. Lu Chuan was stunned. He didn't expect that this was actually self-defense. Come to think of it, if someone wants to kill you, it's wrong to fight back. It's too unreasonable. He looked at Yuzin speechlessly, thinking to himself, how did a half-baked person like you get into the supervisory department? Oh, your father is the head of the supervisory department. Sorry to bother you. As for your ex-girlfriend and Liu Kun, I will send someone to deal with them, and they will definitely receive the sanctions they deserve. Yu Qingfeng continued. Lu Chuan bowed. Thank you very much, Senior. Yu Qingfeng said, you saved my life. It is my duty to help you, and they should be punished. He turned his head to look at Yuzin and shouted, why don't you apologize to Dr. Lu? Yuzin said with a face full of grievance, I have already apologized to him. Because of face, she really couldn't tell her father. She knelt down to Lu Chuan. Yu Qingfeng snorted coldly, your willfulness not only brought trouble to Dr. Lu, but also almost killed me. I hope you can remember this lesson. Starting tomorrow, you will be a security guard at the door. Wait until you experience the warmth and coldness of human nature, then you can talk about upholding justice. Yuzin widened her eyes and pointed at herself. I'm going to be a security guard? Yu Qingfeng asked back, what? You can't do it? If you can't do it, resign now and get out. Yuzin gritted her teeth and said unconvincedly, I'll do it. I'm not as delicate as you think. After that, she asked, where are the security office and private dormitory? I'll move there right away. Yu Qingfeng. Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan patted Yu Qingfeng on the shoulder. Your daughter is indeed a little spoiled. Senior, you should tell her about the real situation of the lower class people. The emperor never uses a golden shoulder pole. Yu Qingfeng was embarrassed. What Dr. Lu said is very true. I will definitely listen carefully. Yuzin was unhappy. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? How can I work without an office? Where can I live without a private dormitory? Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Chuan shook his head and said to Yu Qingfeng, Senior, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. He still had to recover as soon as possible and make a breakthrough. Yu Qingfeng nodded. Drive Lu, I really made a fool of myself today. Lu Chuan said nothing more and turned to leave. Yu Qingfeng looked at Yuzin and shouted, report to the guard now. Go. Yuzin turned around unconvinced and muttered in a low voice, you all bullied me. I'm going to complain to my senior brother. Lu Chuan took a taxi home. On the way, Ningxin called. Big pervert, are you free tomorrow? Do me a favor. Ningxin's pleasant voice sounded. No time. Lu Chuan hung up the phone directly. Soon the phone rang again. As soon as the call was connected, Ningxin roared, I haven't even told you what I want you to do, but you said you don't have time. I'm looking for you because I think highly of you. How can you be so ungrateful? Lu Chuan said, I'm really busy. Find someone else. Then he hung up the phone again. His breakthrough plan had been postponed for 2 days, and there could be no more delays. Not long after, when he returned home, Lu Chuan saw Mu Nanking's high heels on the shoe cabinet and was slightly stunned. Sister-in-law didn't go to work again today. He walked inside and vaguely heard some strange sound coming from Mu Nanking's room. The sound was so erosive that Lu Chuan got goosebumps. Although he didn't have much experience, he had seen some movies, so he could naturally judge what Mu Nanking was doing by the sound. He was immediately embarrassed, and he didn't know whether to leave or not. As luck would have it, Mu Nanking's door was open a crack. Lu Chuan looked at the crack. His heartbeat accelerated, and the two villains in his heart began to fight. One of them said, go over there quickly, it's nothing to take a look. The other said, that's right. Lu Chuan swallowed, and finally, driven by curiosity, he walked towards Mu Nanking's door. Chapter 34. Sister-in-law is angry. Just when Luchuan was about to reach the door of the room to see the mysterious scene inside, the voice inside stopped. Then, footsteps sounded. Luchuan's hair stood on end and he wanted to escape immediately. But the next second, the door was opened, and Munanking came out in a suspender nightgown. Her hair was disheveled, her face was flushed, and her suspenders slipped slightly, as if they would fall off at any time. I guess she didn't care, because she thought no one was at home. But the next second, she was dumbfounded when she saw Luchuan standing at the door of her room. Luchuan looked at Munanking awkwardly and stammered, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, are you at home? I didn't hear anything just now. I was just passing by and definitely didn't want to look inside." Munanking's face flushed. She turned around with shame, slammed the door, and leaned against the door to breathe heavily. "It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Why did Xiaochuan come back so early today? Oh, how can I face people in the future?" Luchuan stared at the closed door for a few seconds, coughed twice, and quickly said, "Sister-in-law, I'm going back to the room. Call me when it's time to eat." After that, he hurried back to the room. Then he sighed. Brother has been gone for so many years, and sister-in-law has been alone. It's not a good thing to go on like this. During dinner, Luchuan and Munanking were both thinking about their own things, lowering their heads and not speaking. Munanking kept secretly glancing at Luchuan, and when Luchuan looked over, he quickly looked away, apparently still not recovered from the shame. After a long while, the two of them spoke at the same time. "Sister-in-law, Xiaochuan." Luchuan quickly said, "Sister-in-law, you speak first." Munanking stroked her hair. I have nothing to say, you speak." Luchuan then said, "Sister-in-law, you see my eldest brother has been gone for so many years. Although I know that you two have a good relationship, you should also consider your happiness in the second half of your life. If there is a chance, find another one." Munanking frowned and put down his chopsticks. "Xiaochuan, what are you talking about?" Luchuan quickly said, "Sister-in-law, I'm also considering your side. Big brother certainly doesn't want you to be single all the time." Munanking frowned. "Whether I'm single or not is my own business. You don't need to worry about me. I'm full. You wash the dishes later." After that, she got up and went back to the room and closed the door heavily. Luchuan was confused. "I just gave her a kind reminder. Why is she still angry?" After a long time, he sighed. "Maybe my sister-in-law is still thinking about my elder brother." After dinner, Luchuan washed the dishes, cleaned up, went back to the room, and started practicing. Munanking was lying on the bed, hugging a pillow, muttering, "Stinky Xiaochuan, bad Xiaochuan, beat you, beat you." Kinlan's home. Kinlan and Liu-kun were celebrating Luchuan's detention. "I feel so happy when I think that stinky loser Luchuan will have to spend the rest of his life in there." Liu-kun drank the beer in his hand and then said to Kinlan, "Come here." Kinlan immediately sat in Liu-kun's arms, her face full of charm, who said it wasn't. "This loser has made us unlucky for so long, and now it's finally his turn. I'm also very happy in my heart." Liu-kun's hands wandered on her body, and then a smirk appeared on his face. "Since you are so happy today, why don't I tell you another good news? How about it?" Kinlan asked curiously. "What good news?" Liu-kun said, "My father entertained a few clients today. If he can take them down, he will have a chance to resume his position as general manager." Kinlan's eyes lit up. "Really? Then we really have double happiness." Liu-kun changed the subject, "But it is a little difficult to take down these clients. They like to fight in groups. You go and accompany them tonight. After the cooperation is negotiated, I will take you out for a trip. How about it?" Kinlan's face froze, and then she said flatteringly, "Dear, don't joke with me. I only belong to you." Liu-kun's face turned cold, and he slapped her directly. "Damn it, I told you to go, so go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't go, I will put the videos I took before on the internet now. Are you going?" Kinlan covered her face, full of grievances, and finally she could only bite her lips and said, "I'll go." She never thought that Liu-kun would treat her like this. Liu-kun sneered, "Good boy, that's right. Seeing that you are so obedient, I will reward you to let me have fun once. He pressed Kinlan on the sofa. At this time, the doorbell rang. Liu-kun cursed inwardly. Damn it, who comes to disturb me at this time? He walked over to open the door, and just as he was about to curse, he saw a group of people in uniforms walked in, and he was scared and stepped back quickly. What are you going to do? Xiao Zhang showed his ID and said coldly, you are suspected of planning a murder case. Now the evidence is conclusive. Please come with us. The next morning, Lu Chuan's condition returned to its peak. He came out of the room and found that Mu Nanking had already gone out. There was already breakfast on the table. It seems that my sister-in-law is really angry with me. I have to think of a way to coax her back. Shaking his head helplessly, Lu Chuan went to eat breakfast and then rushed to Chengdan Park. On the way, he received a message from Yu Qingfeng. The first was a photo of Liu-kun in prison. In the photo, Liu-kun was lifeless and full of despair, with a few scratches on his face, which looked like they had just been scratched. After Liu-kun and Kinlan were arrested, Kinlan tried her best to deny her involvement in the incident, saying that everything was planned by Liu-kun, and she had no idea at all. Liu-kun refuted that it was Kinlan's idea. The two fought in the detention room, insulted each other, and the situation was out of control for a time. Finally, our people found the transfer records of Liu-kun to Lin Bao, but found no evidence to prove that Kinlan was involved in the matter, so they could only arrest Liu-kun and release Kinlan. After reading it, Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile. The two of them are always in love with each other, but when the disaster is really coming, it's still dog eat dog. Ridiculous. Although it's a pity that Kinlan was not arrested, with Lu Chuan's current vision, he no longer cares about these. Kinlan was sanctioned by the Qin family, and now without Liu-kun as a backer, her future will only become more and more difficult. Now my enemies are Long Hao and Long Xianaya. Kinlan is just a cloud to me. Arrived at Chengdan Park, and came to the grove. Lu Chuan turned off his mobile phone. He first ate a few Zuaniuan pills, and then swallowed the Rangling pill. In just a few breaths, Lu Chuan felt that all the pores in his body were opened, and the spiritual energy around him flowed into his body through the pores. He felt this unprecedented speed of absorbing spiritual energy, and his whole body was shocked. The effect of Rangling pill is really amazing. It is worthy of being a pill made from 50-year-old ginseng. He didn't waste time, and immediately concentrated his mind, absorbing the spiritual energy into his body like a whale, converting it into spiritual power, and storing it in his dinshin. A morning passed. Lu Chuan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and an invisible momentum swept around, shaking the leaves on the trees. He stood up, and threw a punch. The powerful ki force hit the fallen leaves on the ground, and actually split them into two sides out of thin air. Ki training level 3. Lu Chuan's mouth curled up. He felt that with his current strength, he could easily deal with a master of the 7th stage of internal strength, and he could also fight a master of the 8th stage. As for the 9th stage master, it was hard to say. If I were the person I'm now, I should be able to take 1 or 2 punches from a master of Yu Qingfeng's level. I wonder who is stronger, Yu Qingfeng or Long Xianaya. He did not get complacent, because of his improved strength. Before he reached the top, any inflated mentality could lead to a premature death. This was the experience recorded in the inherited memory left to him by his grandfather. Only by becoming the strongest can one be fearless, and he is still far from that now. After practicing Ki at the 3rd level, I will be able to refine some ordinary magic tools to defend myself. One of the differences between practitioners and warriors is that warriors can only rely on fists and feet, while practitioners can rely on powerful magic tools and various dazzling spells to fight against the enemy in addition to their own strength. A good magic tool can maximize the strength of a practitioner. It's just that, after buying medicinal materials last time, I only have a few thousand yuan left. Let alone buying the materials needed to refine magic tools. If I can't make money again, I will have a problem eating next month. Lu Chuan was troubled by money again. He turned on his phone and immediately received more than 30 missed call reminders, all from Ningxin. What does this girl want to do? I don't seem to be familiar with her. In order to prevent Ningxin from continuing to bombard him with calls, he took the initiative to call back. As soon as the call was connected, Ningxin's roar came. Why didn't you answer my call? Didn't I just have a quarrel with you when I just met you? Are you so petty? Lu Chuan hurriedly said, Miss, I really had something to do just now, and my phone had to be turned off. What on earth do you want to talk to me about? Has your burn scar occurred again? Ningxin's tone softened a little. No, I want to ask you for a favor. What help? I have to tell you face to face. Just come to me. Miss, I'm very busy. Can't you just say it directly? Hey, why are you like this? Am I not as pretty as Mingyao? Why are you always available to Mingyao, but so impatient with me? My breasts are bigger than Mingyao's. Lu Chuan was embarrassed. Miss, not everyone is as well fed and well clothed as you. I still have to find a way to make money. Please spare me. Ningxin said. Come to me. I will give you a reward of 100,000. Lu Chuan stood up in an instant. Dear boss, where are you? I'll be there right away. Ningxin. Half an hour later. Lu Chuan rushed to the place Ningxin mentioned. It was a coffee shop. Lu Chuan saw Ningxin sitting by the window from a distance. She was wearing a JK uniform, her hair was loose, and with her beautiful mixed race face, she attracted a lot of attention. Logically speaking, this outfit should be fresh and clean, but on her, it became sexy. What she said is true. Mingyao's hair is not as big as hers. Lu Chuan commented secretly. Ningxin took a MacUp mirror and tidied her hair. It can be seen that she became much more confident after the burn scar on her arm disappeared. What's so good about hair? If I were a girl and wanted to please a man, I would definitely unbutton the 2 buttons on my chest first. Lu Chuan smiled slightly. Unfortunately, in Ningxin's eyes, he was a pervert, and it was almost impossible for him to be pleased by such a beautiful woman. However, the next second, he saw Ningxin reach out and unbutton the 2 buttons on her chest, and he was dumbfounded. Chapter 35 Do You Like Me? Lu Chuan walked into the coffee shop and sat opposite Ningxin. Ningxin immediately straightened up, put on a ladylike attitude, and said, let me make it clear first, the reason why I asked you for help is because there is really no other choice. Don't take yourself too seriously. You are just my last choice. Lu Chuan looked at Ningxin with a smile and said, I don't believe it. Ningxin was stunned. You believe it or not? Lu Chuan showed a hint of teasing on his face and suddenly asked, do you like me? Ningxin glared. Why are you so narcissistic? Lu Chuan's eyes fell down and landed on her chest. If you don't like me, why did you deliberately leave 2 buttons unbuttoned? Isn't this to please me? Ningxin snorted. Don't dream here. I just forgot to button it. Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully. So that's the case. It seems that I thought too much. Ningxin glanced at him. TSK, you thought too much in the first place. How can this girl please you? Lu Chuan smiled and said nothing more. Ningxin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how come this guy can always see through my thoughts. Could it be that he is really the one destined for me? Lu Chuan returned to the point. Tell me, what on earth do you want to talk to me about? Let me make it clear first. You said the 100,000, not a penny less. Ningxin glared at him. You are not only lustful, but also money grubber. People like you will never find a girlfriend in your life. Lu Chuan shrugged. Let's talk business. Ningxin snorted. I'm going to a dinner party tonight. You pretend to be my boyfriend and go with me. Lu Chuan was surprised. Pretend to be your boyfriend? Why, you don't want to? Ningxin observed Lu Chuan's expression, seeming to care about his reaction. Lu Chuan smiled and said, as long as the money is in place, I can be your boyfriend or even your husband. I just didn't expect you to ask me to do this. You don't have any other requirements? Ningxin rolled her eyes. Otherwise, what else do you want? Lu Chuan said with a wicked smile, like a wedding night or something. I have a big penis, and I'm sure you'll be satisfied. He thought Ningxin would blush again after hearing this. But Ningxin came over directly, stared at his lower body, and said, really? Let me have a look. Now it was Lu Chuan's turn to be embarrassed. He thought to himself, is it really okay for a girl like you to do this? Just kidding. Just kidding. TSK. Ningxin saw that she had won back a game, and a trace of pride appeared on her face. Then she stood up and said, it's settled. Now come with me to buy some clothes. Lu Chuan asked, what are you buying clothes for? Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan with disdain. Look at how old your clothes are. If I take you to the dinner like this, I will be laughed at. Okay. Lu Chuan did not refuse. He had indeed worn this outfit for a long time. The two left the cafe. Ningxin took Lu Chuan's arm. Lu Chuan glanced at her and said, "What are you doing?" Ningxin said rationally and confidently, "We are pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, so we have to act like it. It's normal for a girlfriend to hold her boyfriend's arm." Okay. Lu Chuan could not refute and could only acquiesce. On the way to the mall, Lu Chuan asked, "Is my mission tonight really just to eat and drink? Will there be any other trouble?" Ningxin's eyes curved into crescents. "No, what trouble can being my boyfriend cause? Just go with me." Lu Chuan didn't ask any more questions, but he always felt that Ningxin's words were unreliable. After arriving at the mall, Ningxin took Lu Chuan to visit one store after another, happily picking clothes for him. In a short while, Lu Chuan had a pile of bags in his hands, adding up to more than a dozen pieces. He looked at the price of one of them, 13,800. Just one piece is more than 10,000, and these dozen pieces together are probably close to 200,000. Ningxin picked out a piece of clothing from the ones she had bought, handed it to Lu Chuan, and said, "Wear this one tonight. The others are all for you. Leave your address later, and let the people at the mall deliver them to your home." Lu Chuan quickly waved his hand. No, this one is enough." Ningxin glanced at him with a reproachful look. "Why, are you afraid that I won't pay you if I buy these clothes? Don't worry, these clothes are extra, and the payment will not be less when the time comes." "That's not what I meant." Lu Chuan didn't know how to explain. Ningxin pushed him into the dressing room. "Stop talking nonsense. Change your clothes quickly." Lu Chuan had no choice but to obey. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. After putting on new clothes, Lu Chuan did become much more handsome. Ningxin asked someone to do a hairstyle for Lu Chuan, and said with satisfaction, "I didn't expect you to be so handsome." Lu Chuan looked at the image in the mirror that was completely different from the past, and was also surprised. Then he looked at Ningxin seriously. "Thank you." Ningxin smiled and said, "Wait for me here for a while. I'm going to the bathroom." Lu Chuan stood there waiting. At this time, a surprised voice sounded. "Lu Chuan?" Lu Chuan turned his head and found that it was Qinlan, who looked distraught. Qinlan looked at Lu Chuan, who was very different from before, and said with an unhappy face, "I can't believe that you are willing to come to a place like this to buy clothes." Lu Chuan laughed. "Thank you for this. If I hadn't been dumped by you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have such an opportunity." Qinlan gritted her teeth. "You." She held back her anger and said with her head held high, "You must be very sad after being dumped by me. I have also reflected on it recently and found that you are also very good. Now you are doing better than before. Considering that you have been so good to me in the past, I will give you a chance. Let's make peace." Lu Chuan laughed. "Are you crazy?" Qinlan frowned. "I'm willing to give you a chance because I think highly of you. Don't be ungrateful." Lu Chuan laughed. "Liu Kun was arrested and no one spends money on you, so you come to me to make peace. Do you really think I will be that stupid sucker all my life?" Qinlan gritted her teeth and said, "I have already lowered my status and taken the initiative to come to you to make peace. What else do you want? With your ability, you can find a woman as outstanding as me. It's already a blessing from your ancestors." Lu Chuan was speechless. "Sorry, in my eyes, you are just a slut that no one wants." Qinlan was furious and cursed. "Lu Chuan, you have to think clearly for me. I will only give you one chance. Except for me, no other woman will be interested in a loser like you. Miss this time, you will be a bachelor for the rest of your life." Lu Chuan was about to refute. Ningxin came with an invisible aura, and after naturally holding Lu Chuan's arm, she glared at Qinlan and said, "Where did you come from, you yellow-faced woman? Do you think you can yell at my boyfriend?" Chapter 36 Betting. Qinlan was stunned. She looked at this girl who was 100 times better than herself in both appearance and temperament, with disbelief on her face. "Lu Chuan is your boyfriend?" Ningxin raised her head. "Yes. What's the matter? You yellow-faced woman want to steal my boyfriend?" Qinlan clenched her fists. "Who are you talking about as a yellow-faced woman? Ningxin looked at Kinlan. You have a sallow face, dull skin, dull eyes, ugly and old. If not a yellow-faced woman, what are you? Kinlan was furious. You are the yellow-faced woman. Your whole family is yellow-faced woman. Ningxin's face was full of teasing. You say I'm a yellow-faced woman. I don't care at all. I just think you are jealous of me. But I say you are a yellow-faced woman. But you are so angry. It only means that you think you are a yellow-faced woman. She looked at Kinlan proudly. Stay away from my boyfriend in the future. He is so outstanding. It is not something that a low-class person like you can approach casually. After that, she took Lu Chuan's arm and left here. Kinlan was furious and finally could only scream helplessly. Outside the mall, Ningxin looked happy and asked Lu Chuan, how was my performance just now? Lu Chuan gave her a thumbs up. In one word, professional. Ningxin giggled and asked, is that your ex-girlfriend who dumped you just now? Lu Chuan nodded. Ningxin said seriously, although you are lustful and money grubber, I think it's a good thing for you to break up with her. She doesn't deserve you. Lu Chuan smiled and said, thank you. Ningxin's eyes turned and asked, well, let me make it clear first. I'm just a little curious, but I don't mean anything else. Don't think too much. What do you think of me? Lu Chuan looked at Ningxin with a strange look, thinking that she wouldn't really be interested in me, right? He glanced at Ningxin's chest and gave a sincere evaluation. Big breasts and no brains. The expectation on Ningxin's face came to an abrupt end. A dark cloud appeared on her pretty face, and lightning and thunder flashed. She pinched Lu Chuan's arm and said with gritted teeth, who are you calling brainless? Lu Chuan quickly begged for mercy. I'm brainless. I'm brainless. Aunt, you're going to pinch my flesh off. Ningxin snorted. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Think about it carefully. What do you think of me? Lu Chuan's eyes lit up and said, I know. Ningxin's expectations rose again. Tell me quickly. Lu Chuan smiled mischievously. You are also quite lustful. Ningxin was furious. I don't have the same hobbies as guys like you. Lu Chuan said, I just remembered that I collected a few small movie websites, the kind that are free and have no ads. Ningxin took out her mobile phone. Really? Share it with me. Lu Chuan laughed and ran to the front quickly. Ningxin stomped her feet in anger. Stop right there, you bastard. In the evening, Lu Chuan followed Ningxin to a 5-star hotel. There were luxury cars parked here, and celebrities were coming in and out. The hotel lobby was magnificent, filled with all kinds of food and wine for people to taste. It was Lu Chuan's first time to come to such a high-end occasion, and he was still a little uncomfortable. Ningxin had a calm face, and even showed a kind of pride in front of these people, completely without the casualness and detachment when she was with Lu Chuan in the afternoon. Lu Chuan thought she was pretending, but after seeing the heads of those wealthy families were respectful to her, he realized that this woman's identity was not as simple as he thought. Ningxin held Lu Chuan's arm all the way, which attracted many people to whisper, is that Miss Ning's boyfriend? Does anyone know which family he is from? I haven't seen him. There shouldn't be such a person in the upper class circles of Yancheng. Could he be from Kyoto? Impossible. If he is really a young master from Kyoto, and he can be Miss Ning's boyfriend, the news releases would have been everywhere. That person is probably an unknown person. Then he is too lucky. Being Miss Ning's boyfriend is simply a step to heaven. Miss Ning is probably just playing around. I guess that person is outstanding in some aspects. He can be considered a male concubine at most, not a boyfriend. Lu Chuan and Ningxin came to the food area. At this time, a middle-aged man with a refined appearance and noble clothes came over. Miss Ning, it's been a long time since we last met. You've become more beautiful. Ningxin nodded slightly. Uncle Qi, thank you for the compliment. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Chuan. Who is this? Ningxin smiled and hugged Lu Chuan's arm. My boyfriend, Lu Chuan. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. I wonder whose young master he is? Ningxin was slightly dissatisfied. Who stipulated that I must find a boyfriend who is a so-called young master? He is not a young master of anyone's family. If you really want to say it, then he is the young master of my family. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, it's my fault for not being able to speak. Miss Ning, please don't be offended. Lu Chuan, who was standing aside, looked at Ningxin with some emotion. When he came over just now, He heard a lot of people talking about his background, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Now Ningxin's words made him feel much more comfortable. Ningxin introduced to Lu Chuan, "This is the richest man in your Yunsheng, Qi Zhengyuan. You should have heard of him." Lu Chuan was surprised. He had naturally heard of Qi Zhengyuan's name, but this was the first time he saw him in person. Out of politeness, he bowed to Qi Zhengyuan. Qi Zhengyuan just nodded slightly and had no intention of talking to Lu Chuan further. It was obvious that Ningxin's words just now had made him understand that Lu Chuan had no background. Generally, those who could get the status of the boyfriend of a lady from a big family were mostly just temporary playthings and had no value in making friends. "Miss Ning, there is a gambling stone exhibition over there. Are you interested in going to take a look?" Qi Zhengyuan asked. Ningxin thought for a while and said, "Let's go." Qi Zhengyuan immediately made a gesture of invitation, but he never looked at Lu Chuan from beginning to end. Lu Chuan didn't care, but just looked at Ningxin in surprise. The richest man in Yunsheng is so respectful in front of her. What is the background of this lady? The three of them came to the exhibition area. There were a total of 36 jadeite rough stones here for everyone to appreciate and study. If you like a rough stone, you can participate in the bidding, and the highest bidder will win. When the exhibition is over, the organizer will cut the stones on the spot and announce the results of each rough stone to everyone. If you are lucky and find a good jadeite, the price of the raw stone will increase by dozens to hundreds of times on the spot. If you are unlucky, the raw stone bought at a sky-high price may become an ordinary stone in an instant and be worthless. Gambling on jade is all about the heartbeat. The three of them walked around the exhibition hall. Qi Zhengyuan said, "At present, the probability of producing jadeite from the number 6 rough stone is the highest, and the one that everyone pays the most attention to is also the number 6 rough stone. Just now, an internal staff told me that the bid for the number 6 rough stone has reached 60 million. Does Miss Ning have any idea?" Ningxin waved her hand. "I'm not interested in this. I'm here to see the excitement. When the stone is cut, Uncle Ning can bid if he wants." Qi Zhengyuan laughed. "Then I won't be polite to Miss Ning. I'm 80% sure that this number 6 rough stone will produce top grade jadeite. I will bid 70 million first. If I guess right, it can at least increase 5 times. Lu Chuan was staring at a small landscape stone in a giant, potted plant not far away. After hearing Qi Zhengyuan's words, he quickly said, "Mr. Qi, you'd better not bid for the number 6 rough stone. That stone is not as good as you think." Qi Zhengyuan was slightly stunned, and then chuckled. "I have been gambling on stones for many years, and have accumulated countless experiences. I can naturally judge whether the number 6 rough stone is good or not." Lu Chuan shook his head. "Then your money will probably be wasted." Qi Zhengyuan frowned. He thought that Lu Chuan was upset that he didn't look at him straight in the eye and was deliberately making things difficult for him. He sneered, turned around and walked towards the auction area and cursed inwardly, "Ignorance." Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan in surprise and asked, "Do you know about gambling on stones?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I don't know, but I can tell if there is jade among these stones. Jade has spiritual charm, and he can sense it with the spiritual power in his body." Ningxin asked, "Then tell me, among these 36 raw stones, which one can produce jadeite?" Lu Chuan showed a playful smile, and his fingers swept across the 36 stones, and finally landed on the landscape stone in the potted plant. Ningxin rolled her eyes, pretending to know when you don't. "Annoying." Lu Chuan smiled, and didn't explain much. After Qi Zhengyuan finished bidding, he returned to Ningxin, looked at Lu Chuan unhappily, and suddenly said, "Young man, since you are so pessimistic about the number 6 rough stone, why don't we make a bet?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Okay, what's the bet?" Qi Zhengyuan thought for a while and said, "If you lose, stay away from Miss Ning. Shallow and ignorant guys are not worthy of her." Lu Chuan immediately agreed. "Okay, but what if I win?" Qi Zhengyuan said, "If you win, I will give you 1 million. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. "It's a deal." Ningxin blinked and said, "I want to bet too." Lu Chuan glanced at her and asked, "What are you betting?" Ningxin didn't want Qi Zhengyuan to hear, so she pulled Lu Chuan aside and said, "If you lose, you will be my little brother for a month, and you will be there at my call." "What if you lose?" Lu Chuan asked. Ningxin said, "Then I will kiss you." Lu Chuan's eyes fell on Ningxin's sexy lips, thinking that there is such a good thing, and immediately agreed with a smile. Okay, you are not allowed to regret it. Ningxin didn't care at all. TSK, you don't understand gambling stones at all. I will never lose. Okay. At this time, an old man came. Qi Zhenlian's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he quickly approached to talk. Not long after, he returned to Lu Chuan and Ningxin with a proud face and said, the one just now is the famous god eye in the gambling stone circle of Yunsheng, Master Zhang Wensang. He is very accurate in gambling stones. I have asked him about his bottom line. He is also optimistic about the number 6 rough stone. I won't say more for now. I will add another 10 million to prevent it from being snatched away by others. Chapter 37 Ningxin's First Kiss. Ningxin smiled and patted Lu Chuan's head. You will soon be my little brother. If you dare not answer my call again, I will punish you. Lu Chuan shrugged and said, masters can also make mistakes. When you lose later, you can't kiss on the face, but on the lips. Ningxin glared. Kiss. You. Although she likes to watch movies, as a lady from a big family, she has been well protected, and her first kiss is still there. But she soon reacted and said proudly, you think it's beautiful, you can't win. Lu Chuan's mouth curled up. Let's wait and see. Not long after, the exhibition time was about to end. The organizer asked loudly, is there anyone who wants to participate in the bidding? We are about to enter the stone cutting stage. Everyone was silent, and those who wanted to bid had already finished bidding. At this time, Lu Chuan walked to the potted plant, picked up the landscape stone, and asked loudly, well, I want to ask, is this stone for sale? Everyone turned their heads to look. When they saw that Lu Chuan was holding a landscape stone, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Isn't that Miss Ning's boyfriend? He's here to make fun of himself, isn't he? He actually wants to buy a stone for pressing flower pots. Isn't that something you just pick up on the street? This guy's really just Miss Ning's male lover. He is so ignorant. Everyone else buys jadeite raw stones, but he wants to buy landscape stones. I feel ashamed for him. He really doesn't mind embarrassing Miss Ning. With such an IQ, how did Miss Ning like him? Could it be that he is really good at something? Ningxin didn't expect Lu Chuan to do this. She was so embarrassed that she almost built a villa under her feet. She walked over and tugged at Lu Chuan. What are you doing? Put this broken stone down quickly. Don't you see that everyone is laughing at you? Lu Chuan said seriously. I really want to buy this stone. Qi Zhenlian looked at Lu Chuan with disdain and murmured. He was so confident before. I really thought he was a good man, but now it seems that he is just a clown who is trying to attract attention. The organizers did not expect that someone would even think of buying the landscape stones in the potted plants. The supervisor held back his laughter and said to Lu Chuan, if you really want it, I will sell it to you for 10 yuan. Lu Chuan touched his pocket, took out a crumpled 10 yuan bill, and handed it to the supervisor. Everyone laughed again. Lu Chuan looked calm, not taking other people's ridicule seriously at all. Ningxin stared at Lu Chuan angrily. I will die if I ask you to pretend to be my boyfriend next time. The organizers did not waste any more time and quickly entered the stone cutting stage. The number 6 rough stone, as the most popular rough stone, was placed at the end as the finale. One by one, the rough stones were cut open. To everyone's surprise, none of these rough stones produced jadeite. Even if some did, they were pitifully few. Those who successfully bid for these rough stones went from being excited and expectant to being dejected, as if they had lost their souls. However, no one bothered the organizers, because gambling on rough stones is gambling. If they lose, they can only blame their bad luck. Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan with some surprise and whispered, this guy actually got it right. Qi Zhenlian was not panicked at all, and even became more and more confident. The fewer jadeite these rough stones produced, the greater the probability that his number 6 rough stone would produce jadeite. Not long after, the stone cutting master placed the number 6 rough stone in front of everyone. Today, none of these rough stones have produced any good material. It seems that they are all concentrated on this number 6 rough stone. The richest man Qi is going to make a lot of money again this time. Many people have high expectations for the number 6 rough stone. Qi Zhenlian glanced at Lu Chuan and said, boy, just wait for your face to be slapped. The stone cutter did not hesitate and immediately began to cut the stone according to the lines drawn on the number 6 raw stone. When the cutting was completed, everyone quieted down and concentrated on waiting for the result. Kizunian took a deep breath and was obviously much more nervous. The stone cutter slowly moved the cut stone away, revealing the cut surface. It was rough, dull, and ordinary. Everyone was shocked. How is this possible? It's just an ordinary stone. No way. I've been gambling on stones for so many years. Based on my experience, I can tell that the number 6 raw stone will definitely produce good materials. If I could compete with Mr. Key financially, I would definitely have made a move. But how come the result is not as good as the previous ones? This shows that experience is only experience after all. If gambling on stones is so easy to bet right, I'm afraid everyone would rush into this business. Kizunian's face changed drastically, and he shouted in disbelief, how could it be? Master Zhang has guaranteed it. Master Zhang, who was not far away, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I actually made a mistake. He glanced at Kizunian and quietly slipped away while no one was paying attention. Lu Chuan smiled and glanced at Kizunian and said, Mr. Key, 80 million to buy an ordinary stone. This kind of courage, probably only a rich man like you has. Kizunian's face became extremely ugly, but he couldn't refute it. Ningxin stared at Lu Chuan in a daze. She didn't care much about the result of the number 6 rough stone. What she was thinking at this moment was, my first kiss is going to be gone. Lu Chuan took the landscape stone and walked to the stone cutter. Master, can you cut this one for me too? Just cut it in the middle. The master glanced at him and then nodded. Okay. Everyone was planning to leave, but when they saw Lu Chuan was going to cut the landscape stone, they all turned back. This guy's really not giving up. So many jade rough stones didn't produce good materials today. How could his broken stone produce good things? Just take it as a fun thing. Everyone is unlucky today. It's good that he can make us happy. Kizunian looked at Lu Chuan, shook his head and said, although he beat me, his own vision is not that good. It's probably just luck. The stone cutter started to work. Because the stone was not big, it was easy to cut it. A charming purple light appeared, and everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. Purple? Could it be? The stone cutter presented the cut surface to everyone. The crystal clear purple jade shone under the light, revealing a sense of nobility. Amethyst. It's amethyst. Everyone was excited. Amethyst is the rarest type among jadeite, and it has not been seen for decades. Even an amethyst the size of an egg can be auctioned for 1 billion yuan, and Lu Chuan's stone is at least the size of 2 fists, which is almost priceless. The most important thing is that Lu Chuan only spent 10 yuan to buy this stone. Kizunian looked at the full amethyst with red eyes and kept muttering, how is this possible? How is this possible? Ningxin's pretty face was full of astonishment. He is not kidding. Lu Chuan looked at the amethyst with satisfaction, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. This amethyst is an excellent material for refining magic tools. He really came to the right place today. He reached out to take the amethyst that was split into 2 halves. At this time, the supervisor ran over to stop him. This amethyst is ours. You can't touch it. Lu Chuan frowned. I bought it with my own money, and I paid for it, and I got it back. Do you want to shirk your debt? The supervisor said with a stiff face. I didn't say I would sell this stone to you. You stole it yourself. Lu Chuan was speechless. Do you think everyone is blind? The supervisor could no longer care about so much and shouted, I don't care. Anyway, this stone is ours. You can't take it away. At this time, Ningxin came over, looked at the supervisor coldly, and said, don't you want to stay in this business? The supervisor was immediately frightened and trembled. Miss Ning, give the stone back to him. Ningxin scolded. The supervisor was reluctant, but under the pressure of Ningxin, he could only reluctantly hand the amethyst to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan put it away and said to Ningxin, thank you. Ningxin coughed twice and said, I helped you get the amethyst back. Let's forget about the bet. Lu Chuan rejected it directly. No, let's put it this way. I'll admit defeat if I lose the bet. Ningxin's face was full of resentment and a little shy. At this time, someone said that they would pay 2 billion to buy Lu Chuan's amethyst. Lu Chuan refused directly. Although he was short of money, amethyst was hard to come by, and 2 billion could not buy a powerful magic weapon. Kizunian walked over. There was no contempt in his eyes when he looked at Luchuan, and all turned into admiration. He handed Luchuan a check for 1 million. Luchuan, I apologize for my arrogant attitude before. I underestimated you. Your talent in gambling on stones is absolutely unprecedented. I lost with a sincere heart. This million is for you. Luchuan took it with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Key. Respect is mutual. Kizunian's ability to change his attitude towards Luchuan so quickly can also show his broad mind. Luchuan will naturally be polite to him. After all, he is the richest man. If this person becomes his own network, he will have no worries about making money in the future. Luchuan looked at Ningxin and said with a sly smile, it's your turn. Ningxin was shy and didn't dare to look directly at Luchuan. Luchuan looked at her uneasy look and was full of pride in his heart. Then he said, okay, forget it if you don't want to kiss me. In fact, I was just teasing you. Ningxin snorted, you think I can't afford to lose? After that, she stood on tiptoe, hugged Luchuan's neck, and kissed him. Luchuan felt a touch of sweetness, with a hint of softness, and his eyes widened. Seeing this, the people around him cheered immediately. After Luchuan showed enough strength, no one thought he was just Ningxin's male favorite. Everyone looked at the two kissing, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Miss Ning took the initiative to kiss me. This is simply a scene in my dreams. Luchuan felt the warmth on Ningxin's soft lips. His heartbeat accelerated, and he couldn't help but put it in his mouth. If you don't kiss, it's a waste. At this time, a tall, handsome young man walked into the hotel accompanied by 2 bodyguards. When he saw Ningxin kissing Luchuan, his eyes immediately widened, and he shouted in a heart-wrenching voice, no. Someone recognized the young man and said with a smile, it's Xiao Yun, one of the 4 young masters of Yuncheng. I heard that he has been pursuing Miss Ning. Now there is something interesting to watch. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 38 True Dragon Spirit. When Luchuan heard the shout, he quickly separated from Ningxin and turned his head to look. When he saw Xiao Yun's murderous eyes, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. What's wrong with this guy? Ningxin also glanced at Xiao Yun and then kissed Luchuan again and even pried open his mouth. Luchuan was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Seeing Ningxin asking Luchuan for a kiss, Xiao Yun looked desperate. Xina, you. After the kiss, Ningxin wiped the saliva from her mouth with an unsatisfied look, turned her head, and glanced at Xiao Yun with contempt, saying, Xina is not the name you should call, especially in front of my boyfriend. Xiao Yun couldn't believe it. He is your boyfriend? Ningxin nodded. Yes, so don't bother me again in the future. Xiao Yun looked at Luchuan fiercely and said, Xina, he. Ningxin frowned. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Xiao Yun's expression froze, and he quickly changed his words. Ms. Ning, how can he compare to me? My sincerity to you is known to all, but why did you suddenly find such an unknown person as your boyfriend? Ningxin said, why? Do I need your consent to find someone to be my boyfriend? Xiao Yun said unwillingly, that's not what I meant. Luchuan finally understood what was going on. No wonder Ningxin asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. It turned out that she wanted him to be a shield. He whispered to Ningxin, who is this person? Ningxin also whispered, Xiao Yun, one of the so-called 4 young masters of your Yuncheng, a lackey of Long Hao. Very annoying. When Luchuan heard the name Long Hao, his face suddenly sank. He didn't have any good feelings towards the Long family now. Please stay away from my girlfriend in the future, Luchuan said coldly. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and suddenly asked Ningxin, Miss Ning, even if this guy's your boyfriend, I don't think I'm worse than him. Can I compete with him fairly? Ningxin thought about it and said jokingly, sure, as long as you can beat him, I can give you a chance. Luchuan immediately glanced at Ningxin, thinking, aren't you deliberately making trouble for me? Ningxin blinked her innocent big eyes and gave Lu Chuan a playful smile. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Chuan for a few times and then showed a contemptuous smile. He saw at a glance that Lu Chuan did not belong to their circle. Even though Lu Chuan was dressed very exquisitely, the temperament of living at the bottom for a long time could not be concealed. A poor loser wants to compete with me for Ningxin. What a joke. He clapped his hands, and the bodyguard behind him immediately handed him a beautifully packaged box. The box opened, revealing a lifelike dragon jade pendant carved inside. It contained an invisible aura, just like the power of a real dragon. As soon as it appeared, everyone had the urge to kneel down. This item is definitely not an ordinary item. It is worthy of being young Master Zhao. It is so amazing at the first move. Many people talked about it. Zhao Yun looked at the reactions of the crowd with a hint of pride on his face and introduced, "Miss Ning, this item is called the Dragon Pendant, which is carved from a piece of precious jade salvaged from the deep sea. It is rumored that when the precious jade was first discovered, someone had seen the legendary dragon on the seabed, and the precious jade was left by the dragon. Therefore, this dragon pendant carries a true dragon aura, and I believe everyone has also felt it. If you wear it for a long time, it can not only cure diseases and disasters, but also get the protection of the dragon. I spent a lot of money to find countless connections to buy this dragon pendant. Now I will give it to Miss Ning, hoping that Miss Ning can feel my heart." After saying that, he looked at Lu Chuan with a provocative look. Everyone turned to Lu Chuan, wanting to know how he would respond. Lu Chuan looked at the dragon pendant, and an inexplicable induction appeared in his body. Then he sucked hard, and the true dragon aura on the dragon pendant actually drilled directly into his body. At this moment, he felt that his cultivation had improved a lot. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the 3rd level of key training, and he was only one step away from a breakthrough. It's really the key of a real dragon. Lu Chuan was delighted. This was simply a bargain. He looked at Zhao Yun jokingly, thinking that I have the fate of a real dragon. You dare to show off in front of me, just by getting a real dragon's key. You are really brave. Seeing that Lu Chuan actually laughed, Zhao Yun couldn't help but ask, "Why? You seem to look down on the gift I gave to Miss Ning?" Lu Chuan nodded. "Indeed, you gave Miss Ning a defective gift. How can people look down on you?" Zhao Yun cursed. "If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense here. Do you know how much this Shenlong pendant is worth? It's a defective product. I think you are too jealous." Lu Chuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. The Shenlong pendant in the brocade box instantly broke into pieces and turned into a pile of debris. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "If this isn't a defective product, then what is it?" Everyone was stunned. "It's broken." Zhao Yun couldn't believe it. "What's going on? How did it suddenly break? I spent a whole year's pocket money to buy this." Ningxin, who was originally interested in the true dragon aura, saw this and said with disgust, "What a broken thing you have. Take it away quickly. I don't want it." Zhao Yun's forehead was covered with cold sweat. "Miss Ning, this is really a divine dragon pendant, but I don't know why it suddenly broke." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "It should have broken sooner or later, but it broke when you gave it to me. How could it be such a coincidence? A defective product is a defective product. Just admit it openly." Zhao Yun gritted his teeth. "Even if it's broken, I bought it at a high price. I just want to show my intentions. What about you? What good gifts have you given Miss Ning?" Lu Chuan thought for a while, found a piece of paper, quickly folded out 1,000 paper cranes, and handed it to Ningxin. "Here, this is for you." Zhao Yun laughed. "You can give a paper crane made of a piece of torn paper? You are really shameless. It would be strange if Miss Ning likes it." Ningxin looked at the paper crane made by Lu Chuan with surprise, took it carefully and said, "Wow, you are so good. I like this." Zhao Yun was petrified instantly. "Miss Ning, it's just an ordinary piece of paper. It's worthless." Lu Chuan said, "Giving gifts has nothing to do with money, but only with the heart. You have no sincerity. Even if the gift is expensive, it is just a decoration. Although my paper crane is not worth money, at least it is made with care." Ningxin nodded in agreement. "That's right. Compared with this paper crane, your gift smells too much of money." She couldn't put it down and played with the paper crane. It seemed that she really liked it. Xiao Yun was ashamed. He never thought that he would be defeated by an ordinary paper crane. He refused to admit defeat and said, Ms. Ning, even if you don't like the gift I gave you, I will stick to it to the end. In this life, there will always be only you in my heart. Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, young Master Xiao, you'd better not say such polite words. Xiao Yun snorted coldly, why, you don't believe my sincerity to Miss Ning? Lu Chuan said, to be honest, I know some medical skills. Judging from your condition, your eyes are dark, your eyes are yellow, your breathing is heavy, and your steps are weak. These are all manifestations of excessive indulgence. Your eyes are blank and your lips are pale at the moment. It seems that you just vented not long ago. How can you make me believe that there is only Ningxin in your heart? Don't tell me that you solve it with your hands. Xiao Yun panicked immediately, using anger to cover up his guilty conscience, and shouted, you fart. Miss Ning, don't listen to his nonsense here. I have been weak since I was a child. It's not excessive indulgence at all. Ningxin snorted coldly, you are disgusting. Then she took Lu Chuan's arm. Lu Chuan, let's go. After the two left the hotel, Xiao Yun smashed all the plates in the food area in a rage. Lu Chuan, right? Wait for me. I want you to know how powerful I am. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was Long Heo calling. Brother, what's wrong? Your breathing is disordered. Did you just get angry? Long Heo's voice sounded. Xiao Yun said, I was just mad at a stupid idiot. It's not a big deal. Brother, tell me if you have something to say. Long Heo replied, Mingyao seems to be very close to a man named Lu Chuan recently. Please keep an eye on her. If this Lu Chuan has any intention of hitting Mingyao, help me kill him. Xiao Yun was stunned. Long Heo asked, what's wrong? Xiao Yun said, the idiot who just provoked me is also called Lu Chuan. He is planning to take advantage of Ningxin. Long Heo was a little surprised. It seems that this guy is quite courageous. Xiao Yun showed a sinister smile on his face. Brother, don't worry. Since he dares to provoke our brothers, I will never let him off easily. Long Heo, well, I'll leave this guy to you. Ningxin and Lu Chuan got into the car. Ningxin put the paper cranes on the central control and said shyly, thank you today. Lu Chuan laughed. Why are you being polite to me? Ningxin immediately started to think wildly. What does he mean by that? Does he really think of me as his girlfriend? Are we to a step further now? But Lu Chuan said, just pay me the money. Ningxin's face darkened, and her beautiful fantasy was instantly shattered. She stared at Lu Chuan and shouted, money grubber. She angrily transferred 100,000 yuan to Lu Chuan, with resentment in her eyes. In her opinion, whether it was the first kiss she gave to Lu Chuan or the 1,000 paper cranes, they all made her feel moved. She thought that Lu Chuan was the same as herself. At least at that moment, the feelings between the two people were interactive. But now it seems that Lu Chuan completely regarded this as a transaction. Lu Chuan happily took the money. With the 1 million check from Keys in yuan, he now has a total of 1.1 million in cash, which is comparable to the assets of some well-off families. In addition to the priceless amethyst and the true dragon spirit given by Xiao Yunbei, his harvest tonight is not small. Just as Lu Chuan was counting his assets, he suddenly received another transfer of 100,000 yuan from Ningxin. He turned his head in confusion and asked, why did you transfer me another 100,000? Ningxin supported her chin with one hand, tilted her head, and had a devil-like smile on her face. She asked, as long as the money is enough, I can ask you to do anything? Chapter 39 I'll take care of this. Lu Chuan said firmly, of course not. Ningxin's eyes widened. Didn't you say before that, as long as the money was in place, you would be my husband? Lu Chuan smiled helplessly. That was just an exaggeration. I can't just go and break the law if you give me money. Ningxin said, I won't let you break the law. Lu Chuan said, then I won't do it either. Ningxin was angry. Why? Lu Chuan grinned. I'm not in such a desperate need for money now. Ningxin's face was immediately full of regret. She felt that it was a wrong decision to transfer money to Lu Chuan first. She said resentfully, then give me back the money. Lu Chuan grinned. If you don't, just think of it as paying for a lesson. This kind of experience is priceless. Ningxin's eyes widened. How can you be so shameless? Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, I'm just thick-skinned. Ningxin clenched her fists, wanting to give this guy 2 punches. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said, you don't have to pay me. Lu Chuan was puzzled. Oh. Do you really think you've learned a lesson? Ningxin smiled evilly and looked between Lu Chuan's legs. Show me. Lu Chuan immediately covered his eyes with his hands vigilantly. Isn't it in the movies? Can't you go watch the movies? Ningxin said. I haven't seen the real thing yet. Show me. Lu Chuan insisted on his bottom line. No. Ningxin directly pulled his pants. Hey, just let me take a look. Don't be so stingy. And you took my money. Lu Chuan thought to himself, how can women nowadays be so bold? Who can resist this? In the end, out of helplessness, he had to transfer the 100,000 to Ningxin again. Then you can drive me back, right? Lu Chuan pulled up his pants. Ningxin snorted coldly, get out of the car, go back by yourself. Lu Chuan had no choice but to get out of the car. The engine roared. Ningxin stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Lu Chuan could only walk to the side of the road and planned to take a taxi home. At this time, in the shadow of a tree not far away, Xiao Yun showed a sneer on his face. This guy was really just pulled here to be a shield. He said to a bodyguard next to him, follow him and find a chance to break his legs first. Another bodyguard said, Master, why don't we go together? It's safer. Xiao Yun curled his lips. You two are both at the 8th stage of internal strength. Do you need to go together to deal with that kid? In the martial arts world, in the 20s, being able to reach the 5th stage of internal strength is considered a genius. If that kid could deal with an 8th stage master of internal strength, he would have become a martial arts genius famous in Yuncheng long ago. How could he still be so unknown? I think it's a waste of talent to let RK go. Okay, go quickly. Don't wait until you can't find him. RK immediately clasped his fists. Yes. Lu Chuan took a taxi and rushed home. RK followed in a black car. At the gate of Jinhu community, Lu Chuan got out of the car, and soon after entering the community, he realized that someone was following him. He hesitated for a moment, and turned into a dark path that the camera could not see. A strong wind sounded. Lu Chuan turned his body to the side, and dodged Ake's attack. Then he kicked Ake in the waist. Ake took a step, and moved a few steps to the side, saying in surprise, you are so strong. Lu Chuan barely saw the appearance of the person in the moonlight. He remembered that this person was a bodyguard besides Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun asked you to come. Ake didn't say anything, and attacked Lu Chuan directly. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, circulated the spiritual power in his body, and fought with Ake. If it was yesterday, Lu Chuan might not be Ake's opponent, but today Lu Chuan has broken through to the 3rd level of ki training, and that real dragon energy directly pushed his strength to the peak of the 3rd level of ki training, so it is effortless to deal with Ake. After hundreds of moves, Lu Chuan seized the opportunity and slapped Ake in the chest. Ake flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He realized that the situation was not good, and wanted to escape immediately. Lu Chuan did not give him this opportunity. He rushed to him, and stepped on RK's danshan. RK screamed, and became a complete cripple. His eyes were full of horror, when he looked at Lu Chuan. Mercy, mercy. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, go back and tell Xiao Yun that, if you really don't like me, you can do it yourself. Shrinking behind like a turtle will only make people laugh. Get lost. RK quickly got up and ran away. Lu Chuan sighed and muttered to himself, it seems that the consequences of pretending to be Ningxin's boyfriend are a bit serious. I should have known that I would not have returned the 100,000 yuan. I have to talk to her later. I must pay more money, otherwise it will be too much of a loss. After RK escaped from the community, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand to stop the car on the side of the road. At this time, he was seriously injured and could no longer drive. Passers-by saw the blood dripping on the ground, and they were all scared, and no one dared to help him. At this time, a slender figure followed the blood trail and came over. It was Yuzin. At this time, Yuzin was wearing a security uniform. Although this uniform looked ugly, Yuzin was beautiful. This uniform on her body had a sense of uniform temptation. She saw the seriously injured RK and ran over to support him. Sir, what's wrong with you? Were you beaten? RK didn't want to make things complicated, so he quickly said, "No, it's okay." Yuzin saw that the other party was a warrior from the paste on RK's hand, so he took out his ID and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm from the supervisory department. If you were beaten by a warrior, you can tell me. Our supervisory department has always punished evil and promoted good, and will not easily forgive anyone who abuses force." RK looked suspicious, thinking that the people in the supervisory department are so low-key now, and they actually wear security uniforms when they go out. He wanted to refuse, but on second thought, an idea appeared in his mind. Then he nodded to Yuzin and said, "Yes, it was a man named Lu Chuan who injured me. He was extremely cruel. I feel like my Danshan has been destroyed. From now on, I'm afraid I will never be able to follow the path of martial arts again." Yuzin frowned. "It's that bastard Lu Chuan again." RK asked, "Do you know him?" Yuzin snorted coldly, "I know him. This guy is an absolute devil. I taught him a lesson not long ago. I didn't expect him to be so unrepentant. It hasn't been so long since he attacked other martial artists again." She said it seriously, as if it were true. RK's face was filled with grief. "Sir, you must make the decision for me." Yuzin checked RK's body and found that his Danshan was indeed destroyed. He gritted his teeth and said, "This guy's clearly a ruthless person, but he pretends to be an innocent victim. It's really hateful. We are all martial artists, but he is so cruel to break people's Danshan. How could he do that to the bad guys who have been practicing martial arts for many years?" RK quickly nodded. "That's right. This Lu Chuan is really too bad." Yuzin looked at RK solemnly and said, "Don't worry, I have always been a partner of justice. I will take care of this matter. I will take you to the hospital and stabilize your injuries first." Lu Chuan returned home and saw Munan sitting on the sofa watching TV, so he wanted to apologize for what happened yesterday. "Sister-in-law, Munan immediately frowned, turned off the TV, and turned back to the room. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly. "This is the first time my sister-in-law is so angry with me. I'm also a bad mouth. Why did I force my sister-in-law to find another one? She has such a good relationship with my eldest brother. It would be strange if she could be happy." He patted his mouth, then took out the 2 pieces of amethyst, took a look, and murmured, "I will cut a piece from this amethyst and make jewelry for my sister-in-law. It should make her happy." Thinking of this, Lu Chuan returned to his room and began to cut the amethyst with his spiritual power. He was not in a hurry to refine magic tools with amethyst. The truly powerful magic tools could not be refined overnight, so one day was not a big deal. In Munan room, Munan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, muttering to himself, "It's not a good thing for me to pretend to be angry with him like this, but if I don't show some anger, he will definitely think of asking me to find another one in the future. Or, I'll tell him the secret." She made up her mind and decided to confront Lu Chuan tomorrow morning. "I wonder what Xiaochuan will do to me after he knows this secret." Thinking of this, Munan closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Chuan walked out of the room, holding a pendant that was shining with purple light. There were faint golden lines inside it. It was a talisman carved by Lu Chuan. Amethyst is an excellent material for refining magic tools. With some specific talismans, even if it is not a magic tool, it can also produce some extraordinary effects. The amethyst pendant that Lu Chuan made for Munan has the effect of nourishing the skin and preventing diseases. If Munan wears it for a long time, she can stay young and her face will not age. This amethyst pendant is made of priceless amethyst. With the talisman I carved, I'm afraid it can be sold for hundreds of millions of yuan. Sister-in-law will definitely like it. At this time, Munan door opened. Lu Chuan quickly put the amethyst pendant away first. Munan walked towards Lu Chuan with a hint of shyness on her face. She became a little nervous because she was about to tell Lu Chuan the secret. Lu Chuan saw Munan coming and thought, "Has my sister-in-law calmed down? If I give her the amethyst pendant now, she will definitely forgive me." The two of them had their own thoughts. "Sister-in-law, Xiaochuan." Just as they were about to speak, the doorbell rang. Lu Chuan had to go to open the door first. Ningxin walked in with a pile of clothes. "You forgot to leave your address yesterday, and you made me run all the way here." "Really?" Lu Chuan was surprised. How did you know I live here? Ningxin smiled and said, Yao told me. She turned around and happened to look at Mu Nanking, and her expression was stunned. This woman is so beautiful. How come she is in Lu Chuan's house? Could it be? Mu Nanking also looked at Ningxin in surprise, with countless thoughts flying through his mind. What a beautiful girl. Is she Xiao Chuan's friend? But how could friends give each other so many clothes? Could it be? Seeing the two of them staring at each other in shock, Lu Chuan quickly introduced Ningxin. This is my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, this is. When Ningxin heard that Mu Nanking was Lu Chuan's sister-in-law, the corners of her mouth immediately curled up, and then she rushed before Lu Chuan to say, hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lu Chuan's girlfriend. Mu Nanking was stunned, and a layer of mist instantly covered his eyes. Chapter 40, Sealing Throat Herb. Lu Chuan was anxious. Don't talk nonsense. When did you become my girlfriend? He quickly looked at Mu Nanking. Sister-in-law. She was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Ningxin raised her head. Why are you still embarrassed to admit it? It wasn't you who kissed me yesterday? Lu Chuan was powerless to refute. After all, he did kiss her. Mu Nanking took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. So she is Xiao Chuan's girlfriend. She is so beautiful. It is Xiao Chuan's blessing that you like our Xiao Chuan. Ningxin looked happy. Sister-in-law, you are also a great beauty. I was stunned just now. Mu Nanking smiled, turned his head to look at Lu Chuan, and blamed, Xiao Chuan, you have a girlfriend, but you didn't tell your sister-in-law. Do you treat your sister-in-law as an outsider? Lu Chuan looked wronged. Sister-in-law, Mu Nanking interrupted him. Okay, I have to go to work. You two can play at home, and I won't be a light bulb. She looked at Ningxin. Come in and sit down. If Xiao Chuan bullies you, just tell me, and I will take care of him for you. Ningxin smiled and nodded. Yes. Mu Nanking didn't hesitate, and walked out of the house quickly. Lu Chuan called her a few times, but got no response. He looked at Ningxin helplessly. Aren't you causing trouble for me? My sister-in-law must have misunderstood. Ningxin said proudly. You deserve it. I told you not to show it to me yesterday. Besides, your sister-in-law must also hope that you can find a girlfriend as soon as possible. I'm helping you. Lu Chuan sighed. For some reason, he didn't want Mu Nanking to misunderstand. Okay, I have something else to do. The clothes were delivered on the way. I'll leave first. Ningxin put on sunglasses and turned to leave. Lu Chuan was stunned for a while before he remembered that Xiao Yun had sent someone to deal with him. He wanted to tell Ningxin, but when he chased out the door, Ningxin had disappeared in the elevator. He took out the amethyst pendant and murmured, we can only talk about it in the evening. Without further entanglement, he returned home, took out the amethyst, and began to temper it with spiritual power. A high-end club. Xiao Yun leaned on the sofa, and a scantily clad bunny girl lay in his arms, feeding him fruit. RK stood aside. His breath was still weak, but much better than yesterday. Master, this is what happened. The woman from the supervisory office said that she would definitely punish Lu Chuan. RK said. Xiao Yun snorted coldly and cursed. I have asked someone to check the background of that Lu Chuan. He is just a loser who delivers to Kiert. I never thought he would have such strong strength. Even you are not his opponent. He looked at RK and asked, do you know the identity of the woman in the supervisory department? RK said, I asked a friend afterwards. The woman's name is Yuzin. She is the daughter of the head of the supervisory department. It is said that Lu Chuan caused Yuzin to suffer a big setback not long ago, so she hates him so much. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. She is actually the daughter of the head. Lu Chuan is definitely in trouble. RK nodded. I heard Yuzin's gritting teeth tone, and I feel that she will not let Lu Chuan go easily. Xiao Yun smiled and nodded. With someone from the supervisory department taking action, it saves me a lot of trouble. It's just that Lu Chuan only destroyed your Danshan. Even if he is to be convicted, the punishment will not be that severe. He thought about it and asked RK, you said that Yuzin hates Lu Chuan so much, so will her father also be unhappy with Lu Chuan? RK nodded and said, of course, no father can tolerate his daughter being bullied. If my daughter is bullied by others, I will only return it tenfold or 100-fold. Zhao Yun had a playful smile on his face, and he had already thought about how to deal with Lu Chuan. Arrange a car for me to go to the supervision department. Jinhu community. Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on the sofa. Two crystal jades emitting purple light were suspended in front of him, and the impurities on the surface had been completely removed. He reached out and took the two purple crystals in his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It took so long, and I only removed the impurities in them. If I want to smelt them into magic tools, it will take at least half a month. But if I can break through to the 4th level of key training now, the smelting speed will definitely be much faster. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan stood up, put on his coat, and rushed to the antique street. He planned to buy another 50-year-old medicinal herb and break through to the 4th level of key training first. There is a separate area in the antique street, which is all for selling medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs here are different from those in the medicinal herbs market. They are mainly rare and unique. In addition to those old medicines, there are all kinds of strange and unheard of exotic herbs here, most of which are bought by rich people as collections. Therefore, most of the medicinal herbs here are ridiculously expensive. After all, I'm a millionaire, so I should be able to afford a herb. Lu Chuan came to the door of a store and saw two identical herbs, one large and one small, on the table. The medicinal properties of the herbs are completely opposite, which is very magical. He looked at the boss and asked, "Boss, what are these two medicinal herbs?" The boss smiled and said, "Brother, you have a good eye. These two are Fenghao's Muko. The big one is a mother grass, and the small one is a seed grass. The seed grass contains poison. People will become mute if they eat it, and only the mother grass can cure this poison. This pair of Fenghao's Muko is unique in the world. Buy it back and collect it. It will definitely maintain its value. Brother, if you want it, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. How about it?" Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head, thinking that this thing is indeed rare, but he is not stupid enough to buy such a pair of things back for collection. He continued to walk and saw a 50-year-old Gynoderma lucidum. He said, "Boss, how much is this Gynoderma lucidum? I want it." At this time, Yuzin, who was wearing a security uniform, came over and took the Gynoderma lucidum directly into his hand. "Boss, I want this Gynoderma lucidum." Lu Chuan turned his head and frowned when he found that it was Yuzin. "Are you sick?" Yuzin snorted coldly, took out the photo of RK, and said, "Do you know this person?" Lu Chuan slapped his forehead. "Why, you want to meddle in other people's business again?" Yuzin said angrily, "People have worked hard to practice martial arts for many years, to have their current strength, but you broke their danshan and destroyed their foundation. As a member of the supervision department, I naturally have to take care of it." Lu Chuan was speechless. "So you want to lock me up again?" Yuzin suddenly felt guilty. She asked her colleagues, like RK, unless they encountered him on the spot or got surveillance video to prove that it was really Lu Chuan who did it. Otherwise even the supervision department could not punish Lu Chuan casually. After all, there are countless warriors fighting for various reasons every day, and casualties happen from time to time. If they file a complaint, the supervisory department will have to take care of it, and everyone will not have to do anything else. Lu Chuan looked at Yuzin's guilty expression and said with a smile, "I know, you still have no evidence, right?" Yuzin clenched his fists and said angrily, "So what if there is no evidence? Then I have to take care of this matter too. Someone must punish you, a cancer in the martial arts world. Although I can't lock you up, I have my own way to deal with you. You come to buy medicinal herbs. Are you looking for a breakthrough? Let me tell you, from now on, I won't give you any chance to break through. As long as your strength stagnates, you won't have the opportunity to persecute others. Idiot." Lu Chuan really didn't want to pay attention to this woman, so he turned and walked towards another store. But no matter which medicinal herb he wanted to buy, Yuzin would take it in his hand before him, and in short, he would not give Lu Chuan any chance. Lu Chuan couldn't stand it anymore, and said to Yuzin, "Are you interested? You're just wasting time. I can break through without using herbs." Yuzin said firmly, "As long as it can affect your improvement, what I do is meaningful." Lu Chuan clenched his fists, and was just about to slap her twice to wake her up. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a way to deal with Yuzin. After a joking smile, He turned and walked towards the first store he went to. He came to the table and pretended to reach out for the pair of herbaceous plants. "Boss, I want this." Yuzin took the herb in her hand. "Boss, I want this." Lu Chuan turned his head and glanced at Yuzin. "You have to learn from me, right?" Yuzin raised her head. "What do you mean by learning from you? I'm doing justice for the heavens." Lu Chuan nodded. "Okay, you're awesome." He picked up the herb. "Here is another identical one. I dare to eat it raw. Do you dare?" After saying that, he swallowed the herb raw. Seeing this, Yuzin looked disdainful and said, "TSK, what's there to be afraid of?" Then he ate the grass. The boss was dumbfounded. Seeing Yuzin taking the bait, Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and gave her a thumbs up. "You're awesome." Yuzin was even proud. "You know I'm awesome, so hurry up and give in to me. As long as you agree to go back with me for transformation, I'll let you go. How about it?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Forget it. You should worry about yourself first." Yuzin said, "I'm fine. What's there to worry about?" The boss said with tears in his eyes, "Girl, that grass can't be eaten." Ningxin glanced at him and said, "What's inedible? I'm not paying you." The boss said, "But the grass you ate is poisonous." Yuzin's face changed and she panicked immediately. She quickly grabbed the boss's clothes and asked, "What's poisonous? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The boss trembled and took out a quarter code and said, You pay the money first, and I'll tell you that the price of the grass just now is 200,000. Ningxin didn't dare to hesitate and transferred the money immediately. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh secretly, thinking that this boss was really black-hearted. But black is better. "Tell me quickly, what's the poison in that grass just now?" Yuzin was so anxious that his voice was already hoarse. The boss explained the characteristics of the throat-sealing mother grass. Yuzin urged, "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and give me the mother grass. I won't owe you money." The boss pointed at Lu Chuan helplessly and said, "The only mother grass has been eaten by him." Chapter 41 Dumb Yuzin. Yuzin looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. A smile appeared on Lu Chuan's face, and he felt happy. Yuzin pointed at him. You did it on purpose." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "What does it have to do with me? You insisted on learning from me." Yuzin's face was full of anxiety. She grabbed Lu Chuan's arm and said, "Aren't you a miracle doctor? You must have a way to cure this poison, right? Please help me quickly. I feel a burning sensation in my throat and I can't speak anymore. Please help me." Lu Chuan shrugged. "Didn't you hear what the boss said just now? The poison of the seed grass can only be cured by the mother grass. I can't help you." Yuzin was desperate and helpless. The next second, she found that her throat could no longer make any sound. She grabbed her neck with her hands and jumped anxiously in front of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said with emotion, "The world is finally quiet." Supervisory Department. Xiao Yun, carrying a handbag, sat down next to Yu Qingfeng with a polite look on his face. Yu Qingfeng poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Xiao Yun. "Master Xiao, have a cup of tea." Xiao Yun immediately smiled and said, "Master you are too polite." Yu Qingfeng asked, "I wonder why Master Xiao came to me." Xiao Yun said, "I heard that there is a kid named Lu Chuan who offended the master's daughter. This kid is so ungrateful. I guess the master must be extremely annoyed with him, right?" Yu Qingfeng was stunned, looked at Xiao Yun, and asked tentatively, "Master Xiao, are you here for this Lu Chuan?" Seeing that Yu Qingfeng did not deny what he said, Xiao Yun felt that the other party must be unhappy with Lu Chuan, so he said frankly, "To be honest, Lu Chuan injured one of my men last night and destroyed his danshan. The master's daughter happened to come across this matter and said she would take charge of it for us and punish Lu Chuan. Since the master doesn't like this Lu Chuan either, and there is a ready-made opportunity now, why not take the opportunity to increase the punishment and eliminate a scourge for society?" After saying that, he took up the handbag and opened it, revealing piles of banknotes inside. Yu Qingfeng frowned, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. He took a look at the banknotes and asked, "I wonder why Lu Chuan injured your men?" Xiao Yun smiled and said, "Since we have come straight to the point, I will not hide it from you, Lord. In fact, it was Lu Chuan who provoked me, and I sent people to deal with him, but unexpectedly they were killed in return. But this is not important. The important thing is that we can take this opportunity to punish Lu Chuan. Yu Qingfeng immediately clenched his fists, his face full of anger, and said to himself, Yu Xin, this idiot, went to trouble Lu Chuan without figuring out the cause and effect. She really pissed me off. Xiao Yun was puzzled. Lord, what's wrong with you? Yu Qingfeng snorted coldly and pushed the bag of money off the table directly. Master Xiao, do you know that you are blatantly bribing me? Xiao Yun was stunned. Lord, Lu Chuan bullied your daughter. Don't you want to avenge your daughter? Yu Qingfeng shouted. My daughter is stupid. Do I have to be as stupid as her? What's more, Lu Chuan is my lifesaver. How could I blame him for bullying my daughter? Xiao Yun immediately broke out in a cold sweat, not expecting that there was such a relationship between Yu Qingfeng and Lu Chuan. Okay, this idiot. I shouldn't have listened to him if I had known. He quickly picked up the bag of money on the ground and said, I didn't say that the money was for you. I just opened it to get some fresh air. Yu Qingfeng snorted coldly. Then you are also unforgivable for instructing others to retaliate against others. Come on, arrest him for me and lock him up for half a month first. Xiao Zhang walked in with the masters of the supervision department and restrained Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun panicked immediately. No, I just came to drink tea. Why did you arrest me? Yu Qingfeng said coldly, take him away. Don't let him contact anyone. Let him reflect on himself in the detention room for half a month. Yes. Two people from the supervision department took Xiao Yun away. Yu Qingfeng looked at Xiao Zhang. Go and call Yu Xin to me. Xiao Zhang turned and left the office. After a while, Xiao Zhang came back and said to Yu Qingfeng with an embarrassed face, Sir, the lady just sent a message saying that she encountered some trouble in the antique street. Let's go there. Yu Qingfeng slammed his fist on the table. This damn girl, if she causes me any trouble again this time, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with her. Then he quickly got up and rushed to the antique street with Xiao Zhang. Antique street. Yu Xin's eyes were red and she sat on the ground crying and sending messages on her mobile phone. She was completely speechless and there was no sound when she cried. Many people gathered around to watch the fun. Lu Chuan turned into a melon-eating crowd, standing in the crowd and cracking a handful of melon seeds handed over by someone next to him. After a while, Yu Qingfeng and Xiao Zhang rushed over in a hurry. When Yu Xin saw it, she immediately seemed to have a backbone and ran over quickly, opened her mouth and couldn't say a word, gestured with her hands and looked extremely aggrieved. Yu Qingfeng frowned and glanced at the crowd. When he saw Lu Chuan, he hurried over and said apologetically, Drive Lu, I'm really sorry. My disobedient daughter has caused you trouble again. I wonder if Dr. Lu can tell me what happened and why my daughter can't speak. Lu Chuan told the whole story. Xiao Zhang dispersed the people who were watching the excitement. It was really embarrassing. After listening to Lu Chuan's story, Yu Qingfeng's face darkened 8 degrees. He turned his head and looked at Yu Xin, shouting, You deserve to be mute. Yu Xin was unconvinced and typed on the phone. It was obviously this bastard who destroyed someone's danshan. I just want to uphold justice. Yu Qingfeng suppressed his anger and said that RK was sent by Xiao Yun of the Xiao family to deal with Lu Chuan, but unfortunately he was killed by Lu Chuan. Today Xiao Yun wanted to bribe me to increase Lu Chuan's punishment, so I locked him up directly. You are being used as a gun by others, and you are still pretending to be a good person here. How could I have such a stupid daughter like you? Yu Xin was dumbfounded after hearing this. She quickly typed, then why don't I apologize to him? I'm always the one who is unlucky. He can't let my voice really become hoarse. Yu Qingfeng snorted coldly, really not wanting to care about his daughter. He called Lu Chuan aside and asked in a pleading tone, Dr. Lu, is there really no way to cure my daughter's throat? I know she is indeed a bit annoying, but she has not married yet. If she becomes mute, it will be a problem for me in the future. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly and said, it's not that there is no way to cure it. Hey, the 50-year-old Ganoderma lucidum in the store over there looks really good. But this time it's all your daughter's fault. Yu Qingfeng immediately said, Dr. Lu, wait a moment. Then he ran to the store over there and bought the 50-year-old Ganoderma lucidum for 350,000 yuan. Dr. Lu, this is just a little gift. Please don't hesitate. Yu Qingfeng handed the Ganoderma lucidum to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan took out the medicine bottle containing the Beiji pill and poured out a pill from it. This pill can detoxify the mother grass. Yu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Then I will thank Dr. Lu for that unfilial daughter first. He reached out to take it, but Lu Chuan retracted his hand. I can give you this elixir, but I have a request. Yu Qingfeng asked quickly. What request? Lu Chuan glanced at Yuzin. Let her be mute for a month first. After all, I gave her the elixir for the sake of the senior. If it weren't for the senior's plea, I would never care about her. Yu Qingfeng nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I will never let her get this elixir easily. Lu Chuan didn't say anything else, handed the elixir to Yu Qingfeng, and then took the 50-year-old Ganoderma lucidum and left. Today, I got the 50-year-old medicine without spending a penny. It's not a bad thing to be troubled by Yuzin. Yu Qingfeng waited for Lu Chuan to leave, and then returned to Yuzin. Yuzin quickly typed and asked, Dad, is there a way? Yu Qingfeng glared at her. There is a way, but I don't want to give it to you now. Yuzin suddenly became anxious and typed, Dad, I'm your biological daughter. Yu Qingfeng snorted. I would rather not have you as a daughter. When you go back later, report to the cleaning department for me, and work hard for me in the cleaning department for a month. If you perform well, I will tell you how to cure your throat. If you don't perform well, then you will be dumb for the rest of your life. Yuzin flattened her mouth and cried silently again. She never dreamed that in just a few days, she would go from a high-ranking inspector to a cleaner. God is so unfair. Lu Chuan took the Ganoderma lucidum back home and immediately began to refine the wrangling pill. Because of the experience last time, he only took 2 hours this time to successfully refine the wrangling pill. Then he didn't delay for a moment and rushed to the park in the east of the city again. The effect of wrangling pill was amazing. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth all gathered towards Lu Chuan. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a ripple spread around Lu Chuan's body, shaking the trees around him and making the leaves rustle. Lu Chuan opened his eyes and then slapped the ground fiercely. Bang! A big pit of about half a meter appeared. Lu Chuan's body was pushed into the air by the reaction force and then fell rapidly and landed heavily on the ground. He showed an excited smile on his face. It's only been a day, and I have reached the 4th level of key training from the 3rd level. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, I'm also a demon. Of course, he knew that he could improve so quickly because of the real dragon energy, but if he didn't have talent, even if he had the real dragon energy, he would not be able to break through so quickly. Now, compared with martial arts masters, my strength should have surpassed the 9th level of internal strength. I don't know how the martial arts realms above the 9th level of internal strength are divided. At this time, he suddenly felt a little disorder in the power in his body, and his brows frowned. After quickly suppressing the source of the disorder, Lu Chuan muttered to himself, why did the disorder suddenly appear? Could it be because I broke through too quickly and my foundation was unstable? He took out a few PON pills and stuffed them into his mouth. After coming out of the park, Lu Chuan stretched. He looked around and found that under the cover of night, there were cars and lights everywhere. The bar where my sister-in-law works is not far away. It's all Ningxin's fault. I couldn't ask my sister-in-law for forgiveness this morning. Why don't I go to the bar to find her now? All the way to the bar where Mu Nanking works. Lu Chuan stood across the street and looked into the bar from a distance. I saw the 2 big words tipsy written on the bar sign. At this time, the door of the bar was pushed open and Mu Nanking came out. But at this time, she was drunk, staggering, and surrounded by 4 tall young men. Several people talked and laughed. Lu Chuan murmured to himself, are those my sister-in-law's friends? Just as he was about to step forward to say hello, the 4 young men looked at each other, smiled slyly at the same time, and helped Mu Nanking turn into the dark alley on the side. Chapter 40 To let go of my sister-in-law. Lu Chuan frowned, and then a raging rage rose in his heart. These 4 guys are dressed like decent people, but they want to do something indecent to my sister-in-law. Damn it. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the alley. In the alley, 4 young men surrounded Mu Nanking at the wall. Beautiful sister, you have been venting your unhappy emotions to us for so long tonight. We can all see that you are very lonely. Why don't we accompany you to relieve your boredom? Although Munan King was drunk, she was still able to realize what these 4 people wanted to do to her and instinctively wanted to push them away. Unfortunately, she was a weak woman, and she was even more powerless after being drunk. Of course, it was impossible for her to push 4 big men. You stay away from me. I want to go home. Xiaochuan is still waiting for me," a young man said with a wicked smile. "Don't worry, we will send you back after we finish the business. Haven't you been angry with Xiaochuan all day? You can go back with the traces of the 4 of us, so you can just piss him off." As he said that, he reached out to tear Munan King's clothes. The other 3 also started to do it. Munan King was powerless to resist, and her clothes were pulled into a mess. "Be good, you will experience the ultimate happiness soon." At this time, a strong aura appeared. Lu Chuan rushed towards the 4 people with endless anger. "Fuck your grandma. Let go of my sister-in-law." The 4 frowned, turned around immediately, and took professional fighting postures. "Who dares to ruin our good things?" Lu Chuan ignored them and punched them directly. The power of the 4th level of ki training brought a terrifying ki force, forcing the 4 young men to dodge quickly. Lu Chuan's fist missed and hit the wall. A big hole immediately appeared on the cement wall. He frowned slightly. It seems that it is not simple for these 4 people to dodge his full strength attack. However, he did not think too much at this time, but quickly hugged Munan King into his arms and asked anxiously, "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Munan King saw Lu Chuan's face and smiled. "Xiaochuan, am I dreaming?" Lu Chuan said seriously, "Sister-in-law, you are not dreaming. It is really me. Don't worry, I will never let these 4 beasts go." He carefully put Munan King down by the wall and sat down, then turned around. The 4 young men had no intention of running away, but stared at Lu Chuan with interest. "Boy, you are quite strong, but it's a pity that you met the 4 of us. Let me tell you first, the 4 of us are all 9-stage internal strength. If you know what's good for you, don't meddle in other people's business. We can take you to play with this bitch together. How about it?" One of them spoke. Lu Chuan was shocked. During this period of time, he learned a lot about martial arts and knew that this road was difficult, not only requiring talent and perseverance, but also the accumulation of time. For warriors of his age, those with better talents can only reach the 4th or 5th stage of internal strength. Those who can reach the 7th or 8th stage of internal strength are already considered top talents. Those who can reach the 9th stage of internal strength at the age of more than 20 are even rarer. At this time, 4 such rare monsters appeared in front of him. He did not think that he could not beat these 4 people, but realized that the backgrounds of these 4 people were definitely not ordinary. Only big families or big forces have the foundation to cultivate so many talented masters at one time. However, these 4 people wanted to humiliate Munan King, and he no longer cared about their identities. "Just 4 beasts, I don't take them seriously." Lu Chuan roared, took a step forward, and attacked directly. Seeing this, the 4 young men's faces sank. "Don't know what's good for you. Let's get rid of him first." The 4 men surrounded Lu Chuan together. Lu Chuan had just broken through and was in his peak state. Even if there were 4 people on the other side, he was not afraid at all. The 5 people fought in a melee, and the sound of fighting frightened the wild cats and dogs nearby and fled frantically. When the 4 young men found that they could not do anything to Lu Chuan, even if they joined forces, they realized that something was wrong. How can this guy be so strong? The 4 of us, who are all at the 9th level of internal energy, can only fight him on equal terms. This kid is weird. Don't hold back. We must take him down as soon as possible. The 4 of them used all their strength. Lu Chuan snorted coldly and didn't intend to waste time with the 4 of them. The spiritual energy in his body surged and a pressure descended. He stretched out a palm and slapped one person's back. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Then he shouted with horror, "The pressure is overwhelming. Grandmaster. He is a grandmaster." Lu Chuan glanced at the man and knew in his heart that the so-called grandmaster should be a martial arts realm above the 9th level of internal energy. However, he had nothing to do with the so-called grandmaster. The pressure on him and the power of that palm were all derived from a fighting skill called Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm. This fighting skill is considered advanced even in the world of immortal cultivation. Lu Chuan can only use it after reaching the 4th level of key training. When the other 3 heard that Lu Chuan was a master, their faces changed drastically. Without thinking, they all fled to the alley. The strength of the 9th stage of internal energy is already good, but in front of the master, it is just like a child. There is only one step between the two, but it is like a chasm. Even if there are 4 of them, they are definitely not the opponent of the master. It's too late to escape now. Lu Chuan quickly caught up and used the dragon elephant prajna palm again. 3 palms were slapped out, and in a few breaths, the other 3 were also knocked to the ground. The 4 looked at Lu Chuan with horror and kept begging for mercy. "We know we are wrong, big brother. Please forgive us." Lu Chuan snorted coldly, "You tried to humiliate my sister-in-law. If I'll let you go, then am I still a human being?" After that, he used a very special method to circulate his spiritual power and broke one arm of each of the 4 people. The 4 people wailed in pain. A broken arm meant that their martial arts path was broken. No matter how talented they were, it would be useless. Because the drunk Munan King was not far away, Lu Chuan did not talk too much with the 4 people. After breaking their arms, he quickly walked over, picked up Munan King, and left the alley. He took a taxi back home. Lu Chuan carried Munan King to the bed, put her down, and said with concern, "Sister-in-law, you were frightened tonight, but you are fine now. You should go to bed early." Munan King's cheeks flushed, and she grabbed Lu Chuan and pulled him in front of her. She stared at him carefully for a long time with her big eyes, and asked, "Little handsome boy, who are you?" Lu Chuan said embarrassedly, "Sister-in-law, I'm Xiaochuan. You drank too much again." Munan King's face suddenly froze, and she said seriously, "Liar, you are not Xiaochuan." Lu Chuan had no choice. After experiencing Munan King's drunken state last time, he was already prepared in his heart, so he had to cooperate and said, "I'm not Xiaochuan, then who am I?" Munan King suddenly got up, pressed Lu Chuan under her, and held down his 2 arms. She lowered her head and smiled wickedly, and said, "Aren't you my husband?" Chapter 43 I Forgive You. Lu Chuan's breathing suddenly became heavy, and his heartbeat was extremely fast. He was worried that things would develop in an uncontrollable direction, so he didn't dare to cooperate with Munan King anymore, and hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I'm Xiaochuan, let me go." Munan King made a hushing gesture, leaned on Lu Chuan, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Don't delay it." After that, she actually kissed Lu Chuan directly, intoxicated and in full swing. Lu Chuan's eyes were wide open, his brain was blank, and only the wet touch remained in his perception. His lust was aroused, and a little man in his mind kept urging, "Possess her. She is yours tonight." He couldn't help but put his arms around Munan King and responded. The 2 lingered for a long time. Lu Chuan turned over and pressed Munan King under him. Munan King's eyes were blurred, expectant, and eager. Lu Chuan reached out to unbutton Munan King. The sound of a fire truck whizzed past the window. Lu Chuan sobered up a bit. He looked at Munan King, who was pressed on the bed by him, raised his hand, and slapped himself hard. "What am I doing?" Munan King showed confusion and anxiety, and reached out to pull Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan immediately circulated his spiritual power, and reached out to touch Munan King's eyebrows. Munan King immediately closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lu Chuan hurriedly got off the bed, covered Munan King with a quilt, and quickly left the room. He went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water, and the impulse in his body was gradually suppressed. My sister-in-law should think of me as her elder brother. It was almost a disaster. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile bitterly, then walked to the living room and sat on the sofa, praying in his heart that Munan King would forget what happened just now when he woke up tomorrow. The origins of the 4 people who took action tonight are definitely not simple. I have to find a way to find out who they are, otherwise there will be endless troubles. He took out his mobile phone and began to search for relevant information about the martial arts world in Yancheng. After a long search, he finally saw the figures of the 4 people in a news report. Breaking news. 4 talented martial artists from Jidao Martial Arts School won the first place in the Jiangxi Province Martial Arts Competition. the owner Ko Xiang hosted a banquet to entertain all the martial arts heroes. The picture below shows the 4 people who fought with Lu Chuan tonight. Lu Chuan quickly searched for relevant information about Judo Martial Arts School and Ko Xiang. Judo Martial Arts School is one of the top 3 martial arts schools in Yancheng. Lu Chuan was not surprised by this. After all, it must have a good foundation to be able to cultivate 4 geniuses with the 9th level of internal strength. But when he saw the relevant introduction of Ko Xiang, he immediately panicked. Ko Xiang, one of the top 10 masters in Yancheng, once served under Long Xianaya, and later became independent, and founded Judo Martial Arts School. Today, he is still Long Xianaya's right-hand man. One of the top 10 masters in Yancheng, Long Xianaya's right-hand man. Lu Chuan subconsciously clenched his fists. None of Long Xianaya's subordinates are good. The so-called apprentices taught by the best master in Yancheng actually do such things. They are really a group of cancer in Yancheng. He cursed inwardly, stood up and paced back and forth, his frown full of anxiety. To be among the top 10 masters in Yancheng, Ko Xiang's strength must be extraordinary. I'm afraid Lu Chuan can't handle it at present. What should I do? Cold sweat quietly climbed up his forehead. After a long time, Lu Chuan slumped on the sofa and let out a long breath. At this point, we can only deal with it as it comes. Without thinking anymore, he returned to the room and began to melt the amethyst. Even if the sky is about to fall, improving strength is the top priority. After all, only when the strength becomes stronger can there be a chance to hold up the sky. The next morning, Lu Chuan walked out of the room a little tired. He glanced at Munan King's room, hesitated for a moment, and walked over. I wonder if my sister-in-law has woken up. Just as he approached the door, bursts of crying came. Lu Chuan frowned, quickly opened the door and walked in. Munan King's eyes were red and swollen, and she was constantly wiping tears. There were 2 suitcases on the floor, and all the things that belonged to Munan King in the room were gone. Lu Chuan quickly asked, "Sister-in-law, why are you crying?" When Munan King saw Lu Chuan coming in, she quickly forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I'm happy that Xiao Chuan found a girlfriend." Lu Chuan was helpless, thinking that his sister-in-law was so good to me. She must be afraid that I would not dare to fall in love again because of Kinlan, and now she sees that I have a girlfriend, so she is so excited. It's just that this girlfriend is fake. Sister-in-law, actually. Munan King stood up, picked up the 2 suitcases, and walked outside. Seeing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly stopped her. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Munan King smiled and shook her head. "Xiao Chuan, you have a girlfriend. It's not appropriate for me to live with you anymore. My salary that was owed to me before has been paid, and I can rent a house to live in. You must be nice to the girl in the future. She is so beautiful, you must not bully her." Lu Chuan was a little anxious. "Sister-in-law, Ningxin is not my girlfriend. You don't have to move out." Munan King smiled and said, "Silly boy, don't lie to me. That girl likes you at first sight. It would be strange if she is not your girlfriend. It's okay for me to live outside." Lu Chuan immediately told him about Ningxin's pretending to be her boyfriend. After hearing this, Munan King was stunned. "Really? Is it really like this?" Lu Chuan nodded seriously. "Absolutely true. I don't have a girlfriend, and sister-in-law doesn't have to move out." Munan King's face suddenly showed a touch of embarrassment. It turned out that all this was just her own overthinking. She suddenly felt ashamed to see people, but she felt a lot more relaxed in her heart. "Xiao Chuan, sister-in-law made a fool of yourself." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "How could that be? I know sister-in-law cares about me. How could I laugh at you?" He put down Munan King's 2 suitcases. "Sister-in-law, just live here with peace of mind. Don't say anything about moving out again." Munan King nodded obediently. "Okay." Lu Chuan took out the amethyst pendant. "Sister-in-law, I apologize for what I said to you that day. I will never say such things again. Asking you to find another one. I hope you can forgive me. This is the apology I prepared for you." Munan King was surprised when she saw the amethyst pendant. "It's so beautiful." She looked at Lu Chuan shyly. "Is it really for me?" Lu Chuan nodded. "Of course, sister-in-law. Please forgive me." Mu Nanking lowered her head with a sweet smile on her face. Okay, I forgive you. Lu Chuan felt relieved and said with a smile, sister-in-law, let me put it on you. Mu Nanking nodded, then turned around. Lu Chuan put the amethyst pendant on Mu Nanking's neck. Mu Nanking turned around expectantly and asked, does it look good? Lu Chuan looked down and suddenly said awkwardly, I can't see it. I can't see it. The rope he used to string the amethyst pendant was a little long. After Mu Nanking put it on, the amethyst pendant was directly hidden in the deep ravine. Mu Nanking looked down and blushed, saying, as long as it is given by Xiaochuan, it will look good. Lu Chuan scratched his head embarrassedly, then remembered something and asked, sister-in-law, do you remember what happened last night? Mu Nanking thought for a while and said, I don't remember. I just remember that I drank a lot of wine and woke up at home. What happened last night? Lu Chuan quickly said, no, you drank too much last night and called me, and I went to pick you up. He didn't want Mu Nanking to worry about the four beasts in Judeo Martial Arts Hall. Mu Nanking smiled and said, Xiaochuan is so nice. I'll go make breakfast for you. Then she hummed a little tune and went into the kitchen. Lu Chuan looked strange. Why does it feel like my sister-in-law is happier after knowing that I don't have a girlfriend? He didn't think much about it. After all, the headache now is the matter of Judeo Martial Arts School. After breakfast, Mu Nanking put on makeup and went out to work. Lu Chuan sat on the sofa worriedly, thinking about countermeasures. With the power of Judeo Martial Arts School, it must be easy to find out my identity. They may come to my door at any time. If Ko Xiang takes action, I will definitely die. I hope Ko Xiang is a reasonable person, so that I still have a chance of survival. He took out the amethyst again and melted it. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chuan put down the half-melted amethyst. He practiced the method of cultivation and began to breathe in and out spiritual energy. After a while, there was a knock on the door. His eyes suddenly opened, and his divine realm immediately tensed up. After a moment of hesitation, he stood up and walked towards the door, his spiritual power running, ready to fight to the death. He opened the door and saw a group of young men wearing training uniforms with the words Judeo Martial Arts School printed on them. Lu Chuan's pupils shrank. They were indeed from Judeo Martial Arts School. He pretended to be calm and asked, what do you do? The leader of these people took out a photo, and it was the 4 people from last night. These 4 are our senior brothers. They all had their arms broken last night. Did you do it? Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and said, it was me. Are you here for revenge? The leader took out a brocade box, bent down, and offered it with both hands, saying respectfully, Master said that the 4 senior brothers could not control the evil thoughts in their hearts, and they deserve to have their arms broken. He will hold a banquet in the martial arts hall tonight to apologize to you. We are here to invite you. This is a 50-year-old medicinal herb, which is considered an apology. Lu Chuan was full of surprise. He thought these people would attack him directly, but he didn't expect that they were here to apologize. It seems that Ko Xiang is not the kind of person who can't distinguish right from wrong. He thought about it, stretched out his hand to take the brocade box, and said, thank your master for me. I will go there in the evening. Those people immediately clasped their fists and left. Lu Chuan let out a long sigh, and his heart suddenly relaxed. He looked at the brocade box in his hand and murmured, there are still more good people in this world. It's me who thinks too badly of them. Chapter 44. Let them go to the supervisory department to answer for their crimes. In the evening, Lu Chuan finished his training, and his condition returned to the peak. Seeing that it was getting late, he got up and left the house, rushing towards Judeo Martial Arts Hall. To be on the safe side, he called Yu Qingfeng on the way. Judeo Martial Arts Hall, as one of the top 3 martial arts halls in Yancheng, is located in a prime location in the city center. The magnificent and domineering martial arts hall shows its impressive financial strength. Lu Chuan came to the door of the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall disciple who had delivered the medicinal materials was waiting at the door. When he saw Lu Chuan, he came forward and said, my master is waiting inside. You should go in quickly. Lu Chuan nodded, walked through a white courtyard, and came to a lobby. There was a table of sumptuous dishes inside, and a rough and domineering middle-aged man and a beautiful woman with a charming figure and lingering charm were sitting at the table. The 4 people last night all had bandages on their hands, their faces were pale, and they stood aside with their heads down. Lu Chuan had seen Ko Xiang's photo online and knew that the middle-aged man was Ko Xiang, and the beautiful woman sitting next to him should be Ko Xiang's wife, Su Jingxiu. Ko Xiang saw Lu Chuan coming and immediately stood up and asked, "But Lu Chuan?" Lu Chuan nodded. Ko Xiang made a gesture of invitation. "Sit down quickly." Lu Chuan sat down at the table. Ko Xiang looked at Lu Chuan with a smile and said, "Brother Lu, you are only in your 20s, but you have broken through to the Grandmaster level. This kind of talent is rare, not to mention in Yancheng, even in the whole Jiangbi. Yancheng has such a monster, and none of us actually knew about it. It's really shameful." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Master Ko, you are too kind." Su Jingxiu on the side looked at Lu Chuan with displeasure and said contemptuously, "So what if you have good talent? Can you beat my 4 precious disciples into cripples with good talent?" Ko Xiang glared at Su Jingxiu and said, "Shut up." Su Jingxiu said unconvincedly, "Am I wrong? The talents of my 4 precious disciples are no worse than this guy, and we have trained them with great effort. They were beaten into cripples just like this. Can't I say a few words?" "Okay, stop making things difficult for brother Lu Chuan here." Although he said this, Ko Xiang's tone did not contain any blame for Su Jingxiu. He looked at Lu Chuan and said with a smile, "Brother Lu Chuan, she is just like that. Don't take it to heart. I'll toast you a glass to apologize." Lu Chuan shook his head and said, "Master Ko, let's get straight to the point. What is your real purpose in calling me here today?" He had realized from Su Jingxiu's attitude that the other party did not really want to apologize to him. Ko Xiang put down his wine glass and said with a smile, "The first purpose of asking you to come here is naturally to make my 4 evil disciples apologize to you." He looked at the 4 people and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you apologize to Lu Chuan?" The 4 people immediately bowed to Lu Chuan as a formality and said weakly, "I'm sorry." Ko Xiang went on, "The second purpose is actually to ask brother Lu Chuan for help." He took a look at the broken arms of the 4 people and said, "In theory, normal fractures can grow back after treatment, but after the 4 of them went to the hospital, the doctor said that there was no way to help them set the bones, and even if they were set, the broken parts would not heal well. Out of desperation, I invited Mr. Zhao Siming to treat the 4 of them. Mr. Zhao also said that their fractures could not be cured, but he pointed out that this situation occurred because the method of breaking their arms was too strange. If you want to set the bones, you must figure out how this method works on the bones and breaks them. These 4 are the hard work of our Jidao martial arts school. It is not easy to train them. If their hands are broken, their future martial arts journey will be ruined. Besides, there will be a competition between our martial arts school and Chen's martial arts school next week to compete for the title of the first martial arts school in Yancheng. These 4 are the hope of our martial arts school. Brother Lu Chuan, you are also a martial artist. Since they have apologized, please tell me the method you used so that I can let Mr. Zhao treat them." Lu Chuan suddenly realized why Ko Xiang was so polite to him. When he broke the arms of these 4 people, he used his spiritual power to block the possibility of their bones healing again. Unless he did it himself, no one could heal the arms of these 4 people. Lu Chuan smiled and was about to speak when Su Jingxiu said angrily, "I tell me your broken technique quickly. If the arms of my 4 precious disciples cannot be cured, I will break your arms and legs." Lu Chuan frowned. "Madam Ko, you are too overbearing." Su Jingxiu snorted, "I'm already giving you face. My 4 precious disciples have broken arms, and I feel sorry for them. Is there anything wrong with that? Besides, you have already collected the 50-year-old medicinal herb, so don't waste time here, and tell me your broken technique quickly." Ko Xiang slammed the table and scolded Su Jingxiu, "Be quiet." He looked at Lu Chuan and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, my wife spoke a little hastily, but what she said is not unreasonable. Since you have collected the medicinal herb, tell me the technique." Lu Chuan's expression turned cold, and he said to Ko Xiang, "Master Ko, Considering your attitude, I can tell you how to cure their arms, but the mistakes they made cannot be made up by a herb. As long as the 4 of them take the initiative to go to the supervisory office to confess their crimes, I will help them cure their arms." The faces of the 4 people all changed. Sujinxiu cursed. "Are you sick? What crime did my 4 precious apprentices commit? Why should they go to the supervisory office? Maybe it was your bitch sister-in-law who seduced them. We can tell you about this calmly now, which is already a face for you. Don't be ungrateful." Lu Chuan clenched his fists. "Who are you calling a bitch?" Sujinxiu curled her lips. "Whoever is a bitch, call him that." "Enough." Ko Xiang roared, and the powerful momentum released, making Lu Chuan and Sujinxiu both oppressed and speechless. Sujinxiu then calmed down, glared at Lu Chuan viciously, and turned her face aside. Lu Chuan was shocked. Ko Xiang was indeed the best master in Yansheng. Just the aura he released made him feel desperate. Ko Xiang turned to look at Lu Chuan and asked, "They must go to the supervisory office to confess their crimes before you are willing to tell us the method?" Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said firmly, "Yes, this is my bottom line. They can't do such a thing and not receive any punishment." Ko Xiang narrowed his eyes and turned to look at his 4 apprentices. "Did you hear what Lu Chuan said? If you don't want to be disabled, go to the supervisory office to confess your crimes." The 4 of them panicked. "Master, please help us. Even if we really had that idea, we didn't accomplish anything in the end. There's no need to go to the supervisory office to suffer." "Yes, Master, we just made a mistake that every man in the world would make, and if that woman hadn't been dressed so provocatively, there's no way we would have had the idea of hitting on her. That's right, we were bewitched by her. There's no need to go to the supervisory office." Lu Chuan was filled with rage. If Ko Xiang hadn't been right next to him, he would have broken the other arms of these 4 beasts. Ko Xiang looked at Lu Chuan and said, "Brother Lu Chuan, please give me a favor. I will give you 2 50-year-old medicinal herbs. If you help them, I will remember your favor. Is that okay?" Lu Chuan snorted coldly, "Master Ko, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do anything." Ko Xiang sighed. In order to save the future of the martial arts school, he could only grit his teeth and agree. "Okay, I promise you. Let them go to the supervisory office to confess their crimes." Lu Chuan bowed. "Thank you, Master Ko." The 4 apprentices were filled with despair. At this time, Sujinxiu suddenly stood up with her mobile phone in her hand and said with surprise, "The arms of the 4 of them can be saved. My friend said that he knows a miracle doctor with superb medical skills, and he can definitely cure the arms of our precious apprentices." She looked at Lu Chuan with a sneer on her face. "We don't have to ask this ungrateful thing." Ko Xiang was surprised. "Really?" Sujinxiu said, "Of course it's true. Xiaotang told me. Do you think it can be false?" Ko Xiang's eyes lit up. "Then it seems quite reliable." He turned his head to look at Lu Chuan. His attitude reversed 180 degrees, and he slammed the table. Bang! The table broke into pieces. Then he said with a cold face, "You broke my apprentice's arm, and you want to send them to the supervisory department to suffer. You are very brave. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 45. What is the name of that miracle doctor? Lu Chuan quickly stood up and retreated to the back, frowning at Ko Xiang. "Master Ko, what do you mean?" Ko Xiang sneered. "Didn't you hear me just now? Someone can cure my apprentice's arm. I don't need to be falsely polite to you, an ungrateful guy." Lu Chuan's nerves suddenly tensed up. "Impossible. No one else can cure their arms except me. Master Ko, I advise you to think carefully before you turn against me." Sujinxiu on the side sneered. "We are being polite to you. Do you really think you are an important person? There are many capable people in this world. Don't think you are too powerful." The 4 apprentices also glared at Lu Chuan fiercely. "Master, this bastard dares to use us to threaten you. You must not let him go." "That's right. Even if we really slept with his sister-in-law, so what? He actually asked us to apologize and even wanted to send us to the inspectorate. We are simply giving him face. Damn it, I can't hold my anger anymore. Since we can't afford to beg him, let's teach him a lesson. A sinister look appeared on Ko Xiang's face, and his internal energy gathered on his palms. The whole hall was shrouded in invisible pressure. Boy, do you want to kneel down on your own, or do I beat you to your knees and beg for mercy? Lu Chuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The spiritual power in his body had been running to the extreme to resist the pressure. Master KO, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the martial arts world for doing this? Ko Xiang curled his lips. Riddle? In the martial arts world, strength is respected. Go out and ask them who dares to laugh at me. Ko Xiang. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, knowing that the current situation was irreversible. He cursed in his heart, wondering which idiot dared to say that he could cure the arms of the four men. In today's world, unless a second practitioner appears, it is impossible for anyone to solve his tricks. Su Jingxiu urged, hubby, stop talking nonsense with this guy, quickly deal with him, and help my precious disciples vent their anger. Ko Xiang no longer hesitated, and slapped Lu Chuan with one palm. Lu Chuan used all his strength to resist, but his body still flew backwards like a cannonball, and fell in the yard. He stood up with difficulty, and looked in the direction of Ko Xiang with fear, thinking that the other party was worthy of being one of the top 10 masters in Yangcheng. His strength was so strong, that he was afraid that he could only take 3 moves at most. Ko Xiang, don't bully me too much. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and shouted. Ko Xiang came to the yard and sneered. I bullied you today, what can you do? He flashed and rushed towards Lu Chuan, so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. A punch like a mountain falling on top of his head hit Lu Chuan's chest, and Lu Chuan instantly felt a sense of death crisis. He felt that, if this punch hit him, even if he didn't die, he would probably have to lie in bed for the rest of his life, but the opponent's speed was too fast, and he had no time to dodge. Are we really going to die here? Seeing that the punch was about to hit Lu Chuan. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed Ko Xiang's fist. Bang! The powerful force wave spread in all directions, shattering some potted plants in the yard. The figure that suddenly appeared did not move at all, and completely unloaded Ko Xiang's power. Lu Chuan looked forward with a look of surprise on his face. Senior. Ko Xiang also frowned, looked at the person in front of him, and said coldly, Yu Qingfeng, why are you here? To join in the fun. Yu Qingfeng said lightly, the duty of the supervisory office is to purge those who violate the law and bully others with force. I'm just performing my duty. Ko Xiang narrowed his eyes. This kid doesn't have any background. He is just an unknown person with some martial arts talent. You want to deal with me for him? Yu Qingfeng said, he is my savior. If you really want to touch him, then be prepared to break up with my supervisory office. Ko Xiang frowned and looked at Lu Chuan. He didn't expect that this kid would be Yu Qingfeng's savior. He thought for a while, smiled, and said, Master Yu, you are really joking. I just saw that he has a good talent for martial arts, so I wanted to test his level and give him some pointers. I have no other intentions. Yu Qingfeng snorted coldly, that would be the best. Then he turned to look at Lu Chuan. Let's go. The two walked out of the martial arts hall. At this time, Su Jingxiu ran over and shouted, this kid cheated us of a 50-year-old medicinal herb. Give it back to us. Lu Chuan's face was gloomy. After glancing at Su Jingxiu, he said in a deep voice, I will find someone to send it back when I go back. I don't want to take things from people like you. After that, he followed Yu Qingfeng and left the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. TSK. Su Jingxiu looked disdainful and walked back to Ko Xiang's side. Honey, this kid is really hateful. Find a chance to kill him later. The 4 apprentices came over and nodded in agreement. Ko Xiang shook his head. This kid has Yu Qingfeng as his backer, so he can't be touched. Yu Qingfeng didn't take the opportunity to take the 4 of them back for questioning just now, which was already a favor to me. If I were to go after that Lu Chuan again, I would really be at odds with the supervisory office. Su Jingxiu and her 4 disciples were all unhappy, but due to the intimidation of the supervisory office, they didn't dare to say anything. Ko Xiang said, let's cure the arms of these 4 people as soon as possible. What do you say? Sujingxiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have already talked to Xiao Tang. She will help us make an appointment with that miracle doctor." Ko Xiang nodded and asked, "Is this miracle doctor as reliable as you said?" Sujingxiu said with certainty, "Of course. Some time ago, Lao Chu of Xiao Tang's family was infected with a rare neurotoxin. Not only did he go blind, but his brain was almost invaded and he died. It was that miracle doctor who saved him. Do you think he is reliable?" Ko Xiang was curious. "So amazing. What's the name of that miracle doctor? Why have I never heard of him?" Sujingxiu said, "I didn't ask this, but people with real skills are mostly low-key, so it's normal not to have heard of him. As long as our precious apprentice's arm can be cured, it's enough. Why bother about so much?" Ko Xiang nodded. "Then you should prepare more thank you gifts. If our apprentice's arm can really be cured, we must not treat him unfairly." Outside Jidao Martial Arts School, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Yu Qingfeng Sr. "Thanks to you this time, otherwise I would have died here." Yu Qingfeng smiled and said, "You're welcome. This is what I should do. It's just that Ko Xiang is powerful and has a close relationship with Long Xian'er. Even the supervisory office can't confront them head on, so there's no way to bring his 4 apprentices back for questioning. I hope you can understand." Lu Chuan nodded. "I understand this, senior. Don't take it to heart." He remembered something and asked, "By the way, senior, if you go from the 9th stage of internal strength to the master level, you will reach the realm of Grandmaster?" "Yes, after the internal strength is integrated, you will become a Grandmaster. Unlike the internal strength stage, a martial artist at the Grandmaster level can release pressure during combat to suppress the opponent's performance. Although the 9th stage of internal strength is only one step away from the Grandmaster, under the pressure of the Grandmaster, it is considered good if the 9th stage of internal strength can exert half of its strength. This is one of the reasons why martial artists at this stage can be called Grandmasters," Yu Qingfeng explained. Lu Chuan suddenly realized, "Thank you for clearing up my doubts, senior." Yu Qingfeng glanced at Lu Chuan and said with a smile, "You were able to defeat Ko Xiang's 4 proud disciples by yourself. I think you have entered the Grandmaster realm. This talent is really rare. I wonder if you are interested in joining our supervisory department, where you will get better resources and guidance." Lu Chuan scratched his head embarrassedly. "Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have such plans now." Yu Qingfeng did not force him and nodded and said, "You can think it over carefully, but you must remember that, even if you have entered the Grandmaster realm, you must not be arrogant. The Grandmaster realm is divided into 9 grades, 1 grade at a time. You have just stepped into the threshold of the Grandmaster realm, and you are still a long way from being a real strong man. And there are many geniuses like you in our supervisory department, and there are even more evil ones. You must always remain humble so as not to go astray." Lu Chuan nodded seriously. "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I should be at the level of a 1st grade Grandmaster now. I don't know what grade of Grandmaster senior you and Ko Xiang are now." The two parted at an intersection. Yu Qingfeng said, "With me here today, Ko Xiang will not dare to touch you again. You can do your own thing with peace of mind. If you have any more trouble, contact me as soon as possible." Lu Chuan thanked Yu Qingfeng and took a taxi to go home. "Fortunately, I told Senior Yu about this in advance, otherwise it would be hard to predict whether I would live or die today. Ko Xiang, you wait for me. Even if you are one of the top 10 masters in Yunsheng, I will step on you sooner or later." The scenery outside the window passed by quickly, and Lu Chuan's desire for strength became stronger and stronger. Back home, Lu Chuan found the cheapest courier and sent the 50-year-old medicinal material back to Ko Xiang. He didn't want to waste a minute and a second and devoted himself to practice. When his condition returned to its peak, he continued to smelt the amethyst. 8 o'clock in the evening. Ring ring ring. Lu Chuan put down the amethyst, picked up the phone, and found that it was Chumingayao calling. He had a sly smile on his face, and after answering the phone, he asked directly, "Have you figured it out?" Chumingayao was silent for several seconds, and she felt ashamed when she remembered that Lu Chuan said he would wait for her to climb into bed last time. Psycho. Chumingayao cursed and hung up the phone. But after a while, she called Lu Chuan again. Lu Chuan held back his laughter and answered the phone. Okay, I'm not kidding you anymore. Do you have something to talk to me about? Chu Mingyao's voice was a little resentful. My mother has a friend who wants to see you for treatment. Do you have time tomorrow? Lu Chuan smiled and said, of course, she is my future mother-in-law anyway. If my mother-in-law asks, I certainly can't refuse. Can you have some shame? Chu Mingyao roared. Lu Chuan touched his face. Am I wrong? We are engaged. Chu Mingyao snorted, skipped the topic, and said, I'll send you the address. Remember to come on time tomorrow. After that, the phone was hung up. Lu Chuan shook his head and smiled. It seemed that his skin was indeed getting thicker and thicker. Was this a common problem for practitioners? I wonder who my mother-in-law wants me to treat. Without thinking anymore, he continued to smelt the amethyst. Chapter 46 Shameless Sujingxiu. The next morning, Lu Chuan put the amethyst that had been melted into purple liquid into the bowl. After unremitting efforts, he finally completed one step of refining the magic weapon. Next, he needs to put auxiliary materials into these purple liquids, inject a lot of spiritual power, engrave spells after shaping, and integrate them into the magic circle. After the spells in the internal magic circle are activated, the magic weapon is considered to be successfully refined. The rest of the steps will be carried out after I come back from the doctor. After a short rest, Lu Chuan changed his clothes, took a look at the address sent by Chu Mingyao, and rushed over. The meeting place is at a famous restaurant called Zuxuan Lao. Lu Chuan took a taxi to the door of Zuxuan Lao. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Kao Xiang, Su Jingxiu and their 4 apprentices. Su Jingxiu also saw Lu Chuan, and immediately said sarcastically, why do I always run into you, an eyesore? Get out of here, I'm annoyed when I see you. Lu Chuan just glanced at them coldly, ignored them, and walked into Zuxuan Lao. Su Jingxiu saw this, and hurried forward to stop him. What are you doing? Who told you to go inside? Lu Chuan frowned. I want to go inside to find someone. What, is this restaurant open by you? Su Jingxiu said angrily. We are going to entertain important guests here, and you, a jinx, might bump into our guests. I don't care who you are going to find inside, you can't go in today. An apprentice said. Master's wife, you are right. Maybe this kid came here to make trouble. We must not let him in. Lu Chuan was speechless. Are you sick? This is a regular consumption place. I want to go in, and no one can stop me. After that, he continued to move forward. Kao Xiang appeared in front of him. Get out of here immediately. Don't force me to do anything. Lu Chuan's face darkened. He looked at the arrogant and domineering Kao Xiang and did not step back. Instead, he pointed at the camera not far away. There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. As long as you dare to do something, senior, you will have enough reasons to arrest you. He has wanted you to go in 40 for a long time. If you don't believe me, just try it. Kao Xiang's eyes condensed. Boy, you dare to threaten me? Lu Chuan snorted coldly. You are just unreasonable. Su Jingxiu came over and pulled Kao Xiang. Husband, don't bother with him. I have a way to prevent him from entering Zuxuan Lao. After that, she took out a bank card, walked to the front desk, and said, we have booked the whole place here today. Swipe the card. The front desk clenched his eyes and quickly took the bank card. Okay, I will book the whole place for you right away. After the booking was completed, Su Jingxiu came over, looked at Lu Chuan proudly and said, we have booked this place, you can get out. Lu Chuan clenched his fists, but he was helpless. Kao Xiang sneered and said, I forgot that your information shows that you were still delivering food not long ago. It's ridiculous that a piece of trash from the bottom of society wants to go against my Judeo martial arts school. Several apprentices looked at Lu Chuan with gloating. Don't think that we are afraid of you, just because you beat us once. Wait until our arms are healed, and then we will deal with you properly. Several people entered Zuxuan Lao together. Lu Chuan also wanted to go in, but was stopped by the waiter of the hotel. Sir, I'm sorry, our place is reserved. You can't go in without the consent of those guests. Lu Chuan cursed inwardly, and had to give up. Upstairs private room. Chu Mingyao and Zhao Heitang were already waiting here. After Su Jingxiu and Kao Xiang arrived, the two sides greeted each other and exchanged a few words. The two families were not very familiar with each other, but it was because Chu Mingayao became Long Xiana's future daughter-in-law and Ko Xiang had a close relationship with Long Xianaya that they had some exchanges. Ko Xiang's 4 disciples were drooling at Chu Mingayao's beauty, but unfortunately, she was already engaged to Long Hao, so they naturally didn't dare to make any plans, and could only enjoy the sight. Zhao Haitang looked at the 4 disciples and asked, who broke their arms? Su Jingxiu said angrily, I get angry when it comes to this. My 4 precious disciples were injured because they were brave enough to do something righteous. They met a beast who even molested his sister-in-law. My 4 disciples couldn't stand it, so they went to do something righteous. Who knew that the beast was too strong? They risked their lives to save the beast's sister-in-law. Zhao Haitang was surprised. Really? Then the 4 of them are really worthy of praise. There are not many people with a sense of justice these days. Chu Mingayao was full of suspicion, thinking that these 4 guys looked at me with lustful eyes as soon as they came in, and one of them almost drooled. Can such wretched people have a sense of justice? I would rather believe that bastard Lu Chuan is not a lustful person. Lu Chuan outside Zuxuan building suddenly sneezed. Huh. Someone said bad things about me? Ko Xiang blushed a little when he heard Su Jingxiu say this and moved his eyes away. The 4 apprentices looked calm, as if the truth was so. They chatted for a while. Ko Xiang asked, didn't the miracle doctor find the right place? Why hasn't he arrived after so long? Zhao Haitang looked at Chu Mingayao. Yao ask. Chu Mingayao nodded, took out her mobile phone, and called Lu Chuan. Why haven't you arrived yet? I was stopped by someone and couldn't get in. Ah. Why? It's hard to explain. Then wait for me downstairs. I'll pick you up. Chu Mingayao hung up the phone and said to everyone, he's already here. I'll go downstairs to pick him up. Su Jingxiu quickly said, okay, there's a jinx downstairs. Be careful, don't let him bump into our miracle doctor. Chu Mingayao just felt confused and went downstairs. She saw Lu Chuan at the door and asked, who stopped you? Lu Chuan said, a few idiots. They booked this place and wouldn't let me in. By the way, weren't you kicked out? Chu Mingayao shook her head. Lu Chuan looked strange. Logically speaking, with the faces of those people in Judo Martial Arts Hall, even those who had already entered should have been kicked out. Let's not talk about this for now. Take me to see the patient first. Chu Mingayao nodded, told the way to the box number, and took Lu Chuan inside. When going up the stairs, Lu Chuan noticed something was wrong. He turned his head and looked at Chu Mingayao and asked, do the people who want me to treat their illnesses have broken arms, and there are 4 of them? Chu Mingayao widened her eyes. How do you know? Lu Chuan's expression suddenly became playful, and he couldn't help laughing. Chu Mingayao asked, what are you laughing at? Lu Chuan shook his head. Nothing. I'll show you a good show later. Chu Mingayao felt more and more puzzled. The 2 of them arrived at the door of the box together. Su Jingxiu and Ko Xiang were both looking forward to the miracle doctor coming to heal their apprentice's arms. After all, this was related to the future of Judo Martial Arts School. It was not an easy task to train 4 geniuses with 9 internal strength again. The 4 apprentices had also determined that they would not become disabled and were discussing how to retaliate against Lu Chuan after their arms were connected. At this time, Chu Mingayao brought Lu Chuan in and introduced, this is a miracle doctor who cured my father, Lu Chuan. Everyone turned their heads to look at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan raised his lips and said with a smile, everyone, we meet again. The smiles on the faces of Su Jingxiu, Ko Xiang and the 4 apprentices suddenly stopped. The box fell silent instantly. Chapter 47 Unless you kneel down and apologize. This guy is the miracle doctor. How is this possible? No wonder he said that no one else can heal our arms. We are done for now. We just deliberately made trouble for him downstairs. How can he still heal our arms? The 4 apprentices were the first to react, and they all showed regretful expressions on their faces. Ko Xiang's face also darkened, and he turned his head to glance at Su Jingxiu. Su Jingxiu looked guilty, and quickly turned her head away, as if she was not to blame for this at all. Zhao Haitang was puzzled. Do you know each other? Su Jingxiu smiled and said, I know him. Lu Chuan was a guest at our house yesterday. It's just that we didn't expect that Lu Chuan was the miracle doctor. If we had known this, we would have asked him to treat our apprentice yesterday. Then she looked at Lu Chuan and said flatteringly, Lu Chuan, we had a little misunderstanding before. Don't take it to heart, but since you have promised Xiana Tang to help our apprentice treat his arm, then don't just stand there, start the treatment. Lu Chuan sneered. Mrs. KO, your face changes so quickly. Didn't you tell me to get out then? Su Jingxiu smiled awkwardly. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. KO Xiang sighed, stood up, and bowed to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, I didn't expect that. After going around in circles, the arms of my 4 evil disciples would eventually be treated by you. I apologize to you here. I hope you can put aside the past grudges and help my 4 apprentices. I'm willing to give you 3 50-year-old medicinal herbs as compensation. Lu Chuan sat down and said with a smile, Master KO, if it weren't for Senior Yu's intervention yesterday, I would have been crippled by you. Do you think a few herbs can solve this problem? KO Xiang frowned. Then what do you want? Su Jingxiu said, that's right, we have all apologized to you. Isn't that enough? Lu Chuan curled his lips. I gave you a chance yesterday, but you didn't cherish it. KO Xiang took a deep breath. In other words, you are unwilling to treat my 4 apprentices, right? Lu Chuan smiled. It's not that I'm unwilling, unless... KO Xiang asked quickly, unless what? Lu Chuan's tone became cold. Unless you kneel down and apologize to me, and then slap your wife 10 times for me. KO Xiang's pupils shrank, and his momentum burst out instantly. Boy, you are looking for death. Lu Chuan had a calm face. The best treatment time for the arms of the 4 of them is only 3 days. After 3 days, even I will be helpless. Master KO, think it over carefully. KO Xiang's face was uncertain. If he was not afraid of Yu Qingfeng, he would have slapped Lu Chuan to death. Su Jingxiu tugged at KO Xiang's clothes and said, hubby, how about just do as he says? It's okay for me to get slapped a few times. It's heartbreaking if the 4 disciples' arms can't be cured. What's more, we will have a competition with Chen's martial arts school next week. If we can't win this time, we will be suppressed by them all the time. Lu Chuan glanced at Su Jingxiu with suspicion, then looked at the 4 disciples, thinking to himself, you are such an unreasonable person, but you are willing to get slapped for the sake of them. What is the relationship between you two? KO Xiang snorted coldly. I, KO Xiang, am one of the top 10 masters in Yancheng. You want me to kneel down to an arrogant thief? You're dreaming. Su Jingxiu said, but if you don't kneel down, our apprentice's arm. KO Xiang threw his hands. It doesn't matter if the arm is broken. There are many one-armed heroes in the martial arts world. They still have a chance to make a name for themselves. The 4 apprentices all looked desperate. KO Xiang looked at Lu Chuan coldly. Boy, you'd better remember your arrogant attitude today. When I'm done with the competition, I will definitely not let you have an easy time. After saying that, he turned and left. Su Jingxiu and the 4 apprentices could only follow helplessly. Chu Mingyao and Zhao Heitang were both confused and had no idea what was going on. Zhao Heitang asked, Lu Chuan, can you tell us what happened? Lu Chuan sighed and told the whole story from beginning to end. After listening to this, Zhao Heitang showed a trace of anger on his face. This Su Jingxiu is too shameless. It was obviously her apprentice who was tempted by her beauty, but she actually said that he was acting bravely. I even found a doctor for them to treat it. I'm so mad. Chu Mingyao nodded in agreement, and this time she also stood on Lu Chuan's side. Zhao Heitang said to Lu Chuan with full apology, Lu Chuan, I'm so sorry. If I had known that they were such people, I would not have bothered you. In the future, my Chu family will never have any dealings with people from Jidao Martial Arts School. Lu Chuan said, Aunt, you did it unintentionally. It won't cause any trouble. Chu Mingyao asked with some concern. KO Xiang is one of the top 10 masters in Yancheng. You have made a feud with him this time. Have you thought about how to deal with it? Lu Chuan smiled bitterly. What can I do? I can only deal with it with gritted teeth. But even if he is strong, I haven't done anything wrong, and he can't do anything to me. Zhao Heitang nodded. If KO Xiang really wants to touch you, you can come to my Chu family. He has worked under Long Xianaya, and my Chu family and Long family are married. Let's see if he dares to offend. Luchuan immediately clasped his fists. Thank you, Aunt. Zhao Haitang smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? This is what I should do. She suddenly said a little embarrassedly, by the way, Luchuan, I have been feeling backache and discomfort recently. Can you tell me what's wrong? Luchuan immediately felt Zhao Haitang's pulse and then asked about the symptoms, saying, it's no big deal. The yin fire is a little strong. I will give you a massage to release the yin fire in your body. Okay, right here? Zhao Haitang agreed happily. Luchuan nodded, turned his head to look at Chumingayao, and said, you go outside and wait first. You can't be disturbed during the massage. Chumingayao widened her eyes, thinking of the scene when this guy treated her every time. The shame in her heart could not stop surging, and she said, Mom, you. Zhao Haitang waved her hand and urged, oh, go out quickly. Don't disturb Luchuan from massaging me. Chumingayao had no choice but to leave the box. Luchuan closed the door. Chumingayao was confused. It's just a massage. Why close the door? She paced back and forth in front of the box door. Knowing Luchuan's character, she couldn't help but worry about her mother. This bastard, he must have done it on purpose. If he dares to do anything to my mother, I will never let him go. About 20 minutes later, the door of the box opened. Zhao Haitang walked out with a red face. She stretched, turned to Luchuan and said, Luchuan, it was so comfortable just now. Can I ask you to massage me often in the future? Luchuan smiled and said, sure. Chumingayao hurried over and asked, Mom, did that guy in there do anything inappropriate to you just now? Zhao Haitang rolled his eyes at Chumingayao. Girl, what are you thinking about all day long? Luchuan is just giving me a serious massage. Who did you learn these crooked ideas from? Luchuan smiled in his heart and said to Chumingayao seriously, yeah, your idea is very unhealthy. As the saying goes, those who are lustful will see lust. What do you usually watch? Upon hearing this, Zhao Haitang immediately showed a suspicious look to Chumingayao, stretched out his hand, and said, Yao, give me your mobile phone to take a look. Chumingayao was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wished she could strangle Luchuan to death. She said angrily, Mom, don't listen to this guy's nonsense here. It's obvious that he has evil intentions. Zhao Haitang said, Yao, Luchuan is a serious person. How can you say that to him? Have you been polluted by some improper information? Chumingayao suddenly felt like she couldn't get rid of it, even if she jumped into the Yellow River, and she almost told Luchuan every time he took advantage of her. Luchuan coughed twice. Aunt, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. You should pay attention to strengthening her ideological education, and don't let her look around anymore. After that, he quickly slipped away. Chumingayao gritted her teeth. Asshole, stop right there. What am I looking at? Zhao Haitang grabbed Chumingayao and said, Yao, Luchuan is doing this for your own good. Why are you like this? Tell me quickly, what have you been looking at recently? Is it given to you by that girl Ningxing? How many times have I told you not to learn from her? Why don't you listen? Chumingayao clenched her fists and decided to teach Luchuan a lesson next time. After Luchuan left Zuxuanlao, he went all the way to the antique street. He bought 2 50-year-old medicinal herbs and bought all the auxiliary materials needed to refine the magic weapon, spending nearly 900,000 at a time. Kao Xiang brought him a lot of pressure, so he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. At least before Kao Xiang's revenge came, he had enough self-protection power. Back home, without any hesitation, Luchuan put all his time and energy on refining magic weapons and improving his strength. 5 days later, Luchuan sat cross-legged on the bed in the bedroom. The momentum around him was much stronger than before. Just yesterday, he had successfully broken through to the 5th level of key training. With the improvement of strength, the effect of wrangling pill began to weaken. After practicing to the peak of the 4th level of key training this time, he used 2 wrangling pills before he successfully broke through. This made him smack his lips. The medicinal materials and pills needed for future breakthroughs will definitely become more and more expensive. This is just the beginning. At this time, 6 dark purple beads were suspended in front of Luchuan, emitting strange fluctuations. This is exactly the magic weapon he has worked hard to refine in the past few days. Now he is transmitting spiritual power to these 6 beads. After this step is completed, this magic weapon will be truly formed. About half an hour later, Lu Chuan stopped transmitting spiritual power, opened his eyes, and twisted the magic formula. The 6 beads quickly shrank, and then turned into a seemingly inconspicuous bracelet, which was put on Lu Chuan's wrist. Lu Chuan jumped off the bed, looked at the bracelet on his wrist with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally succeeded. With it, I don't have to fear Kao Xiang's threats. Chapter 48 Purple Cloud Pearl. This magic weapon is made of purple crystal. After being integrated into the formation, cloud patterns are formed. Let's call it Purple Cloud Pearl. Let's try the spiritual gathering effect of Purple Cloud Pearl first. Lu Chuan silently recited the spell, and the cloud patterns on the Purple Cloud Pearl appeared with bright light. Then, the spiritual energy around him gathered towards Lu Chuan. This is the first function of this magic weapon, gathering spiritual energy. With the Purple Cloud Pearl, Lu Chuan can gather all the spiritual energy around himself, so that even in this era of thin spiritual energy, he can obtain sufficient spiritual energy to increase the speed of cultivation. In addition to gathering spiritual energy, Purple Cloud Pearl has 2 other extraordinary functions. One is to wake up the mind, and the other is to attract lightning. The so-called awakening is to improve the mental state of the wearer, so that he will not be attacked or bewitched by any mental aspects. At the same time, it can improve the wearer's understanding, so that his perception and learning abilities are greatly improved. For example, Lu Chuan knows nothing about Go, but under the effect of the Purple Cloud Pearl, his learning and perception abilities reach the extreme, so he can learn Go in a short time and become a master of Go. This function can help Lu Chuan to rapidly improve his realm. The only attack method of Xianzu is to attract thunder, which is also the reason why Lu Chuan has the confidence to deal with Kao Xiang. When Lu Chuan uses all his strength to activate Xianzu, he can sense the world, attract a thunder, and attack others. The power of thunder is unpredictable. Lu Chuan speculates that even masters like Yu Qingfeng and Kao Xiang cannot withstand the attack of thunder. After all, although martial arts also have the opportunity to enter the Tao, they need to reach a very high realm before they have the opportunity to comprehend the world. Before that, martial artists are just mortals and naturally cannot contend with the rolling thunder. The only pity is that Xianzu can only attract 3 thunders at most, after which Xianzu will be overwhelmed and completely shattered. Lu Chuan is very satisfied with this. These 3 thunders are his trump card. Facing a powerful opponent like Kao Xiang who cannot be defeated in a short time, he can unexpectedly attract a thunder and directly kill the opponent. If he hadn't known Long Xiana's current strength and how many masters were around him, Lu Chuan would have even wanted to try whether this thunder could kill Long Xiana. With my current strength of the 5th level of key training, plus the Purple Cloud Pearl, what fear do I have for Kao Xiang? Lu Chuan was full of confidence, and all his previous worries disappeared. He walked out of the room, and found that it was already evening. Mu Nanking pushed the door open, and came in with a big bag of vegetables in her hand. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you got off work so early again today." Mu Nanking rolled her eyes at him. "I saw that you got up early, and worked late these days, and I don't know what you are doing, so I thought of making you a good meal to replenish your body." Lu Chuan grinned. "Sister-in-law, you are so nice. Then why don't you come and get my things quickly? They are so heavy," Mu Nanking said, while taking off her high heels. Lu Chuan hurried over and reached out to take the bag. The moment he touched Mu Nanking's slender white hand, the power in his body was instantly disordered, and the power of Long Yang burst out. In an instant, there was only one thought in his mind: take her. Lu Chuan pressed Mu Nanking against the door uncontrollably, looking at her with longing eyes. His eyes gradually moved down to her soft lips. His throat rolled up and down, and his breathing became heavy. Mu Nanking was startled by Lu Chuan's sudden wall bang, and then a blush climbed on her face. She embarrassedly turned her head to the side and asked weakly, "Xiao Chuan, what's wrong with you?" Lu Chuan was a little sober at this time, and quickly suppressed the disordered power in his body and the sudden Long Yang power. He quickly got up, and said with embarrassment, "Sister-in-law, Sister-in-law, I just had a seizure, I'm sorry. Mu Nanking didn't mean to blame him at all and said shyly, someone is looking for you downstairs, waiting for you, you should go down quickly. Lu Chuan was puzzled, who is looking for me? Mu Nanking said, I don't know, you go downstairs and take a look, I'll go cook for you first. Then he walked towards the kitchen with a red face. Lu Chuan went out and went downstairs. When he was in the elevator, he was full of doubts. Why is the power in my body disordered again? And this time I almost lost my mind because of the outbreak of Long Yang's power. If I hadn't been determined, I would have kissed my sister-in-law directly at that time. It's really a sin. Could it be that this situation really happened because my strength increased too quickly? Lu Chuan came downstairs puzzled. A middle-aged man with a strong breath and several young people were waiting here. They were wearing uniform clothes with the words Chen's Martial Arts Hall written on them. Are you looking for me? Lu Chuan asked. The middle-aged man immediately bowed to Lu Chuan and said politely, my dear Lu Chuan, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I'm Chen Changyuan, the owner of Chen's Martial Arts School. I'm here to ask my dear Lu Chuan for a favor. Lu Chuan asked, what favor? Chen Changyuan said, I wonder if my dear Lu Chuan knows about the competition between our Chen's Martial Arts School and Judeo Martial Arts School. I came to find my dear Lu Chuan because I want you to come out as an external aid for our martial arts school and compete with the people from Judeo Martial Arts School. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. The four most powerful geniuses of Judeo Martial Arts School have all had their arms broken by me. It should be easy for you to beat them. Why are you looking for me? Chen Changyuan said quickly, we came to you, little friend Lu Chuan, because we heard about this. You may not know that after the four people from Judeo Martial Arts School became disabled, Ko Xiang found a peerless genius of the second grade master to ensure victory in the competition. The strongest among the younger generation of our martial arts school has only half a foot in the master level and is not the opponent of the other party. I was also forced to ask little friend Lu Chuan for help. Lu Chuan was puzzled. Isn't it a competition between your two martial arts schools? How can you find external help? Chen Changyuan smiled awkwardly. This competition involves the ownership of the title of the first martial arts school, so everyone will do everything they can. He clapped his hands. Several young people behind him immediately brought 3 brocade boxes. Little friend Lu Chuan, here are 3 50-year-old medicinal herbs, which is a little gift from our Chen's Martial Arts School. As long as little friend Lu Chuan is willing to represent our Chen-style martial arts school in the competition, whether we can win or not, we will present another 3 50-year-old medicinal herbs. Chen Changyuan said sincerely. Lu Chuan thought about it. A playful smile appeared on his face, and he said, okay, I promise you. He was looking for an opportunity to test his strength at the 5th level of key training, and he was eager to cause some trouble to Judeo Martial Arts School so that Ko Xiang would know that he was not easy to mess with. Chen Changyuan was surprised. Really? Lu Chuan nodded. Of course. Chen Changyuan asked again, but they invited a 2nd grade master. Are you sure? He knew that Lu Chuan could break the arms of 4 geniuses in Judeo Martial Arts School, and his strength must have reached the master level, but it was unknown what level of master he was. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, let alone a 2nd grade master, even if it is Ko Xiang himself, I'm not afraid of him at all. Chen Changyuan couldn't help but smile. Lu Chuan, you are really a joker, but since you said this, I believe you. He handed 3 medicinal herbs to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan thought for a moment and said, Master Chen, you keep these herbs first. When I help you beat Judeo Martial Arts School, you can give me the remaining one. He didn't want to be asked to take them back again like last time. Chen Changyuan didn't hesitate. In that case, I will wait until the competition is over and give you 6 herbs at a time. Don't worry, my Chen's Martial Arts School has a good reputation and will never go back on its word. Lu Chuan nodded and asked, when will the competition be held? Chen Changyuan replied, tomorrow afternoon, at the training ground of our Chen's Martial Arts School. Okay, I will be there on time tomorrow. Lu Chuan agreed and went upstairs. A disciple from Chen's Martial Arts School asked, Master, is this guy really reliable? We are using 6 50-year-old medicinal herbs to hire him. Isn't it a bit of a loss? What if he loses? Chen Changyuan sighed. At this point, we have no other choice except him, and I can be sure that the probability of his losing is 80%. Although he is very confident, his true strength will not exceed that of a first grade master. Several disciples were puzzled. Then why should we invite him? We are going to lose anyway. Why don't we just let one of us go up, and we can save 6 herbs? Chen Changyuan shook his head. No, although your strength is not weak, facing a second grade master is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. And with Ko Xiang's temper, I'm afraid that second grade master will kill him. You are the future of the martial arts school, and none of you can be lost. Although Lu Chuan has little chance of winning, he has reached the master level after all. Facing a second grade master, even if he loses, he will not be beaten to death. Those 6 herbs, just consider it as compensation for him. Several disciples suddenly realized, and suddenly they didn't feel, that giving Lu Chuan 6 herbs was a loss. Lu Chuan returned home. Before Munan had finished cooking, he sat on the sofa and thought about the source of his power disorder. Not long after, Munan voice came. Zhao-Chun, it's time to eat. Lu Chuan got up and walked towards the dining table. He thought about how he had dodged Munan against the wall at that time, and suddenly felt embarrassed, not knowing how to explain. If he said that he had lost control inexplicably just now, Munan would definitely not believe it. Munan served the meal and put it in front of Lu Chuan. After looking at him shyly, he said, eat quickly. There is another dish. I'll bring it over. Lu Chuan sat down and felt that Munan seemed a little different from when she just came back. After thinking for a long time, he confirmed that the lipstick on Munan lips was freshly applied. When Munan turned around, his gaze fell down and landed on Munan legs, and his eyes widened. Didn't my sister-in-law have bare legs when she came back? Why are you wearing black stockings now? Chapter 49. I will defeat him today. Munan sat down with the dishes and put her hair behind her ears with her hands. She looked shy and lively, charming and charming. She saw Lu Chuan staring at her strangely and asked, Zhao-Chun, what's wrong? Lu Chuan quickly lowered his head to eat. No, nothing. Munan asked, who is looking for you downstairs? Lu Chuan said perfunctorily, some friends, looking for my help. Oh. Munan replied and started to pick up dishes for Lu Chuan. Zhao-Chun, try this fried leek and egg. Zhao-Chun, try this wolfberry black chicken soup. Zhao-Chun, try this garlic oyster. Zhao-Chun, try this stir-fried kidney. Lu Chuan ate one bite after another, and the more he ate, the more he felt something was wrong. Why are the dishes my sister-in-law made for me all for kidney nourishment? Did she confuse the concepts of nourishing the body and nourishing the kidney? With full of doubts, Lu Chuan ate up the whole table of dishes. Then he stood up and said, sister-in-law, I'm going back to my room first. Munan was still happy that Lu Chuan had finished eating all the dishes she cooked. When she heard his words, she immediately looked up and said, are you going back now? Lu Chuan said, yes, I have something else to do. You should also go to bed early. After that, he hurried back to his room. Munan eyes were suddenly filled with disappointment. She lowered her head, stretched out her hand to pull the stockings on her legs, sighed, and got up to wash the dishes. The next afternoon, Lu Chuan came to the Chen-style martial arts training ground. Many people had gathered here. In addition to the people from the 2 martial arts schools, there were many people who came to watch the excitement, and even some reporters. When Chen Changyuan saw Lu Chuan, he hurried forward to greet him. Little friend Lu Chuan, come with me here. The 2 arrived at the rest area of the Chen-style martial arts school, and opposite them were the people from the Jidao martial arts school. There was a huge arena between the 2 martial arts schools, which was the venue for the competition later. Lu Chuan noticed that in addition to Ko Xiang, Su Jingxiu and the 4 disabled disciples, there was a young man with a crew cut, a stern face, and a determined gaze. The young man was serious and had a strong aura. He could not be ignored, even when he was just sitting there. Is that the foreign aide that Jidao martial arts school found? Lu Chuan asked. Chen Changyuan nodded. Yes, this person is Tsundere. It is said that he is from the war zone and is Ko Xiang's nephew. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. People from the war zone are really not small. Chen Changyuan nodded. I asked someone to inquire about it. It is said that Tsundere is also a top elite in the war zone. However, he joined the famous Dragon Soul Special Forces in the Jiangbai war zone at the age of more than 20. He should not be underestimated. Hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel excited. I don't know who is stronger between me and the top elites in the war zone. At this time, the people from Judo Martial Arts School also noticed Lu Chuan. Su Jingxiu frowned when she saw Lu Chuan and shouted, "Little punk, what are you doing here?" Lu Chuan snorted coldly, "Fight on behalf of Chen's martial arts school and win the title of the #1 martial arts school." Everyone in Judo Martial Arts School was stunned, and then they all laughed. The 4 apprentices were full of sarcasm. This guy doesn't really think that no one can deal with him if he beats the 4 of us, does he? It's true that we can't beat him, but he is just a jack of all trades in front of Brother Su. He still wants to compete with us for the reputation of the #1 martial arts school. It's a joke. That's good. We were just worried about where to find an opportunity to deal with this guy. Since he took the initiative to come to us, let Brother Su vent our anger for us. Su Jingxiu said contemptuously, "Please don't be so funny here. You are indeed better than my 4 precious disciples, but the one who will represent our Judo Martial Arts School this time is my nephew." She walked up to Tsundere and said with a proud face, "See, he is a 2nd grade grandmaster, an elite of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. He is not comparable to a low class guy like you. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. If you are beaten to death, don't blame me for not reminding you." Ko Xiang sneered, "Don't tell him. I just want to deal with him, and he will fight for Chen's martial arts hall, which will save me the trouble. Then let Tsundere beat him into a cripple, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Su Jingxiu thought it made sense, and shouted at Lu Chuan, "Little bastard, I take back what I said just now. You must go to the ring. My nephew is waiting to beat you." Lu Chuan curled his lips. He must have that ability. Everyone in Judo Martial Arts Hall sneered, obviously thinking that Lu Chuan's words were a bit ridiculous. Tsundere's eyes fell on Lu Chuan. His eyes were full of contempt, and he said lightly, "A jumping clown, nothing to be afraid of." Chen Changyuan also felt that Lu Chuan's words were a bit arrogant, and sighed helplessly, saying, "My friend Lu Chuan, you'd better not argue with them. Tsundere should not be underestimated. Don't let them affect your mind and make mistakes." Lu Chuan smiled and said nothing. Soon, an old man came to the crowd and gave some introductions about today's competition, and then announced the start of the competition. Chen Changyuan looked at Lu Chuan with a serious face and said, "My friend Lu Chuan, the hope of Chen's martial arts school depends on you, but you don't have to fight to the death. If you can't win, just admit defeat as soon as possible, and we won't blame you." Lu Chuan smiled helplessly, thinking that he wanted me to admit defeat before the start, and he still didn't believe in my strength. "Master Chen, don't worry, I will definitely beat him today." After saying that, he jumped onto the ring. Chen Changyuan shook his head and sighed, obviously not holding out hope for Lu Chuan. On the other side, Ko Xiang smiled and said to Tsundere, "This kid broke the arms of my 4 apprentices. After you defeat him later, break his limbs and vent the anger of my 4 apprentices." Tsundere's mouth curled up. "Uncle, don't worry, I will not only break his limbs, I will break all 5 of his limbs." After saying that, he also jumped onto the ring. Su Jingxiu was puzzled. 5 limbs? Don't people only have 4 limbs? Where does the 5th limb come from? A disciple said with a sly smile. "Master's wife, of course men have 5 limbs. Once the 5th limb is broken, Lu Chuan will be childless in the future." Su Jingxiu reacted, blushed, and said angrily, "Little bastard, you are shameless to make such a joke with your master's wife." Several disciples looked at Su Jingxiu meaningfully, and none of them was embarrassed. Su Jingxiu also secretly sent them a few coquettish eyes, and Ko Xiang on the side didn't notice it at all. On the ring, Tsundere looked down on Lu Chuan and said coldly, "You are not my opponent. It is best for you to admit defeat directly." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Didn't you brush your teeth when you got up this morning? You are so arrogant." Tsundere snorted, looking for death. He didn't hesitate and rushed towards Lu Chuan in one step. The majestic momentum swept over, and the people watching the excitement around were shocked by the pressure of Tsuzere's master level. Their hearts trembled, and they were full of fear. What a terrible pressure. The second grade master is really worthy of his reputation. This is the elite from Dragon Soul. Can this kid from Chen's martial arts school really withstand it? Lu Chuan looked at Tsundere bursting out with all his strength and rushing straight to his throat, and his eyes narrowed immediately. Do you want to take my life right away? He took his time and did a horse stance on the spot. Everyone in Jideo martial arts school laughed. This kid actually thought that doing a horse stance can withstand Brother Su's attack. Is he crazy? He must be here to make fun of me. Brother Su has already attacked with all his strength, but he did a horse stance. If he can win, I will eat 3 pounds of shit on the spot. Tsundere also felt that Lu Chuan's horse stance was inexplicable. After he got to him, he punched Lu Chuan in the throat. Lu Chuan raised his hand slightly and caught Tsundere's fist. Bang! The power spread out, and many ordinary people who were watching the excitement were almost knocked over. On the ring, Lu Chuan did not move at all and just relied on the action of standing in a horse stance to receive Tsundere's full strength blow. The whole audience fell silent instantly. The smiles on the faces of the people in Jideo Martial Arts Hall who were waiting to see Lu Chuan being knocked away by a punch gradually disappeared, and their brows began to slowly frown. Su Jingxiu shouted, "Tsundere, don't hold back, use all your strength." Tsundere narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, I didn't even think about holding back. Okay, I just hit with all my strength. He realized that Lu Chuan was not as simple as he thought, and immediately changed his moves and raised his foot to attack Lu Chuan's bottom lane. Lu Chuan blocked and counterattacked with a very fast speed. After dismantling hundreds of moves, he was still at ease and did not lose the wind at all. Tsundere's face became more and more ugly. He judged in his heart that this guy's strength must be more than just a first-class master. At this time, Lu Chuan withdrew his moves and said with a smile, it seems that the second grade master is just like this. I will get serious next. Tsundere's face changed. Did you play around for so long just now? Lu Chuan's spiritual power was running, and his fist turned into a palm, and a pressure descended. Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm. Tsundere felt this pressure, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. This kid is so terrifying. He is definitely not his opponent. Do you want to admit defeat? While he was thinking, Lu Chuan was already in front of him. Take my palm. Tsundere used all his internal energy to resist, but this palm was too powerful and his strength was instantly disintegrated. Lu Chuan's palm slapped Tsundere's chest. Tsundere flew backwards, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the edge of the ring. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, that's the elite of Dragon Soul, and he just lost like that. Chen Changyuan couldn't believe it. He actually, really won. Ko Xiang stood up suddenly, clenching his fists. How is this possible? Su Jingxiu's mouth opened wide, unable to speak. Lu Chuan walked up to Tsundere, grabbed his collar, lifted him up, and said, just now, you attacked me everywhere. We were just fighting and learning from each other. Why did you attack me so cruelly? Tsundere looked horrified and gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry. Lu Chuan sighed and planned to let Tsundere go. After all, it was just a fighting and learning from each other, so there was no need to be so cruel. Tsundere felt that Lu Chuan was going to let him go, and he was relieved. At this time, Su Jingxiu shouted, Lu Chuan, you bastard, if you dare to break Tsundere's arm, I will peel off your skin. Lu Chuan's face sank. Tsundere's face changed wildly, and he exclaimed, don't. Lu Chuan had already activated his spiritual power and slapped Tsundere's arm with one palm. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and Tsundere screamed in agony. Chapter 50, Pretending to be powerful will lead to being struck by lightning. Su Jingxiu was dumbfounded and said angrily, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Lu Chuan snorted coldly, I was planning to stop, but you are making trouble here. Do you really think I don't have a temper? Su Jingxiu gritted her teeth, if you have a temper, you broke my nephew's arm. Do you know that this is illegal? Come on, arrest him and send him to the supervisory office. The old man looked at Su Jingxiu speechlessly. This is a regular arena competition. Before one party admits defeat, even if he is beaten to death, the supervisory office has no right to intervene. Madam KO, please don't make trouble here. Su Jingxiu's face was full of anger, but she couldn't say anything else. Lu Chuan looked at Su Zhe. Do you want to continue? Su Zhe quickly said, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The people from Judo Martial Arts Hall immediately ran to confirm Su Zhe's condition. Su Jingxiu looked at Su Zhe with a distressed face and said, this Lu Chuan is really a piece of shit. He actually broke your arm. How can you survive in Longhorn in the future? Su Zhe looked like he didn't want to pay attention to Su Jingxiu. In his heart, he wanted to slap his stupid aunt a few times. If she hadn't been pushing Lu Chuan to the edge, how could his arm be broken? The old man came to the crowd and announced, Chen's Martial Arts School won. The title of the first martial arts school in Yanqing belongs to them. The Chen's Martial Arts School cheered. Chen Changyuan was excited. He thought he would lose today, but he didn't expect Lu Chuan to give him such a big surprise. Lu Chuan is really a martial arts genius. His future achievements are limitless. I must have a good relationship with him. The Judo Martial Arts School was all in despair. The 4 apprentices were full of despair. How can he be so strong? Ko Xiang's face was gloomy to the bottom of the valley. His eyes stared at Lu Chuan, and his eyes were burning with anger. If this man is not eliminated, he will definitely be the biggest threat to my Judo Martial Arts School in the future. He thought for a long time and actually jumped onto the ring. Lu Chuan, I want to challenge you. Everyone was confused by his move. Seeing this, Chen Changyuan, who was still immersed in the joy of victory, immediately jumped onto the ring and protected Lu Chuan behind him, staring at Ko Xiang and angrily scolded, Ko Xiang, do you still have shame? Today is a competition between juniors. You challenge Lu Chuan. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? The people around immediately whispered, accusing Ko Xiang of bullying the weak and not being a martial artist. Ko Xiang's eyes were firm, ignoring the discussions around him, and said lightly, this is a personal grudge between him and me. The supervisory department advocates that the grudges between martial artists should be resolved on the ring. What's wrong with me challenging him on the ring today? Su Jingxiu and the 4 apprentices all lit up their eyes and immediately began to agree. That's right. This guy has a grudge against our Judo Martial Arts School. My master challenges him in the ring, which only shows that my master is upright. My master is one of the top 10 masters in Yanqing. Challenging him in the ring shows that he respects him. How can it be bullying the weak? Chen Changyuan's face was full of anger, and he said, if you want to challenge Lu Chuan, you have to get past me first. Ko Xiang looked at Lu Chuan and said sarcastically, don't you think you are very powerful? Why do you just hide behind others when I challenge you? It seems that you are just a coward. Lu Chuan looked at Ko Xiang, touched the purple cloud bead on his wrist, and asked, do you really want to challenge me? Ko Xiang raised his head. Of course, it's a pity that you don't have the courage to fight. Lu Chuan suddenly laughed and said, okay, I accept your challenge. Everyone was in an uproar. Chen Changyuan was anxious. Lu Chuan, don't be stupid. What he said just now was just to provoke you. He is a 6th grade master, and you are definitely not his opponent now. Don't fall into his trap. Lu Chuan said, Master Chen, don't worry, I know what to do. You go down first. Seeing Lu Chuan agreed, Ko Xiang showed a playful smile on his face and said, Chen Changyuan, he has agreed, so don't get in the way here. Chen Changyuan frowned, but seeing Lu Chuan's determined look, he could only sigh helplessly and jumped off the ring. Such a good seedling, given time, will surely stand at the top of martial arts. At that time, Ko Xiang is just an ant in front of him, but why did he foolishly accept the challenge? Everyone in Chen's martial arts hall sighed and felt that it was unwise for Lu Chuan to accept Ko Xiang's challenge. Everyone in Judo martial arts hall was gloating. I didn't expect Lu Chuan to be so stupid. He was fooled by a little provocation. With this kind of IQ, he will never become a great man, even if he is talented. Su Jingxiu laughed. The 4 disciples nodded in agreement. Brother Su failed to help us get revenge. This time, Master will definitely not make any mistakes. Ko Xiang stretched his muscles and said to Lu Chuan with a smile, "Boy, fists and feet have no eyes. It is inevitable that there will be casualties in the ring. Do you want to call home and say a few last words?" Lu Chuan laughed and said, "I don't need to, but Master Ko, your wife and disciples are right next to you. You should say something to them before you take action." Ko Xiang laughed. "Do you think you can kill me? Do you really think that my title of the top 10 masters is for nothing?" As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and subconsciously blocked to the side. Ko Xiang suddenly appeared and punched Lu Chuan on the elbow. Bang! Lu Chuan slid out and barely stopped at the edge of the ring. His arm was numb and trembling after receiving Ko Xiang's punch. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but sweat for him. The 6th grade master is really not to be underestimated. Lu Chuan shook his hands vigorously, and the spiritual power in his body was running wildly. He stared at Ko Xiang with vigilance, not daring to be careless. Ko Xiang sneered, "You can't even take my punch. Is this your confidence?" He attacked again, at a very fast speed, and kicked towards Lu Chuan with a dragon's tail. Lu Chuan dodged quickly, but Ko Xiang did not give him this opportunity. He changed his moves and punched him. Lu Chuan resisted with all his strength, but was hit in the chest by Ko Xiang's punch and flew backwards. He panted, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and gritted his teeth to endure the severe pain in his chest. Through the few moves just now, Lu Chuan had already judged that, if he wanted to defeat the 6th grade master, he would have to reach at least the 7th level of key training. Chen Shangyuan paced back and forth anxiously in the audience. He had already made up his mind that, if Ko Xiang really wanted to kill Lu Chuan, he would immediately stop him. Ko Xiang walked towards Lu Chuan and said with a smile, "Boy, considering your talent, I will give you a chance now. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me as your master in front of everyone, and swear allegiance to my Judo martial arts school, I will spare your life today. How about it?" Lu Chuan laughed. "Do you deserve it?" Ko Xiang snorted coldly, "I'm a 6th grade master. Among the many masters in Yunsheng, I can rank in the top 10. The Judo martial arts school I founded is even in the top 3 in Yunsheng. Isn't this enough to be your master?" Lu Chuan grinned, and the spiritual power in his body rushed into the purple cloud pearl frantically. He asked, "Master Ko, have you heard of this saying that, if you pretend to be cool, you will be struck by lightning?" Ko Xiang's eyes condensed. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'm serious." As soon as he finished speaking, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Then a thunderbolt broke through the air and struck Ko Xiang straight over. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.